The main character began to talk about himself. From his childhood, he remained an orphan and was forced to make a living, hunting for a monster for a reward. He later learned that in the kingdom he was told as the first among all adventurers, an adventurer who has the rank of A. The main character, along with several other people, stood on a moving platform. Before them, the head of a predatory monster with sharp teeth stood in front of them. On all sides they were surrounded by a joyful crowd. A large arch was visible behind the platform. The main character waved his hand and smiled. He was greeted by people of all ages, shouting their name. The hero was called Aldred. Dipping his hand, he wondered, now there is no problem in his life, and the feeling of hunger has remained in the past. Aldred was in the spacious hall, smiling warmly. There were several round tables around. Subsequently, the smile disappeared from the face of Aldred. He sighed heavily and lowered the floor. There was a group of people who, squeezed, watched him. Aldred slowly walked the street, thinking that he has been 27 years old. How many more will his adventure seeker last? Recently, he settled in the capital, and people with weird characters are more and more likely to turn to him. Before his inner look, the face of those women and men who are increasingly appearing in his thoughts. Aldred was on the field, sitting just on the ground and lifting his gaze up. A majestic mansion was visible behind his back. Flowers blossomed around the lush, and the passing wind picked up their petals, lifting them up. There was a solid darkness outside. The light in the estate extinguished, and in the city houses, on the contrary, lights flashed one by one. Aldred sat at a round table in a room where the dim light of the candle illuminated wooden mugs with a drink. In addition to him, there were 3 more people at the table. One of the men suddenly exclaimed that Aldred actually wanted to disband the team. The dark-haired man closed his eyes and confessed that he provided such a course of events. Blondin was surprised to hear it, and the girl was embarrassed and added that this news could really prove true. The dark-haired man leaning on the table noted that the decision was made by the leader. The boys may have been too young, but he was almost 30. Aldred turned away and suggested that the boys probably had already decided on their further steps. Blonde with a smile reported that he was invited to the ranks of the Royal Knights. The hard caused genuine surprise in the guys. A dark-haired young man informed that he was planning to go on a trip. The girl, sheltered, confessed that she was invited to the Royal School of Magic, where she intended to study. The boys asked that Aldred plans to do next. In response, he smiled and confessed that he dreamed of a peaceful life in New Orleans. His words caused a genuine surprise to everyone who stood nearby. The boys continued to discuss the ideas of Aldrich. Aldrich himself felt regret that he generally shared his plans with them. Only Blondin remained on his side, demonstrating support. Aldred closed his eyes and confessed that he has long dreamed of seeing the field of flowers again. The boys were surprised, because they did not notice such tenderness before. Aldred dug a sip out of his mug. The dark-haired man again asked his plans. Aldred slowly put the mug on the table, lowered his head and quietly said that he no longer felt hungry. From now on, he intended to live carelessly. The boys looked at Aldred and approved his choice. They lifted the wooden mugs and hit them with each other. Aldred rode in the cart, looking thoughtfully at the window. He was convinced that he had done the team properly, so it was possible to avoid unnecessary noise. A long road was waiting for him. The moon passed, and Aldred sat on the roof of the cart when the cart suddenly stopped. Someone announced that they got their destination. Aldred opened his eyes, stood up and began to look around. Aldred opened a panorama of a small settlement. Flowers stood around large plantations. He said the name of the village aloud, Norland. Surprised, Aldred froze and cautiously touched the grapes. The girl in the hat came to Aldred. In the meantime, the boys were talking lively from where he came from. The girl in the hat was called Aisha. The boys walked through the village settlement. The street decorated many flowering plants. Aldred watched everything around with a slight smile. On the way, the boys met the locals who were harvesting. Aisha noted that they were already near the elder's house. Aldvard looked at the flowers growing in front of the house and smiled. Aldred smiled and noted that he had been here 9 years ago, but the flowers still remained surprisingly beautiful. Aisha was already going to the house, and the girl was waiting for them. The blonde, meeting the boys, noted that Aisha really brought someone with her. Aisha leaped her hands into the belt and explained, "This guy is originally from Avalon and intends to stay here." The woman raised her hand and noted that the boys could turn to her husband. Aisha dressed the hat and was getting ready to go. Aldred thanked her for her help. Meanwhile, the woman began to warn the elder of the guest with Avalon. The men held books in their hands and began to say that he was an old man. Albus was interested in the goal that Alfred came to them. The Aldred was scared and admitted that during his previous visit, he fell in love with the beauty of this place. Albus, smiling, noted that many other peasants also came here for the same reason. Meanwhile, a fair-haired woman had a lively conversation. Aldred stinged, inhaling the aroma of tea. There was a cup of apple and mussel drink on the table. He made a sip of mug and noted that this drink is extremely reassuring. The man and the woman smiled and noted that finally, Aldred had relaxed because he was usually very gloomy. Aldred blushed. Albus noted that he should not be ashamed. It is better to stay himself. Aldred raised his hand joyfully, and the man with the woman looked and laughed. Albus noted that Aldred can now stay with them, although later he will definitely find a separate place. Aldred, meanwhile, was sitting on a chair, but suddenly sniffed. It laughed even more. Albus, without removing his hands from the table, noted that before dinner, even if Aldred had some further intentions, the Aldred was red and thought about what he heard. Aldred found himself on the street, looking in front of him. Finally, he was here again. He noted with relief about himself. Around the Alreda in the air circled flower petals. He looked fascinated on the endless field covered with colorful plants, and did not feel like tears rolled on his cheeks. Aldred frozen in surprise and wiped tears with a sleeve. The petals were circulated around him, and the plants began to blossom. The guy's cheeks flashed with a blush, and lowered his hands on his palm. He saw a flower petal there. Aldred moved the field, thinking about how local flowers change color depending on the season. He no longer remembered who exactly told him about this feature. Suddenly, looking forward, Aldred noticed a girl with surprise. The girl had long braids, and her head was decorated with a flower decoration braided. Feeling someone's presence behind, she turned and saw the Aldreda standing in front of her. The girl sat among the flowers, holding a small bouquet in her hands. Aldred thought with interest who she was. This stranger, surrounded by many fragrant flowers. At the head of Aldred was a drop of sweat, and he himself, with his mouth open, did not look out of the girl. Her cheeks ignited with a blush. Aldred did not look out of the girl, greeting her timidly. The girl grew even more, looked embarrassedly at Aldred and squeezed a bouquet of flowers. Suddenly she began to fuss and make strange sounds. The girl suddenly leaned, greeted Aldred on a good morning, and without spending time, rushed away. Aldred said in surprise that he probably looked so scary. The evening has come. The darkness has already fallen outside and stars shone in the sky. Aldred returned to Albus's house, reporting his return. Aldred was scared when a blonde woman with a friendly smile appeared in front of him. He thought it was not strange when they were waiting for someone at home. Meanwhile, Albus placed plates on the table, and a leisure conversation between him and Aldred was at a casual way to discuss the beauty of the flower field. Aldred, sitting at the table, was scratched. After Alba noted that this is a really magical place, to lie on the cool grass here is especially pleasant. He admitted that many other residents often come here to relax. Albus blushed when his wife remembered that it was under that tree that they first met, and that it was there that he once made her an offer. He asked Fiona not to put him in an uncomfortable position. Then Albus turned to Aldred, noting that they need to meet their daughter. When Aldred saw a girl near Albus, his cheeks had a blush. Albus explained that her name is Flora, and now Aldred will live in their village. The girl, holding a handkerchief in her hands, stood timidly, and her face was burning from embarrassment. Flora looked thoughtfully in front of her and said the name Aldred aloud. Albus noted that the boys are already familiar. Aldred specified that they met with Flora under a tree on the field. Fiona stood away and laughed quietly. Aldred was confused. Albus reported that the Aldred would stay at night and look after him. The girl thought for a moment, and then suddenly rushed. Albus apologized for her daughter's behavior. Aldred scratched his neck, thinking that the Flora was probably shy. He became a little awkward from how she escaped so suddenly. Everyone was sitting at a table that was sorted with dishes. Alba noted that they have a real feast today. Fiona replied that a new guest appeared in the village, and such an event is really worth noting. Albus, holding a bottle in his hands, said with a smile that she had taken a 10-year-old drink. Grapes were grown in the garden of Aisha. He began to pour the wine, and the Flora watched the glass with the glass. The boys lifted glasses, greeting a new village inhabitant, and went to drink for his health. Aldrin made a sip and, smiling, noted that the drink was really delicious. Albus rejoiced in his approval. A piece of cheese lay on the table, which everyone could treat. Flora began to eat with a fork. She looked at Aldred. He opened his mouth, and a mild clatter lightened his mouth. Aldred thought about what a delicious cheese and bread. On the table in front of Aldred stood plates with food. He took a spoon and began to impose himself. The dishes on the plate became less. Hearing the words of Aldred that the dish is really incredible, the girls looked at him. He added that such food could be earned. Fiona immediately began to admire the culinary flutter of Flora, and so blushed, thanked the boys for his kind words. Aldred continued to eat calmly. Suddenly a streaming sound came, and everyone suddenly turned his eyes on the Flora, filled with surprise. In the eyes of the Flora, tears shouted, and she suggested that maybe Aldred. Aldred took a plate and stretched it with Flora. The Flora was scattered, closing her eyes and hurrying to say that she was going to wear an attire. She began to pass Aldrin a full plate of food. Aldred looked at the Flora and thought that she would cease to be ashamed over time, and friendship had tied between them. He hoped that they would not run away from each other during the next meeting. Outside, stars flashed one after the other. The next day the boys visited Aldred. His things lay next to him, and the girls were holding baskets. Alba assured that Aldred could always come to visit them. Aldred thanked for their hospitality. Albus looked at Aldred and suggested that he may have some skills or seeking to work somewhere. Meanwhile, Aldred looked thoughtfully at the flowers, thinking that he would like to accomplish the task. Aldred replied that he would like to hunt. Albus noted that it was very useful, because in their village hunters were scarce. Flora approached Aldred and reported that she had prepared dinner for him. Aldred thanked her for this generous care. Flora, lowering her eyes, awakened her own hands, and did not deny that she should not thank. Aldred thought that the Flora was really very good. Aldred and Albus strolled through the village, discussing Aldrida's future house. They agreed that the dwelling should be in the west, closer to the flower field. The bright sun poured the vine. Alba reported that Aldrich could choose one of the free homes in the west. In the end, the boys were near the river. Ben is near one of the houses offered, while Aldrich Shiel rejects every house to which they approach. The boys were near another house surrounded by trees. Aldred thoughtfully scratching his chin, after which they moved on. The boys walked slowly with a wooden bridge. Aldred looked fish in the river's transparent water with a smile, while Albus had already headed for the last house. The boys went to the house where dust and darkness prevailed, which was especially unpleasant for the ladies. Aldred left his things at the entrance. Seeing the box, he smiled. The boys were on the street in front of the house. They sat in the open air, tasted sandwiches. Aldred noted that he would like to live in this house if someone who was able to craft furniture was found in the village. Albus replied that such a man lives just opposite Aldred. Albus pointed his finger on the house, after which, contacting the Aldred, reported that the owner is called Toka, and you can visit it tomorrow. Aldred thanked for the help, and the men said goodbye. Aldred was armed with a scoop and broom and took up the house cleaning. He washed the floor and carefully gone. However, he eventually became polluted. Aldred looked at the room. She shone clean. He mentally noted that tomorrow he would have to visit Tokes, and now he was about to take a bath. Aldred poured water from a bucket into a wooden vessel. Aldred put 2 bracelets on his hand, then stretched it forward and focused on the witch. Water began to emerge from the magical symbol. Meanwhile, a flame broke out of the magic amulet, gradually heating the water. A couple was already rising above her. Aldred, looking worked, said that everything should go without complications. He was in the water itself. Aldred came out of the bath and threw a towel on his shoulders. He then began to look for his clothes as they suddenly heard the steps. Someone from the street went to the house. It was a Flora. She said she brought dinner. Occurring in front of the Flora, Aldred lowered the towel. She raised her hands and tears rolled out of her eyes. Flora ran out of Aldrich's house, and it seemed to him that the distance between them was slightly declining. However, every step forward turned 3 steps back. The small village was surrounded on all sides by vineyards, and the forest area spread behind them. The sun stood high above the horizon. Aldred lay on the floor, lit by the sun. When he got up, he said that it seems in the morning. The house of Aldard was small, 1 story, with a chimney that stood above the roof. The sun's rays were gently washed with a home tile. Aldred proudly informed that he now has his own home. Dressing, Aldred decided to go to Taika. On the way, he inadvertently mentioned yesterday with Flora. I wanted to have a relationship with her, but it seems that everything turned out to be the opposite. Aldred was at the Twaki house. Rising to the veranda, he leisurely started climbing the steps. There were a table and several chairs on the veranda. Aldred sat on a chair and exclaimed enthusiastically, impressed with his beauty. Toke, looking out the window, expressed surprise. He did not expect to see a person who could be so captured by a regular chair. Toke smiled and, without interrupting conversations, noted that he was very grateful to Aldred for praise. Aldred looked at him in surprise, and Tawako, meanwhile, invited him to the home. In the hands of Tawaka, he kept vegetables instead of Aldred, who also expressed a desire to join breakfast. Aldred went to the house and agreed to the invitation. Aldred approached the table, anticipating a delicious breakfast, and later lay on him, and noted that the surface of the table was pleasant to the touch. There were food plates on the table. The boys started a meal. Aldred gladly tasted a delicious dish. Meanwhile, Tavak was going to tell the recipe for their breakfast, and Aldred, meanwhile, eagerly eaten. The room stood a wash basin and a stove. Tuka began to worry about Aldrida. He did not eat in the evening. However, Aldred soothed Tukak. There were plates and shuttles on the table. Aldred wanted to talk about yesterday with Flora, but changed his mind. At this point, then the two began to try to convince the all-dead. Toke insisted on telling yesterday's story. Aldred in his soul believed that Toke had a tendency to hooliganism. Then, he exclaimed that Aldred allegedly had a novel with Flora. Aldred, without paying attention to these words, began to talk about the events of the last day. Toke folded his palm together, and then laughed, stating that Flora really saw him naked. Aldred stuck and clenched his lips. Tavak could not restrain laughter. Aldrich noted that he should calm down, because in the presence of Flora he felt extremely embarrassed. Now, he thought, the distance between them would only grow. Tawak added that they almost did not communicate with the Flora. Aldred thoughtfully noted that the point is not that the face of Tavak is too frightening. Tavaka was dissatisfied with his forehead, but the guy remained in Tua's house, and together they came to the workshop. Aldred explained that he needed all the basic things for the home. Along with Aldred lay wooden boards. Tokak smoothed his hair and noted that Aldred would have to do without furniture for some time. He has a lot of orders, but he will definitely make a bed. Toke pointed to the sofa, inviting Aldred to buy it. However, Aldred chose for himself a nearby chair and sat quietly. Then he exclaimed that he had not yet had time to finish the repair. However, Aldred still settled on a chair, and, smiling, noted that this furniture suits him in the bedroom. The final word remained behind Tokus. Tawako pointed towards and reported that he would bring a chair from the pantry, just if the guests are visited by the Aldred. Aldred wondered if he was used to loneliness. The boys were in the house of Aldred. The current sat on the couch, confessed that he had tired, but added that he still should measure a place under the bed. Aldred stretched out the drink. Tavak took a glass and mentioned yesterday's conversation with Flora. Then Aldred noted that the Tavak was behaving like a small child. However, he just laughed, despite the reproaches. Aldred took the glasses and carefully moved them to the wooden table. With a smile, he noted that the furniture in the house became much more convenient. The room appeared a wardrobe, a table, and several chairs. The guy began to discuss the details of the arrangement and amenities. Tavaka, meanwhile, sat on the couch. Toke smiled and promised to show places where you can find cozy things for the home. Aldred thanked Toke for help. The next day, Aldred and Aisha met on the street. Aldred said he lives next to Toke. Aisha wiped her face with a towel. In the meantime, the boys began to discuss the move. Suddenly, someone began to approach them. Flora was behind Aisha. Flora and Aldred looked at each other with horror. Aldred could not understand why Flora was here. Aldred squeezed and lowered his head silently. Flora hid behind Aisha, and Aisha herself sighed and closed her eyes. Aisha pushed the Flora that went back uncertainly, and the boys were embarrassed with each other. Aldred and Flora stood opposite each other, immersed in silence. Aldred directed a look at Aisha. The expression of her face was gloomy. Closing his eyes, Aldred thought that Aisha seems to know everything. In a moment, Aldred bent sharply in front of Flora. Aldred began to apologize for yesterday's incident. Flora replied that he was not guilty of it. Then the Flora itself leaned forward, apologizing. Flora put her hand to her ignited face. It seemed like an Alders that she did not blame him, but on the contrary, as if she was asking him. Aisha coiled, attracting the guy's attention. She then noted that she should return to her duties and they could go home together. Aldred and Flora, confused and red, looked at Aisha. The boys were noticeably surprised by her unexpected offer. The boys went to a large plantation, and a man was moving towards them. Behind him was a small pair horse. Flora thought he thought that Aldred intended today. Meanwhile, Aldred went forward and reported that he would like to meet a local hunter. On this, the Flora noted that he is in the village for only 4 days. Is he not too hurried? Aldred and Flora caught up with a man who explained that he was seeking useful for the villagers. Aldred just laughed and assured that everyone would have enough meat. Meanwhile, several girls with loud laughter were moving towards men. The girls walked past the boys, and Aldred turned to look after them. Then he thoughtfully noticed why people here get so bright. Flora presented flowers with a smile, and explained that the plants in this area bloom all year long, so people try to respond to this luxurious continuity. The boys stopped near the Flora house. The girl's father happened to them on the street. Aldred noted that with the advent of his dwelling furniture, he became more cozy, and he also expressed his desire to get acquainted with the hunter from the village. Aldred cast his gaze on the Flora and smiled. He assured that he could no longer wait when he started working. Flora's father replied that in this case he would introduce him to the village hunter. Aldred dressed in another suit. He had gloves on his hands and a bow with arrows. He decided that the sword would now be superfluous. It's time to go. A man was accompanied by an undersized girl. The man called Lorenz and reported that he was a village hunter. Aldred wondered if they were relatives, in particular, whether a man was a girl's father. The man and the girl turned away from each other, expressing her dissatisfaction, and the girl noted that Aldred was mistaken. Such words sound outrageously. Lorenz replied that the girl next to him is Karina, and she is his student. After that, Karina herself introduced herself, adding that she was 12 years old. At the same time, she was indignant that Aldred did not even mention that she was a thinker. Aldred smiled and noted that it doesn't matter. A woman or a man is the main thing that you have wonderful hunting abilities, and the rest is not significant. Karina also smiled in response, agreeing with his words, and said she wanted to help the village. Lorenz looked at Karina and noted that she still needs to study, and only later she will be able to become a thinker. Karina confidently promised that she would achieve this as soon as possible. Meanwhile, 2 girls appeared near young people. Karina pointed her finger in the direction of the mountain. That's where they went there. Lorenz thanked Aldred for their support. A smile appeared on her face, and she noted that Lorenz was extremely similar to her father. Lorenz blushed and easily clapped Aldred on his shoulder. The boys walked the narrow path, whose sideways stood trees, and mushrooms grew profusely near their roots. On the way, they were vividly discussed how successful the place was for the location of the village. Aldred stopped and wondered what fruits could be grown on these lands. Karina thought and listed several different types of fruits. Lorenz, addressing Eldrida, asked if he had heard about such fruits earlier. The voices of the guys came in the forest. Aldred noted that he had already heard about such fruits. Lorenz got up and showed the fruit that was just discussed. Aldred put his hand to his lips with surprise and began to look carefully at the find. Lauren began to treat Aldred with fruits, with her appetite, tasting them. Aldred cheated delicacies and remembered how in his childhood he often ate everything in a row, which repeatedly turned for him various troubles. Karina seemed to be on a tree covered with fruits. She thwarted one of them and stretched out by Aldred, explaining that this fruit was called elu. Its skin is very strong, but the flesh is delicious. Karina raised her hand and noted that a particularly bitter taste was felt near the skin of this fetus. Lauren, laughing, noted that this part, in her opinion, was the most delicious. The boys continued to move in the forest until they were in the mountainous area. In the end, they stopped near the bush and noticed the traces of some animal. Lauren sat next to the traces of the animal and noted that these are the traces of the deer and that they were quite fresh. Other boys stood nearby and listened carefully. The boys began to discuss that this deer should be drunk while remaining at the same time. Karina, along with Aldred, went along the bushes, looking carefully at them. Aldred stepped on the branch, and she crunched under his leg. Lorraine stood behind him, watching him carefully. Suddenly, a strange glow began to spill from Aldred. The boys were standing in the bushes when they suddenly noticed the deer. He grazes quite near, calmly chewing the grass. Then they began to discuss the verse how best to sneak and attack the prey. Aldred took a bow with an arrow and began to aim carefully at the deer. Lorenz with Chris stood side by side, watching each of his movements. Finally, Aldred dropped the arrow directly. The arrow hit the deer head. He issued a shrill, painful cry, and saliva flowed out of his mouth. The loud sound dispersed the surroundings, swinging throughout the area. The boys approached the deer lying on the ground. Lorenz noted that Aldred fired skillfully, perhaps even better than himself. Aldred Znikov. Karina added that Aldred really shoots more accurately than her teacher. Lorenz, with tears in his eyes, looked at Karina and exclaimed that she would no longer talk about him. Karina coldly replied that he would then become a student of Aldred. Suddenly, Lorenz grabbed Karin by his head and began to shake her. The boys returned to the village, carrying a deer carcass together. The locals looked at the prey, astonished by its size. Lorenz noted that thanks to the skills of all the dreadlocks in the villagers will be plenty of Olenina. Aldred smiled and introduced himself to other peasants standing next to him. The peasants greeted him with joy, and he sincerely thanked them for a warm reception. Aldred, along with other peasants, began to cultivate meat. It seemed to him that part of the prey would be divided between residents, another part would be put for sale, and the remains would find use in the farm. Visited to the Flora, Aldred knocked on the door, and she opened it hospitably. The Flora's cheeks spread when she greeted Aldrida. He, in a confusion of scratching the nape, stretched out Flora a roll and explained that it was a gift as a sign of gratitude for their kindness. Flora thanked him and invited him to stay for a short time. Flora reported that Aldred could come to her for dinner this evening. Hearing this, Aldred was red and worried, asked if everything would be fine. Flora assured him that everything would go well. Aldred was near the token wooden house. There were several wooden barrels near the house. Stopping at the door, Aldred reported that he should unlock them. He brought the meat. Aldred had already opened the door when Aisha appeared in front of him. She greeted him with a dissatisfied expression. Aisha folded her hands and reported that she gave Tiats a chair for repair. Then Aldred, holding nuts in his hand, began to treat the children. Tuka was in his hands a stool. When the girl noted that because of his unreliable stool there was almost no trouble, he glanced angry at her. Squeezing his handrails with his fingers, Tuka replied that things should be kept in good condition, not as Aisha does. Aldred closed his eyes. I am convinced that only Aisha was guilty of everything. Tavako with a gesture pointed to the warehouse and stated that he would no longer make her discount. The doors of the workshop with a roar closed, and Tavak continued to grunt. This spectacle cheered up Aldred. Aldred unfolded a piece of meat, explaining that he was in the debt of tokes. After that, the stranger began to think about different ways of cooking a delicious dish. Aisha appeared in the room for a moment. She hanged over a piece of meat and noted that such meat is a great grape drink. The boys looked at her in surprise. There was a wooden stool next to the boys. They talked about the future design of a chair for Aisha. Subsequently, Aisha suggested that she may have a reward for Eldred. She raised her hand to her face and thoughtfully thought. A thick forest is spread around the Tok's home. Aisha offered to visit all those homes and eat Elena. In the door was a girl, in a dress, with loose hair. Aldred was discontinued and wondered who was the stranger. Aisha stretched Aldrida with a food basket and noted that she was not always the same thing. Aldred was genuinely surprised. He did not recognize Aisha. Tok, without holding on, laughed and started joke about it. But Aisha ordered him to shut up sharply. Aisha was holding a braid by her ear, and a Flora appeared in front of the boys with a basket. They congratulated the Flora, and Tawak, smiling something sinisterly, introduced to her. Tok was red when the boys began to justify his frightened facial expression. At this moment, Flora, all in the blush and laughter, introduced herself to the boys. The boys put products on the table and began to discuss which stew will be cooked, and who would do each stage of cooking. There were 2 pieces of meat on the table. Tavaka kept a box of spices in his hands, and then stated that he carefully prepared for cooking. The boys in turn supported this, agreeing with his ideas. He quickly distributed the responsibilities for cooking. Aldred was responsible for frying, Aisha was engaged in meat, and the Flora had to cook a wine drink for Asat. He decided to take the same for vegetables. There was a basket on one of the tables, and several long weaving machines lay on the other. Alderid, holding vegetables, noted that the soup of Tvak was just wonderful. Twak only answered it by mysteriously that he had some of his own secrets. Aldred, along with Aisha, cut the meat. At this time, Aisha was threatened with Tawaka, who was holding mushrooms. Subsequently, the Aldred took cut vegetables and fried them on a pan. The rest were captured by their own worries. Aisha closed her eyes, and saliva flowed from her mouth. She confessed that some scents seemed to her just unspeakably pleasant. In the meantime, Akka kept a cabbage cob and noted that Aisha should take his hands and cut the meat faster. Aldred stirred vegetables on a pan, and Flora stood nearby. She just smiled and watched him. Flora noted that it seems like Aldred. Aldred agreed with her without objections. Toke was interested in who Aldred was in the past. When Aldred told about his life earlier, the girls looked at him with surprise. Aldred took the meat with forceps, and when the girls noticed that they could feel safe with him because he was able to fight the monsters, a smile appeared on his face. Aldrich put the meat in a frying pan and noted that he had removed from this case, so the young man should not count on it too much. The young man himself plunged into cooking. Aldred and Flora looked around and smiled. Toke looked at the thoughtful Aisha. The boys roasted the meat, cut it into pieces, and the vegetables were stewed in pots and frying pans. Aldred and Aisha began to lay plates on the table. Flora and Toke, meanwhile, stood near the kitchen tables. Aisha picked up a piece of meat with a fork and carefully lifted him to the mouth of Aldrida. Then Aisha lifted her finger, and Aldred, chewing the meat, noted that she was surprisingly delicious. Aiku looked at him and suggested that there may be something between them. Aldred, in response, assured that everything is fine. Aisha kept a plate with meat and turned away from the boys. Meanwhile, Flora approached the company, put a plate on the table, and with a sly smile, noted that Aldred had something with a sauce on her lips. Aldred was confused. Aisha, not even looking at Aldred, began to offend him. Aldred watched her with surprise. Meanwhile, smoke was already erupting from the chimney on the roof. The boys were just finishing the food. The boys sat at a table filled with various meat dishes. They leaned over the eating and considered each dish enthusiastically. Subsequently, the boys talked that there was little left, because the Flora with Aldred was constantly snacking during cooking. Suddenly, the girls began to argue with each other, and Aldred, standing aside, watched their quarrel with obvious fear. The boys were armed with forks, and Aldred reported that it was time to taste the cooked dish. He expressed his hope that everyone would taste like that they were able. They stabbed the meat on the forks and started eating. Aldred closed his eyes and trembled with pleasure. After that, she began to praise the boys for their skills in the kitchen. Flora also closed her eyes and covered her mouth with her palm, and later added that Aldred coped well with her task. Aisha raced and raised her finger, supporting the guy's words. Tu, looking at a piece of meat, said quietly that she did her best. Toke looked, noting that the steak that was cooking Aisha was slightly fried. Aisha answered that everyone was satisfied. Aldred agreed with Aisha. Flora also noted that the wine should be served bread and salad. Toke ate a fork, and Aisha prepared a sandwich. Aldred imitated her, repeating that it was really delicious. Flora smiled. Aisha took the soup, noting that he was also wonderful. The boys continued and discussed recipes. The Flora took the berry and carefully put it on the mouth, and he ate it embarrassed. In the eyes of Aldred, admiration was caught. He realized that these pikachens gave the dish a special taste. Looking at the Flora, he thanked her. Meanwhile, the Flora, holding a spoon in his hands, playfully highly healed his tongue. When the boys finished eating, a tea service appeared on the table. Aldred noted that Flora tea is extremely tasty, to which she answered him thanks. Aisha and Tavak, with her eyes closed, enjoyed the aroma and taste of tea. Aisha turned to Tomak and wondered if she looked like a princess. After that, the guy began to think about who and how he drinks tea, as well as discuss further plans a day. There were several empty cups on the table. The boys were on the street, the girls laughing, chased one after the other, and the boys were vividly discussing the future fishing, which they were going to go together. The boys were near the river. The Flora stood behind everyone, trying to rest a little. Meanwhile, there was a conversation about Aisha's endurance. Subsequently, they were angry and left shoes. The boys plunged their heads into the river to freshen up. Aldred smiled, climbed out of the water and squeezing his hair, cast his gaze on Toke. Tuku looked at Aldrida when he noticed that he had a strange hairstyle through her hair. In the meantime, the girls were sitting on the shore dipping their feet into the water, and Aisha Funny began to imitate Top. Toakuo looked at the Flora. She also noted that his hairstyle looked strange. The insulted, then Kuo sat on a stone. Flora also suggested that he cheer him. Aisha suddenly laughed and began to imitate the braid, laughing at the whole voice. But at the same moment, a stream of water suddenly flooded in her direction. It was a Tavak. Aisha was all wet and could not understand why he did so. Aisha started splashing Tuaka, and some of the water got to Aldred. The boys immediately got They began to pour each other passionately and argue. Water flowed from Aldard. He looked up and saw the Flora. Her face was feverish, and her arms stretched forward, as if trying to touch the water. All Flora clothing to the thread, she, along with Aldred, was squatting in the water. Meanwhile, Toke and Aisha also poured each other, having fun. The hair and clothing of the Flora were moist, and the cheeks were burned with a blush. She laughed loudly, splashing water towards Aldred. Aldred lowered his hands into the water and announced that he was also going to spray it. Suddenly, he froze in place, and his cheeks were immediately lit. Flora surprised her hands to the sides and lowered her wet clothes. Then she started screaming loudly and in confusion. Meanwhile, the boy's shoes had to stand on the shore. Tavaka squeezed his clothes and noted that Aisha was too much, despite the fact that they are not a couple. The Odreda carried change clothes and smiled. Toke took a towel and began to wipe his head. Aldred blushed and looked at the girls sitting on the deck. Aisha cast a quick look at the Flora and, embarrassed with her head, turned away. The Flora covered the soaked body with her hands. Aldred approached the girls and extended each towel. Aisha hid her head under the towels, turned away, and thanked Aldred for help. Aisha looked at the Flora and delighted with her good legs. At this point, Eldred was just feeding Flory towel. The Flora suddenly hurried to cover up and, embarrassed, began to assure that Aisha's legs were much more beautiful. Eldred, blushing, stared in front of himself, feeling awkward. Aldred was even more sore, and without making a sound, he only shouted silently as Flora stretched out. It seemed to him that he could not take a look away from her feet. Flora dropped her eyes awkwardly and thanked the Aldred for help. Tuka was holding a fishing rod, claiming to go fishing. Aisha replied that they would later join the boys. Aldred was worried about the condition of Aisha, because she was a wet thread, but Aisha smiled and assured that it was not necessary to worry. The shore around was littered with many stones. Over time, the fish began to peck. The boys stood on the rocky bank of the river. Aldred suddenly exclaimed that he pulled another one, the 6th for today. Toke was curled up and noted that he managed to catch only 3, and it was completely unfair. Meanwhile, another fish was quietly swimming in the water. Floods of fish were in the water, and the guy stood on the shore and caught them. The river spilled wide. On the side of it stretched a thick forest. Aldred again started to bite. Toke is boiling from indignation. Casting his gaze into the bucket where the fish floated, Aldred noted that they had already caught enough to feed the whole village. Aldred kept a bucket in his hands and reported that he had already caught a lot of fish. Toke was annoyed and did not want to answer. In the meantime, the girls approached the boys, hoping that they had already completed fishing. The girls approached Aldred, talking about his successful catch. Tobak remained aside, upset, and suddenly his fishing rods. He immediately undertook to pull the hairline. Aldred and the girls went away, watching Tawaka carefully and supporting it in every possible way. Tavaka began to vigorously pull the fishing rod and shout loudly, focusing on the fight. A large fish jumped out of the river, but when Tuak lifted it, it turned out that it was quite small. The boys admired the skills of Tuka. Aisha looked at Toke and noted that the fish would slip out of his hands and return to the river. Toke answered her malicious look and began to threaten. The boys gathered together and began to think that they could be cooked from this fish. Aisha remembered the unsuccessful attempt of Toke to catch something. Subsequently, the company was divided into couples, and everyone went into the conversation. Toke was watching Aldred and could not understand what he was doing with fish. Meanwhile, Aldred began to explain to him how to cook fish properly. The boys looked at Aldrida in surprise, which he did not expect at all, and therefore got a little discord. Meanwhile, the boys were breeding bonfires and roasting fish. Suddenly, someone began to call Aisha. The girl in the apron pointed her finger on Aisha, noting that she was looking for a job again. After that, she began to speak. The stranger looked at the Aldred in surprise, after which she worshipped and named. Her name was Ain, and she was a sister of Aisha. Aldred also introduced to her. Toke noted that Aisha time to get back to work. She, watching the frying fish, promised, as soon as she eats, she will immediately get to business. After that, Aisha began to wonder where the boys went. Meanwhile, a loud scream was heard in a spacious house with a magnificent architecture in a spacious house with luxurious architecture. The indignant was a fair-haired man. His dissatisfaction was caused by the news of the disappearance of Aldrich. A black-haired man listened carefully to the king's shouts, remembering how Aldred's comrades once indicated him with a possible whereabouts. He did not stop talking about Aldred's search. The king, crossing his legs, said that the rest of the Aldred ended and he should immediately return to the kingdom. The dark-haired man worshipped in response, and quietly noted that he understood everything. Aldred, Flora, and Toke were taken on a fried fish skewer and started eating. It seemed to everyone in one voice that the dish was incredibly tasty. Two sisters tasted the fish silently. Ina noted that this time the fish is not bitter, but surprisingly delicious. Aisha began to repeat Aldred's words about how he cooks delicious fish. Tavok was surprised by her ingenuity. The boys sat around the campfire when Tavok was suddenly suggested by Aldrin to sell fish. Then he began to treat all the fruits. Flora tasted the fruit and became embarrassed. Tawaka squeezed the fruit juice on fried fish. Both sisters continued to taste fish, enjoying its unique taste. Aldred held fish in his hands and watched the happy faces of the boys. At that moment, it seemed to him that the day seemed surprisingly successful, and he only wished that all the following days were the same. The boys sat on the logs, eating the remains of fish. There were backpacks and empty wooden buckets. The picturesque panorama of the river and the thick forest opened behind their backs. A large bird was flying in the sky when it suddenly hit an arrow. The bird shouted loudly and spread its mighty wings wide. The arrow shot bird will fall down. Karina ran to the wounded bird, lifted him, and noted that Aldred was a real shooting master. Aldred only lifted his finger and added with a smile that he just felt a good wind. Aldred wondered that he had a lot of life experience behind his shoulders, while Karina could hardly brag about it. He noted that only experience and hard work can help. Meanwhile, Karina said she would go to pick the fruit. Aldred herself at this moment hung mascara on the branches of the tree. The guy stopped near the bushes. At this point, Karina noted that a skilled hunter would always attract the attention of women. And she was right. Aldred felt embarrassment. Aldred smiled awkwardly. While the boys were collecting berries, there was a conversation about heartfelt affairs between them. Subsequently, they returned to the village, where they were already waiting for a cheerful children. The children were quite interested in who Karen caught this time. It turned out that this year's prey became a hare. Aldred noted that the rabbits are very fast. Karina turned and replied that only the one who hit the birds just on the fly can speak about it. Friends were delighted. The children were distracted by the fruits, and they were enthusiastically considering them. Aldred, meanwhile, turned and moved away from the company. On the way, he met the girl and gave her the herbs, which he collected. The girl thanked Aldred for help. The children departed from the boys and began to wave them goodbye. Karina looked at Aldrida and noted that he seemed to be accustomed to the baby. Aldred, in response, waved the boys with his hand. The rays of the sun were gently illuminated the village. Aldred dissolved the wooden windows and admired a landscape that unfolded before his eyes. The Aldred room contained a spacious bed, a cabinet, a bedside table, and a small chair. Meanwhile, Aldred himself, along with other residents of the village, stood near the well, gaining water. Aldred was home. On the table in front of him stood plates with a variety of eating. He gladly tasted the dishes, considering them with genuine joy. Ben Aldred was on the street where he met the Flora. They warmly greeted. Together, they began to harvest and talk slowly about vegetables, and later started trying. Aldred stood before Flora, and they began discussing further plans a day. On her question, he answered that he wanted to arrange the land near his house. Flora listened carefully to his reasoning, and later suddenly blushed. The girl lifted her hands clenched in his fists and stated that she wanted to help Aldred to cultivate the ground near his dwelling. Aldrich intently agreed on Flora's proposal. In her eyes, sparks of joy were immediately shown. Flora promised that she would ask her father's instruments and will definitely return. She ran home, and Aldrich remained, thinking what this Flora is amazing. The boys were near the house of Aldrich. Tools were lying on the ground. They began to discuss what to start work. The boys went to put on gloves and armed with garden tools, discussing in parallel. First, they say, it is worth trying to plant a radish and then already carrots between cabbage. And the Flora just smiled soap, watching them. The Flora sat down and began to cut the grass. Aldred worked nearby, doing the same. He first examined the garden tool, then looked at the Flora. Watching her, Aldred gradually began to imitate her movements. Flora looked at Aldred and noted that he was skillfully having this tool. Aldred became a look at his gaze, mentally confessing to himself that he had mastered it precisely through the observation of Flora. The boys collected the grass and wore baskets from the vine. Subsequently, they talked about Aldred's past. He smiled the verse and nervously murmured something about a variety of monsters. Aldred, with anxiety, thought that he almost had a lot more about the fight. Behind him, Flora whispered something to herself. Aldred turned and quietly asked if everything was fine with her. The Flora suddenly got up and took another tool. She noted that if she saw a monster, she would certainly run into panic. The boys also got up, getting ready to start working in the field. Aldred swinging and starting to beat on the ground, and his comrades, who were near without stopping, plowed the ground further. He wiped sweat from his forehead, holding his breath for a moment. Alfred ran a hand on his face and looked at the plowed field. Flora stood nearby, holding a small vessel in her hands, and praised Alfred for her work. Aldrich drank from the Flora's pot, and in the meantime, she began to tell me how to use the plow properly, and that Aldrich does it not quite as it should. Redness gradually changed a wide smile. Aldred looked at her and thought that it would be good to have such a girl. He may have managed to live honestly with her again. Aldred spent all days in hunting and working on the field, and over time, the first fruits appeared on the plants. The boys worked tirelessly, taking care of the crop and fertilizing it. Aldred considered sprouts carefully. Flora explained that the harvest delay is a must-have part of this process. In her hands, there was a basket filled with plants. Aldred sat in the middle of the field, caring for the plants. It seemed to him that he devoted most of his time to this work. Flora helped him process the field. The work brought both joy. Subsequently, they carried a basket of beveled grass together, and they also harvested the first radish harvest. Aldred worked in the field when Flora approached him. In her hands, she kept a basket and greeted with him. They started a conversation about the harvest and the importance of mutual support. Flora blushed, looked away, and gave a basket of Aldred. Then, hesitating a little, she said that maybe Aldred would like to put her company at lunch. Aldred has readily accepted Flora's proposal. The boys decided to go to the flower field and have lunch there. Standing among the bright colors, they discussed what this place seemed incredible. The boys looked at the flowers, discussing them lively. The Flora looked and lowered on the grass near one of the bushes. Aldred did not look her eyes without realizing what she intended to do. Flora held several flowers in her hands and noted that some of them can be eaten while others are used in medicine. Alex looked at the flowers, listening carefully to Flora talking about them. He raised his hand to his chin and thought about something. Aldred clearly remembered the girl's legs and her dress. Therefore, he mentioned that 9 years ago, someone had already told him about it. Suddenly, Aldred was frightened, hearing a sharp roar. The Flora fell to the ground and reached out to the basket. However, Aldred lifted a basket and looked at her face, covered with tears. Aldred got the nose, and whimming the tears that jumped on the cheeks of the Flora. He reassured the girl, saying that she should suffer a little. The flower petals were circling in the air around the guys. Aldred met the Flora's gaze and suddenly surprised. She looked at him with crying eyes. Aldred looked carefully at the Florina face. From this, the Flora was even more red. She opened her mouth in confusion, trying to say something. The boys froze, looking at each other as the flower petals twisted around. Suddenly, Aldrida was loudly in his stomach. Flora put her hand to her face and laughed. Aldred was shaking and began to scratch his head thoughtfully, and then apologized for the misunderstanding. Flora moved forward, smiling. She noted that it was already a time of lunch, and it's time to go on. The flower petals circled in the air. Aldred followed her. He looked at the petal and noticed that it was at this moment that his stomach began to grumble quietly. Flora seems to have wanted to say something, but the Aldred interrupted her. Maybe she would speak a little later when the right opportunity would come. Flora's face was red, her lips trembled. She was on the verge of tears. Aisha looked at her with suspicion and noted that Flora did not tell him today. The girls sat at the table on which there was a tea service. Flora lowered her hands to her feet, and everything seemed to be swaying. Opposite her sat Aisha, who folded her hands together and looked at the Flora with disapproval. Flora looked at the set of tea and confidently answered Aisha's questions. Aisha was convinced that her best Flora girlfriend turned to her for advice. Aisha introduced Eldrida, and then turned her gaze to the school pants of Flora. At that moment, she thought that Eldred has an interest in Flora, but because of her shyness, she did not dare to confess to him. Aisha looked at the confused face of the Flora, and thought that she always remains good and attentive to others. Flora is extremely beautiful, but probably her character makes her suffering, because she does not find the strength to confess Aldrin in her own feelings. From these words, Aisha, who confessed that she liked Aldred 9 years ago, Flora was even harder and scolded. Aisha leaned on the table and sighed heavily. She thought that she did not know all the details of the past, because the boys were seen 9 years ago. Aisha imagined the boys talking to each other. At that time, she remembered that at that time Flora was only 9 years, and Aldred, 18. It was then that Flora fell in love with him. Aisha looked at the Flora and noted that Eldred himself remembered her after that meeting. Flora lowered her eyes and smiled, worriedly moved on a chair. Then Flora noted that Aldred recalled a few of the events of 9 years ago. Aisha exclaimed, sincerely surprised that the Flora was clear. Flora reported that she had already told Aldrich about the flowers, to which he noted, he heard this news from someone else. Aisha clenched his fists and exclaimed that everything was going well. Flora, putting her hands on her face, admired. When she realized that Eldred had mentioned her, she had filled her happiness. She did not even hold her tears. Aisha scattered and put her hand on her face, and then noted that Flora in fact thought of these 9 years. According to Aisha, Flora behaved surprisingly reasonably. Flora raised her hands to her face and began to shake her head slowly. Subsequently, she said that she feels such an incredible joy that she could not even gather thoughts. The Lodic Flora looked at Aisha and led on. At that moment, Aldred wiped her tears with her own handkerchief. They were quite close to each other. This closeness was extremely moving. Aisha's face reflected a whole range of feelings. Aisha hid her face in his palms, thinking about Flora completely hopeless. Flora's frightened voice assured that otherwise she could not do. The Flora wrapped their fingers, and the girls, in the meantime, continued to discuss the latest events related to Aldred. The cups standing on the table have long been empty. Flora raised her finger, noting that they often spend time in this place. Thinking, she looked away. Flora lowered her eyes from embarrassment and confessed that they accidentally touched each other while working. Aisha looked at the Flora with surprise, and saliva was slowly flowing from her mouth. Aisha thundered on the table and shouted with a cry that Flora was still too small. The Flora, noticeably confused, asked timidly if she could do something else. Aisha, putting her hand on her chin, thought for a moment. Then she touched her finger to the Flora and advised her to approach the Aldred, lean on him and share her own experiences. Flora covered her hands and shouted with shame, saying that she would never be able to do anything so shameful. Aisha wondered, if so, then what can the Flora herself offer? Flora put her hand to her face, surprised by Aisha's words. But she warned, if the Flora does not dare now, someone else will certainly take away the Aldred. Aisha took the cup and joined the conversation in which the girls were still discussing Aldred. They considered him extremely desirable brides. Holding the cup in her hands, Aisha noted that Flora should confess Aldred in her feelings. In the eyes, the Flora gleamed tears. She admitted in a trembling voice that it is extremely shy and could not afford to lose even these relationships she now. Aisha thoughtfully looked at the flowers and thought that there should be an opportunity for Flora to express her own feelings on her own. Suddenly, she was aware of the idea. She noticed that it was possible to convey emotions with the help of flowers, just as Flora's father once did. Flora grabbed her face and exclaimed enthusiastically that it was a great idea. Aisha began to encourage her girlfriend, reminding her that other girls could take the attention of Aldred. Flora's face was even more embarrassed, but she assured that she understands everything. She is about to collect these flowers for Aldred, give them to him, and then open her feelings. Aisha just smiled back, watching her girlfriend carefully. Meanwhile, Aldred and Karina went the forest. On the one hand, the paths were thick bushes, and on the other, there were shelves and cut-down stumps. The boys suddenly froze when they heard a strange sound. Aldred looked forward with a tired look, and Karina was standing behind him. Aldred scratched his face and noted that today the forest seemed strange. Karina replied that the animals behaved too quietly. Suddenly, the hoof was hid in silence, and Aldred was immediately alert. Aldred got a bow and arrow. Behind him, Karina did the same. The young man began to aim and quietly remarked that 2 sarns were approaching from the west. Elena, with branched horns, suddenly jumped out of the bushes. Aldred and Karina noticed them and immediately released arrows. The boys' arrows hit the animals in their heads, and they fell to the ground. The boys lowered the meadows and looked carefully at the breathless body. The boys came to the animal mascara. Discussing a successful hunt, they agreed that it was time to return to the village. Suddenly, a man jumped out of the bushes. It was Karina's teacher, who smiled widely. Karina herself, without expecting such, was frightened to the edge. Karina clenched her hand into his fist and said excitedly that she seems. The bear moves in her direction. The man was scratching the back and agreed that her anxiety had reasons. The man showed the boys a piece of wool. They immediately began to discuss that the bear had found traces nearby. They decided to gather other hunters and notify them of this find. Karina looked at the boys who tried to reassure her. Men were looking at, and the teacher noted that the bears did not always go to the villages, but they can get to the flower garden. The teacher gently stroked Karina on her head. Aldred meanwhile thought, it may be possible to call for help in the village, but the guild was too far. So he came to the conclusion that he would have to be more vigilant. The teacher was gently spent her hand on Karen's hair and laughed. Aldred, imagining a flowering field, looked away. But in a moment he remembered that he should protect the peasants from the bear. Aldred looked tiredly into the forest, realizing that he would soon have to take his sword again. Then the men decided to return to the village. Karina's teacher shouted that he would convince the eldest. Karini should be announced the southern part, and Eldred had to warn people on the flower field. The young people immediately rushed to the task to accomplish their tasks. Aldred hurriedly raced the garden towards the village. Children worked in the fields. They were harvesting. Seeing Aldred, the baby began to greet and ask him lively about hunting. Aldred briefly apologized and swept past the children, lifting a cloud of dust. Once near the man, he reported that a monster appeared in the mountains, which is why Aldred came to warn people in the flower garden. Blondin shouted, after which he began to discuss the monster and the threat she carried the village residents. Aldred hurried to find other peasants to warn them of danger. Blondin told the residents about the monster, as well as Karenin, the teacher. The villagers were frightened. Aldred was in the middle of the field. There he met a woman with his children and immediately warned them of danger. And then, not wasting time, he began to call and shout those who could stay in the garden among the flowers. There was no one in the flower garden. For a while, the boys were at the toque house. He stood with the bow, inflating the bowstring and aiming at. Friends, meanwhile, had a conversation about the red bear, and Aldred, smiling, watched Toque's workout. Tavak trembling from tension. Toque explained that he was able to make bows, but in shooting is not too skilled. Then Toka released the arrow into the target. The arrow, which was released by Top K, hit the tree trunk. Top the kick frozen in place, not taking a step. For a while, the boys looked silently at the arrow that was stuck in the tree, and did not rush the words. Toaka closed his eyes tightly and exhaled heavily, saying that he was feeling better than before. Aldred stood aside, pouring sweat. The boys looked at the target and had a lively conversation about the art of firing from bows. Aldred talked to a girl and an elderly woman when the Albus suddenly rushed to them, shouting that he could not find a Flora. There was no soul on the village streets. Albus and Alder discussed that they had not seen the Flora for a long time. They assumed that it may now work in vineyards. Albus dropped his gaze with annoyance, confessing that he sincerely hopes to find Flora in Vinohradniki. His face became even sad. Albus lowered his gaze and expressed his hope that this time everything would not happen like 9 years ago. Aldrin wanted to answer something, but suddenly felt someone noticed his presence. Aisha ran to the boys, tears flowed from her eyes. She grabbed Aldrina by trying to breathe and say something. Aldred guessed that something had happened to Flora. Aisha kept firm for him, and Aldred tried to find out what it was so alert. Aisha could not calm down in any way. Her face was burning with a blush, and tears were pouring out of her eyes. She only whispered with the names Aldred and Flora. Aldred, stunned, did not look from the girl. Aldred trembled with fear, scared his gaze. He held his arms aroused Aisha firmly, tears of which were stabbed on his cheeks. Alba stood next to her, trying to reassure her. The landscape of the trees opened the landscape on the high mountains. Somewhere in the valley there was a deft clutching of the hooves. Several deer, among which one was without a horn, flew from someone, jumping from stone to stone. From the mouth of one of them, saliva flowed. A to get deer fell to the ground, flying from a high rock. From this stones, it trembled, and later it was completely crumbled on small debris. From the rocks, a giant monster suddenly jumped out with open and sharp fangs. It chased after deer with one horn, pursuing it with a wide open mouth. The monster lifted the paw with sharp claws and hit. Her jaws with a deft click closed, but the deer was no longer in place. The animal rushed on the side, loosening between the massive tree trunks. A loud sound came above all the terrain, and a pillar of dust was taken into the air. The deer began to fall, and cuttings of trees and stone blocks were hanging around it in the air. The space was filled with fragments of rocks and clouds of dust. The deer lay on the ground among the cut tree trunks and scattered stones. The monster drained from the mouth, and slowly his jaws began to flow. Someone struck through the forest. The mold was alarmed and she exacerbated her hearing. She got up and began to carefully inspect the surrounding area, and saliva and blood flowed along her jaw. The black insurance appeared on a large visor, firmly clutching his claws into the stone and looking carefully at the surrounding area. Soon, his gaze stopped at a figure nearby. The monster looked down and saw the Flora sitting at the foot of the rock on which he stood. The girl dropped on her knees and collected medicinal herbs, and a small basket was standing next to her. Allred was in his home and immediately alerted. He opened the door, looked at the sword wrapped in bandages, and confessed that he did not believe at all he would ever have to take up weapons again. Aldred remembered how he first saw Aisha, who was sobbing. She shouted that the Flora could be just where the red bear appeared. Squeezing his teeth, the Aldred set out to remove the ribbon, which was wrapped in his sword. Aldred raced the forest and a flower field, with his sword behind his back. It was difficult to run. The body seemed incredibly heavy, although when hunting in the mountains it was used to such loads. But even it did not compare with grueling training since his adventure life. He knew it was impossible to delay. You need to hurry. Aldrich raced through the flower field, crushing the petals under his feet. His face was red and his teeth were tightly clenched. Around Eldrida began to darken, and light petals of flowers circled in the air. He ran and thought only for one thing, as if to avoid the battles with the monster. It was here that he hoped to find peace on a well-deserved rest. Aldred stood with his sword in his hands. The cloak was spreading in the wind. He thought that he used to sought only carefree happiness, and, having received the desired, lost the real meaning to fight further. Aldred was still running with a sword's vagina behind his back. Suddenly a shimmering light appeared ahead. It seemed to him that he was holding his sword again as he had once. But what does he do in the forest now? Aldred remembered how Flora looked at him with a smile. At that moment, he seemed to be fighting for a priceless place among friends. But above all, he sought to protect a loved one. He wanted to protect the Flora. Aldred mentioned many expressions that changed the face of the Flora, and realized he fell in love with her from the first meeting, so he should protect her at any cost. Suddenly, he stopped sharply, and trying to breathe in his breath, began to breathe. Aldred stopped, staring at the dark thicket of the forest. On his back hung a sword in the vagina. Turning his breath, he carefully moved further, making his way through the thickets of a thick shrub. Sweat drops made on the face of Aldred, and he restlessly looked around. Shrubs grew densely around him. Aldred heard a desperate cry and imagined a frightened Flora that frozen in place, holding several flowers in his hands. From the fear of the Aldred blushed. The monster with claws and the open mouth was rushing behind the Flora. It swung on the girl paw. The Flora fell to the ground and covered with a hand. At that moment, Aldrin appeared nearby. He rushed to the monster, shouting Flora to bend. The Flora obediently conquered Aldred. She fell to the ground and covered her head with her hands. Aldred became her and a monster, and then struck him. The strike of Aldred got a monster right in the neck. It protected from pain and confusion, and saliva flowed from his mouth. The Flora lay on the ground apart, and Aldred himself with the sword and the monster were at a distance from the girl. Flora held her hands on her head before she carefully rose and looked at Aldred. He stood just in front of her. Meanwhile, the monster was growing up and more rapidly raged. Aldred wondered if everything was fine with the girl. Flora, frightened, only exclaimed his name and staying on the ground. The monster was angry even harder. It conquered the mouth and switched to the armed Aldrida. The face of the Flora was filled with tears, and in the look, fear was red for Aldred. Having met her eyes, he said that he was extremely dangerous here, and advised Flora to go immediately. The face of the Aldred was blurred. He froze, and glancing at the crying Flora, suddenly remembered a little girl with the same tears on his cheeks that resembled the Flora. Alardred remembered how a girl was standing before him and smiling. He carried her in her hands through the field, remembering her story about flowers. Aldred looked at the Flora that sat scared on the ground, and wondered if this girl, rescued by him 9 years ago, was a Flora. At this point, the monster spread his mouth and was ready to rush. Flora shuddered and looked away. Flora screamed, shouting the name of Aldred, just when the clawed paw monster was hanging over him. Aldred managed to bounce and put a sword in front of him. The next moment the monster hit the weapon. In his paw, the sword of Aldred was firmly clamped. The monster rose to the hind legs, firmly clutching the sword of Aldred. Aldred restrained him, shaking with the whole body. Then he turned to the Flora, convincing her to go and assured that everything would be fine with him. However, Flora tried to interfere with him. Aldred, smiling at the Flora, and assured that he did not lose the red bear, because she remembers the case of 9 years ago. The Flora was fascinated by itself. As Flora repeated the words of Aldred, her face changed instantly. She splashed, and in her eyes the tears of joy shone. Flora, clutching flowers, suddenly rushed. At this time, Aldred and the monster detained each other in a fixed clash. Squeezing his teeth, Aldred confessed that he finally felt the weight of the sword in his hand. Washing weapons, Aldred forced the monster to retreat a few steps ago. The monster began to walk in a circle, conjugating the fangs. Aldred raised his hand with his sword, and suddenly a bright light shone from the blade. Aldred stood alert, his sword glowed brightly every minute. Flora, hiding behind a tree, watched the action with delight. The monster rushed to Aldred, and he rested strongly on the offensive. The monster glowed his teeth and rushed to Aldred, hitting him with a clawed paw. Aldred answered the sword with a rapid sword, and after his attack, his paw monster broke up into debris. The monster looked at her paw with surprise. The parts of it began to settle on the ground one by one. Aldred stood in a battle rack, squeezing the sword firmly in his hands. The Flora, stunned by what was seen, opened her mouth wide. Aldred took a battle rack and rushed to an attack on the monster. Bright lights flashed around him, and the monster himself began to make loud, piercing sounds. In the end, the monster fell to the ground, and near his body, tree trunks and leaves were swollen. Aldred stood in front of a fallen giant, holding a sword in his hands. The glow of Aldred's sword gradually faded, after which he carefully put it in the vagina behind his back. Aldred thought that if you fill the sword with mania, it can greatly enhance its properties. With such power, the blades would be able to break through even a dragon or solid scales. The Aldred was slightly blushed, and the Flora rushed into his arms. Her face was blossomed with a blush and tears swollen in her eyes. Young people stood opposite each other. Aldred wondered if everything was fine. Flora confessed that she was a little scared, but it was Aldred who saved her. The boys went through the flower field, silently immersed in their own thoughts. They were confused. Aldred looked at the Flora, and immediately realized that it was he who saved it 9 years ago. It is amazing that that day was so brightly etched in his memory. The faces of the Aldred was blurred. In his thoughts, Flora meant more for him than just a girlfriend, and how to confess to her, he did not know. The Flora, meanwhile, stood apart and looked in front of itself. The Flora stopped near the tree that stood in the middle of the flower field, and kept breathing from admiration. In the wind around the mentors, leaves and petals circled. The young man stopped in the middle of the flower field, near the tree. The Flora remembered one event that happened 9 years ago. Aldred confessed that he just remembered her, and apologized for it. Flora closed her eyes and began to tell how she tried to forget the case, but no effort was not enough. Aldred already wanted to say something, but she interrupted him. Flora's face was blossomed. She smiled and thanked Eldred for salvation. Eldred laughed fun. He was awakened awkwardly, and then glanced at the Flora that stood in front of him with a flower in his hand. Tears appeared in the eyes of the Flora, and the wind spread her hair. Smiling through tears, she confessed that Aldred has been in love for 9 years. The faces of the Aldred blushed. His lips are surprised. The Flora closed her eyes and continued to smile. Aldred rubbed his eyes, thinking whether everything that was said by Flora can be true. Aldred took a flower, Flora, and she noted that if you give this flower to the one who likes, you will certainly be together. Aldred smiled and looked at the Flora. Then he confessed that he also loves her. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks and tears shouted in her eyes. Aldred kept a flower in his hand, which Flora gave him, and suddenly hugged it. Flora looked at herself in surprise, and later she leaned against Aldred. The boys stood, hugging each other for a long time. Tears flowed on the cheeks of the Flora. In the air around, friends circled flower petals. Flora lightly touched the smiling face of the Aldred, and in response he gently touched her ignited cheeks. Soon, both of them dreamed towards each other. The boys kissed just in the middle of the flower field, next to the spreading tree. The flowers and leaves that fell from the branches were circling around in the air. The boys were in a village where bright flowers blossomed near low homes. The locals warmly met Flora and Aldrina, sincerely rejoicing that everything was fine with them. Aldrin and Flora walked, holding hands. Hearing the voice of one of the peasants, the Albus turned anxiously. Someone shouted that the boys had already returned. Albus, along with his wife and Aisha, moved towards. Aisha was ahead of the Albus. Aisha hugged the Flora. There were still traces of tears on her face. She repeatedly repeated the name of the Flora, without persecuted for a moment. Albus watched the girls with surprise. Aldred looked at the girls lying on the ground. Flora and Aisha sat side by side on the grass. Aisha, worriedly interested in the state of the Flora, apologized for her act. After that, the girls took their hands and began to climb from the ground. Flora stood next to her parents. Albus reported that it seems that the girl was not really injured. Flora only confirmed his words. Meanwhile, other peasants approached the boys. Everyone was happy about their return. Flora hugged her mother, while Albus watched the girls with a smile. Aisha wiped tears from her face a little, and Aldred stood on the side without hiding a satisfied smile, and followed everything that happened. The inhabitants of antiquity approached Aldred and began to clap his back together. Everyone, as one, assured that if someone really dares to go to the dangerous area for Flora, then it will be only Aldred. He mentally noted that the present probably know nothing about his past. Toakuk, putting his hands and with a smile, noted that thanks to Aldrida, everything was safe. Aldred in response thanked Toakuk for his kind words. The girl stood away and told about the monster that attacked the Flora. As the peasants realized that the red bear really attacked the Flora, everyone stopped in numbness, and a depressing silence hung over the crowd. Flora remembered the Aldred struggled with the monster, holding her light sword in her hands. The girl began to tell that it was then that the bear attacked her, and Aldred became a monster between her, protecting her. The peasants began to discuss the history of Flora with fear. She reassured them, assuring that nothing to fear. Aldrin had already dealt with the monster. Tavak and Aisha were surprised to look at the guys. Aldred closed his eyes and began to squeeze his pants in his back pocket. He reminded the audience that he was once a traveler. He then got out of his pocket and showed the residents sharp fangs and claws of the victorious monster. Karina's teacher took a monster's claw and examined him carefully. Then he was surprised if Aldred himself did with such a powerful creature. No one even suspected that Aldred was so strong. Aldred himself wondered if he was really so invisible to the environment. The peasants were silently watching Flora and Frit. The latter waved her hands briskly, telling how Aldred fought with a monster. Aldred stood away. His cheeks were burning with shame. Tavak and Aisha kept next to Flora. Karina, raising her finger, noted that Aldred was really impressive. Her teacher supported this opinion. As Aldred was nervously scratching his head, Karina began to scold the boy. The Karina teacher noted that they should go on the body of the red bear. Aldred said he would go with them too. Karina's teacher winked and assured that Aldred should rest. The rest of them would be done. He asked to stay with the Flora. Karina stood side by side, smiling gently. Aldred cast his gaze on Flora's sparkling face. The teacher, together with Karina, decided to leave the house, and all other residents agreed to help them. The Aldred and Flora family expressed their gratitude to the house with a small bow. Aishi invited Tvok to return, while Flora supported and cheered the girl. Tok turned away and began to make fun of Aisha. In response, she strictly looked at him and advised to silence. The girls, holding hands, supported each other, encouraging and inspiring. Flora's face was embarrassed, but soon she smiled and confessed, if it weren't for Aisha, she would have left everything with her. Aisha and Toakuk, smiling, turned to Aldred. They say, Flora will have to tell the boys all the stories in more detail. After that, Aisha and Toakuk left the company. Flora's parents, staying with Flora and Aldred, also decided to say goodbye and go. Flora looked thoughtfully at Aldred. His face was slightly blushed, and he thought that this day seemed unusually difficult. Flora would be better to spend time with his family. The mother of Flora put her hand on her shoulder. Smiling, she asked Aldred to care for their daughter. Albus smiled approvingly, supporting his wife's words. When Flora heard the words of her parents, her face was lit by a blush. Aldred looked at her in surprise, and then a smile appeared on his mouth. Flora returned to her parents, spread her hands wide and exclaimed with despair that she did not understand what they mean. Aldrin at this time stood aside. Flora's parents, having exchanged their eyes, told them that Aisha confessed to them. Flora went to the forest just behind that flower, and even behind this, which sticking behind Aldrina's back. Hearing the Flora from their parents that the confession has been successful, and now they with Aldred Parr, they both feared back. The Flora was so lost, so that she could not utter a word. Aldred looked back at the flower behind himself. The mother of Flora with a smile put her hands and reported that the boys had a difficult day, so they could stay in the house of Aldrich. The boys puzzled out on their parents, Flora covered with unexpected fear. Surprised, Aldred asked Albus that their words could mean. The tears of joy performed in the eyes of Albus, and he explained that his daughter had grown up and would soon become a bride. Aldred, embarrassed, went aside and blushed even more. Flora's parents turned to Aldrida, noting that they would have nothing to call him. Flora hurriedly tried to reassure his parents, and Aldred himself, meanwhile, began to tremble. Flora and Aldred broke out of embarrassment, exchanged views. Then the mother of Flora pushed her daughter forward, noting that from now on Aldred should take care of her. Flora was in the arms of Aldred. The children were standing nearby, looking at their parents of Flora that waved their hands and kept each other. Aldred and Flora stood still, hugging each other. Their faces were easy to read embarrassment. Behind the children rose squat houses, between which the shrubs grew. Flora and Aldred looked up nervously. The first silence violated the Aldred, noting that they could now go home. Flora supported his opinion. Above the village stretched the sky, which slowly floated fluffy clouds. The boys went side by side to the house of Aldred. Silence prevailed around. Aldred opened Flory's door with a smile on his face. She stood silently and looked in the inseparably. Before entering the houses, Aldred looked at the Flora and assured that from now on, his home was always open to her. He asked that she did not hesitate to turn to him at any time. The Flora's cheeks were slightly bad, and she did not look away from Aldred. A light blush appeared on the Flora's face. She smiled and assured that she understood everything. Together with Aldred, they entered the house, and Aldred held the door handle. The girl reported that this house would belong to both of them. Flora, smiling, looked at Aldred and reported that he could prepare tea for them, and he could rest in the meantime. With these words, she removed street shoes and dressed in house slippers. The Flora entered the kitchen, where pots and pans stood. She took a transparent jar with dried leaves and approached the kettle, near which a few more cans were placed. The Flora closed her eyes and, smiling, continued to brew tea. Aldred sat on a chair opposite her, and without hiding the smiles, watched her. The kettle boiled on the stove, and the Flora, meanwhile, constantly mixed the ingredients for tea. The girl took dried fruits and gently crushed them into a glass kettle, preparing for brewing. The Flora took the kettle with boiling water and began to brew tea. She threw the leaves of mint into the water, and the smell of tea quickly filled the room. Aldred, with his eyes closed, breathed him, and, holding his breath, enjoyed the aroma. Flora smiled, noting that she had already prepared everything. She got the candy from a paper bag and put them on a plate. Then she strained the tea and spilled it into the cups. The Flora put a tea service on a tray and brought it to the table behind which the Aldred sat. She reported she had brewed tea with apples and mint. Aldred thanked her for the drink, took the cup, and made the first sip. The faces of Aldred shone with pleasure. He even slightly blushed and confessed that the tea is surprisingly delicious. Flora, smiling shyly, sat in front of him, gently holding the cup in her hands. Then the Flora closed her eyes and lifted the cup to her lips, giving way to the taste of tea. The hot steam rose over the drink, reminding that the tea had just brewed. Flora took tea and suggested Eldrida. He reached out and accepted her proposal. Holding the cup in his hands, Eldred smiled at the Flora. She also admitted that she may not do quite correctly. Aldred chewed and, smiling, assured that she was doing everything right. He is just incredibly happy now. The Flora smiled gently and looked at Aldred, and his ears turned blushed from embarrassment. Tea still remained in the cups. The boys continued to cook together in one kitchen. There were several plates with different dishes on the table. All this time they were easy to spend together, enjoying communication and fun. The boys talked until the sun set. Flora, holding a fork, laughed with Aldred cheerfully. Subsequently, everyone began to wash dishes. The deep darkness was already prevailing outside, and in the night sky, bright dawns began to flash one by one. Aldred, along with the Flora, sat at an empty table. They shyly lowered their eyes and remained silent. On the head of the Flora was a ribbon decorated with flowers. Aldred looked up and looked at the Flora. The girl answered him the same, and for some time, there was a silent pause for some time. In the end, somewhere deep inside, Aldred smiled hard. He later called the Flora. The girl was scared. Aldred began to hint that he would like to take a bath with Flora. But suddenly climbing from the chair, she exclaimed that she was clear to her, and stated that she would spend the night in the bedroom. Flora, standing on a cold floor, laid her hands on the table, and repeated Aldred's words about bathing. Aldred replied that he was very sweating today, and therefore wants to wash, because the body must be kept clean. Hearing this, Flora noted that she would go to the bathroom after him. Aldrich reached out to the Flora and noted that they would go to the bathroom together. The Flora's cheeks were even greater. The boys were in the bathroom. Flora, embarrassed with a blushing, exclaimed that the bath was not ready at all. Aldred, holding a basket in his hands, assured that with the help of his magic would handle it in a moment. The Flora only covered with palms burning with shame. Aldred put his finger on his face and confessed that he was embarrassing, but noted that if you swim separately, it would take much more time. Flora looked at him with surprise. The Flora pressed her hands to her chest, and Aldred approached her. She lowered the bottom silently and turned away from Aldred. Flora glanced at the Aldred and quietly said that he shares his thoughts. The cheeks of her still remained burned. Flora stood to Aldred with his back. Aldred reached for her corset and a slight movement of the lace. The Flora cheeks were even more blush. She turned sharply to Aldred and, without holding back emotions, began to shout his name. Flora pressed her hands to her chest and lowered. She closed her eyes and slowly began to stretch the button on her dress. Flora felt a strong shame. Unbuttoning a corset, she was left only in the shirt. Her face was burning, and her hair closed it almost completely. At this time, Aldred also found himself without clothes, and, returning, looked at the Flora. Flora did not remove her hands from the axe. One of the straps slid from her shoulder. Aldred approached her. The faces of both were buried with embarrassment. Smiling, Aldred carefully asked if Flora was all right. She did not look, but nodded silently. Aldred reached out to the shoulder of the Flora, gently shifting another strap of his shirt from her shoulder. The Flora closed her eyes and then lowered her hands to the bottom. The Flora's shirt slid from her body and fell to the floor. She hurried to cover herself with her hands, looked away and said quietly that Aldred should not look at her. The Flora covered the body with her hands, and her loose hair fluttered around. Thinking it a moment, she looked up at Aldrina. A girl named Flora is surprised to tell about the amazing properties of magical things. Thanks to them, she says, you can fill the bath with hot water in just a moment. The young man and the girl sat together in the bath, fully immersed in the water and confused because of such closeness. The protagonist noted that it is quite convenient and inexpensive. He has a lot of such things in stock. At that time, the Flora, by the way, said that it would not mind taking a bath at least daily. Nobody answered her words. The young man, still sitting in the bathroom, turns not only from hot water, but also from embarrassment. His cheeks are poured with a blush, and the gaze turns to a girl sitting nearby. The Flora is moving into the water. Thin strands of hair fall on her face. The girl's cheeks are blushing, and drops of water are still flowing from his face and hands. She is embarrassed, sitting so close to the main character, and she is silent without deciding to say a single word. Both characters sit nearby, overflowing with anxiety. The young man throws a confused look at his companion, slightly open his mouth as if trying to say something. The young man returns to the Flora and asks if she would like to get closer to him. In response, the girl suddenly begins to tremble markedly. Her face changes, and shyness increases even more. She pretends that she did not hear the young man's offer. Then the protagonist decides to act on his own. He submits closer to the girl. She tries to move instinctively, while Aldred smiles. His smile clearly makes it clear that he won't let go of the Flora. The guy grabs the girl by the right shoulder and sharply attracts to herself, ordered not to be such a timid. The Flora is zooming, but despite this, under pressure, still holds the boy, shouting that she is too close to Aldred. She is still embarrassing and uncomfortable. The main character takes the girl by the hand and gently holds her as if asking if it is time to wash away all the foam and soap. The girl does not resist, calmly stretches her husband's palm. Having become discouraged because of what was happening, the girl clenched his fists, closed her eyes, and her cheeks were even brighter than a blush. Flora, in a trembling voice, reported that she massages the boy's back. Aldrin did not deny. Only in surprise he raised his eyebrow. Going out of the bath, the guy and the girl sit side by side. The young man moves on the stool, returns and looks at the Flora closely over his shoulder. The girl takes a towel and begins to wipe his younger back. It is easily bent forward. Flora, without even knowing it, gently rubs his back to the boy. His cheeks were even harder with a blush, but the girl does not notice it. She works focused, smiling with pleasure, and carefully soaps the back of the main character. The girl's eyes were happily shown. She looks carefully at the boy like a curious kitten, holding her hands on his shoulders. Feeling the strength of his body, she with a smile notes that Aldo-san was so muscular. The Flora suddenly approaches the guy and easily touches his soft skin. She is carefully pressed against him, silently, without saying a word. The guy gives a whistle through his clenched teeth, and the surprise on his face is only growing. Aldred feels embarrassment because the Flora is getting closer to it. She rubs her back more and more, perhaps not even realizing it. She is simply unknown how the hero reacts. The guy wins his eyes with all his strength, trying to force himself not to look at the body of the Flora. My own thoughts from this become even more aware. The girl notices how a great tremors pierce the body of Aldo, and smiling, looks at his soap back. She asks with interest if the protagonist is really so pleasant. He hurries to hide not only his blush, but also the expression of the face. The girl takes the bowl standing nearby, and pours from her the water to the boy on his back, washing off the remains of soap and foam. When it is over, she asks the hero to get up and return to her. The young man gets out of the chair, allowing the girl to wipe his body. The Flora gently draws a towel on his chest, and the whole body of the hero is again in soap foam. The girl with light movements leads a towel on her chest with her thin hands. The foam is thickening, blisters appear. In the mind of the young man, he suddenly thought, he really likes to feel a soft towel on his skin. The guy is embarrassed, sweat comes on his face, and he already guesses what will happen next. When a girl removes a towel from a place where the skin seems soft, her look suddenly becomes surprised, and she lowers her eyes down. The young man at the same moment shudders, and asks her to stop. The Flora is surprised to open your eyes. Surprise, she is trembling, and she screams. The cheeks are red, and now everything becomes clear. Having bounced from the boy, the girl screams, then casts a look at him and apologizes. Her cheeks flare up with a blush. She did not have any bad. The guy in response is in a hurry to justify himself, they say. This is a natural reaction. Sometimes it happens. Squeezing her lips, the girl gradually calms down and replies that her mother told her. Although the confusion has not disappeared, she now clearly understands what he has to do. From such words, the protagonist embarrasses and casts a confused look at the girl. He feels that the situation goes too far, imagines what the Flora will do now, but does not dare to stop it. Becoming the top, the companion of the protagonist looked confused. It was embarrassed and uncertainty, but it did not retreat. It was too late. The young man turns to a girl by name, obviously wanting to stop her. But she replies that it will be quite difficult to continue to wash if she does not help the problem that has arisen. The girl covers and squeezes with both hands, and it immediately makes the boy shudder with the whole body. The protagonist closes his eyes. Drops of sweat flow on his cheeks, and the forehead blushes. The Flora leans a little closer. The young man cams his fists and the girl opposite her knees. The protagonist of the verse calms, closes his soft mouth and shifts his eyebrows to the bridge. It is difficult for him to withstand it. All feelings of the girl's touch are found to be different than those who give their own hands. Hands still perform smooth movements, crossing from beginning to end. The hero exhales, opens his eyes, and looks at a young girl focusedly. He asks the Flora to keep it stronger what she holds in her hands and act a little faster. The heroine stops and looks at the boy. Her cheeks were barely bad. She nods and says she now understands how to act. The girl squeezes the long part of her body even stronger and begins to move her hands vigorously. I have no effort to restrain myself. While these events are unfolding around, the guy thinks that he should definitely try to fulfill the plan that has just died in his mind. The protagonist, clenching his previously relaxed hand into a strong fist, returns to the Flora. He wants the girl to take this part to his mouth. The Flora is surprised to open his lips like duck and looks at him with his eyes that burning with fire. Lightly open the mouth. Flora directs breathing to the already hot area, burning it even harder, and looks carefully. After that, the girl opens her full lips. In the mind of the protagonist's companion, the image of the boy is snapped. He still looks at her with the same look as before. But the girl already realizes, Aldo loves Aldo. The imagination of the Flora is filled with living images. As the protagonist laughs carelessly with the little things, how funny he looks with wet, squat hair, as she smiles sincerely, stretching her flowers. The girl tries to understand exactly what her love is conditioned for this boy. At the same time, he was mentioned how he first saw a little girl named Flora. She shone with a joyful smile, muddy, standing in her gorgeous dress. He clearly remembers that at that moment the girl had already felt sympathy for him. Seeing the Flora, the hero recalls how he once saved her. Before his inner look, an adult image of a girl stands. She stands with a basket and wipes sweat from his forehead. Tears of joy on her face fall in memory when she received flowers. At that moment, the guy with a trepidation realizes that he was in love with her. The young man suddenly realizes his feelings for Flora. The bathroom comes with muted squirrels and muted moan. The main character's companion breathes hard and holds himself with his hands, so as not to fall on the floor. Her body trembles from experienced sensations, because she feels even more pleasure after the boy's words. He assures that the Flora is simply incredible. The young heroine copes with her business perfectly, and, learning that the guy is already in a hurry to her, she only adds a pace, getting ready to reap the fruits of her efforts. The girl muttering something and continues to move her head quickly. She does not need to be ordered. She already understands how to behave. At some point, the Flora stops. Tears appear in her eyes. She quietly, with a note of the question, sings and feels warm in her mouth, but does not remove, swallowing the wave behind the wave. The girl feels like her mouth flows with a liquid mixed with saliva, and shelters her nose to something soft. The man does not make any attempt to remove her. The heroine's hands are noticeably trembling, and if she did not hold on, leaning against the floor, he would probably have fallen for a long time. Tears roll from her eyelashes. She whispers softly and muddy, bringing her eyebrows to the bridge. Finally, when everything ends, the girl no longer speaks a word. The young man directs his slightly confused and blurred look at his companion after the fascinating completion. The Flora looks carefully at the main character, and he gently touches her cheeks with his palm. They are silently found in views, because now they are nothing to them. Everything is clear without them. The silence violates the quiet voice of the boy. He thanks the girl for the help she provided him. It gives rise to genuine joy in a young beauty. A smile appears on her face, because she managed to comfort the one she loves. The heroine takes the man by the hand and presses her to her burning face. It closes the eyes, and even a wider smile blooms on the mouth. It is at this moment that Aldo is convinced that this night will be hot. The guy and the girl move from the bathroom to the bedroom. The hero presses Florida to the bed and kisses her passionately. Their palms are closely intertwined. There are no crumbs of free space between the bodies. A quiet murmur is poured across the room. Having removed, the protagonist gently touches the tip of his nose to another and exhales in the girlfriend's mouth. Their moment of the kiss suddenly interrupts the Flora. The irritation man exhales and closes his eyes. Flora immediately breaks into a cry, accusing the protagonist and his unwavering touches. Suddenly, the protagonist grabs the girl for the inside of the thigh and turns her in a sharp movement so that she is now lying face to him. The Flora is embarrassed even more and blush, meeting with a young man. Aldred soothes the girl, explaining that it is quite natural and there is no reason for shame. After his words, her body shudders, she moaning sweetly, closing her eyes. Opening her eyes, the girl feels the final approaching and tells the boy that if he continues to move at the same speed, she will soon finish her business. The heroine squeezes the sheets firmly. The tension covers her hands and the whole body. It trembles, while the walls of the room are echoed with exclamations and hoarse moans. The girl barely opens her lips, trying to take a breath after the pleasure that she has passed her whole body. She squeezes the fingers of the left hand and turns her eyes, and moisture shines in her eyes. The protagonist is wondering if Flora is fine. She assures that yes and adds that she is ready to move on. The girl reaches out to the boy to touch him. It is at this moment that Aldo-san announces that he intends to enter. The young man opens his mouth, but he fades, hesitating for a moment. The girl screams and tries to get up. She complains of pain, muds up. She did not expect such a sharp push. Her mouth is revealed in a silent moan. The young man stops and holds his gaze on the Flora, hesitating. He does not want to harm his companion, but she gently takes his palm into her hand and interweaves her fingers. Tears shine in the eyes of the Flora, but she continues to stop Aldo, despite his pain. The heroine wraps her hands with her neck, firmly presses him, hugging with both hands. The Flora slightly stifles her eyes, moaning quietly, and her eyebrows converge to the nose. Sleeping his eyelids, the girl barely opened her mouth and looked into the eyes of a boy sitting opposite. They went too far, but nothing could stop them. Both sought pleasure. Both hands are woven. The man squeezes the girl's palm firmly and presses her to the bed. The room has wheezing and exclamations, as if rapping them with their heads. Flora tried to turn to the main character by name, and only incomprehensible syllables instead of a clear word were erupted from her mouth. Her hair fell on the face, hiding it from a look. Aldred approaches the ignited face of the Flora, exhales gently on her lips, looks into her transparent eyes and does not say a word. Here any words would be superfluous. Both already feel how deeply they love each other. Flora and Aldo fasten their feelings as a gentle, soft kiss, from which the blush on their faces only intensifies. A young man and a girl shyly lower their eyes, whimpering with each other's words that are lost in the gentle touch of their mouths. The protagonist of the protagonist raises his leg and, moving away, feels the man accelerates again. The girl squeezes the curtailed linen with her left hand and screams uncontrollably. Flora, despite its confusion, confesses that she feels something great and strong, and she likes all the feelings. The heroine's gaze is directed at the boy's face. She looks at him, his cheeks flashed with a blush, and her tangled hair fell on her eyes. Aldo reports Flori that there is a little left, and he will be ready to complete. Grasping his teeth, the guy exhales and continues to move, trying to reach the very end. In a trembling voice, the protagonist's companion agrees. Yes, the young man can finish, and assures that everything will be fine. The man is muddy, and when she shakes, reports that he is almost ready. After the exchange of emotions, Flora and Aldo looked at each other with enthusiasm, after which they laughed at the same time. Their cheeks blushed with embarrassment, and small drops of sweat came on the skin. But they coped. They were both. The Flora tilts the head sideways and kisses the man, playfully biting his lower lip. He rests with his strong hands on the bed, covers his eyes, and gently touches other people's lips. The next morning, when the first sun rays made their way through the glass windows of the house among the fields, the main character gradually woke up, hugging his companion. Both were covered with a blanket and slept on a soft bed. The guy through the slim notices how sunlight fills the room and slowly opens his eyes. Flora, exhausted after a heavy and stormy night, still sleeps on his chest. The protagonist turns his head to the sleeping young girl and looks at her, clasping her eyes. They have not yet got used to the morning light after the night. Flora's eyelashes shake lightly, sighs quietly, still not dare to open her eyes. The girl listens to herself, sticking to the warm breasts of the protagonist. Aldo-san extends her hand to the heroine and lightly touches her face with her fingertips. He carefully stifles a strand of hair that has fallen on her eyes until she sleeps a sweet sleep and feels his touch. The Flora sings softly under the nose. The young man opens his eyes and seems to be genuinely surprised, as if he suddenly comprehends how to wake up his sleepy and reluctant satellite. The protagonist gently holds his fingers with a dreamy girl's cheek, gently stroking her. She mutilates something in a dream, not feeling, and her lips shrink into a thin line. The young man decides to act even more actively. He pounds the pointing finger in a strange cheek several times. Aldo barely restrains laughter without stopping to caress his companion. This does not produce any result. The girl immerses her face into the pillow, trying to get rid of the boy, like an annoying fly, and not finding another way out, crawls to the Flora and bites her by her ear. But wide-open eyes and shouts from surprise. The guy smiles quietly, noting that the girl finally woke up. Flora is immediately interested in whether he saw everything that happened. He, however, moves such a reaction, and by giving her a sincere smile, it only exacerbates her excitement. Feeling inconveniently, the girl quickly hides under the blanket, pulling it almost to the nose, and confesses that in the morning it looks just awful. But the man gently touches her sharp chin and gently attracts himself. The young man confesses that he saw only a cute face full of sleep, and after these words gently kisses the Flora into his lips, still half in on, lazy, but surprisingly delicately. They both hide their eyes and, despite the past night, feel inconvenience again in front of each other. Meanwhile, two savings watch in love with a couple in the window. They smile and, as they drown, bend to better see the main character and his companion. Although the floor of the forehead is accompanied by relaxed eye covering, the young man notes that it is incredibly waking up next to the one you love. The girl extends her hand and easily touches the young man. He opens his eyes and looks at the heroine as if looking for answers. The Flora gently draws the tips of the fingers on his skin. Flora smiles fun, shakes his eyes on the hero, and now suggests to cook food together, have fun, meet guests. However, the most important thing is now they are no longer alone. The protagonist presses a stranger's palm and remembers what he was once. In a dark cloak, with a weapon at the side, a real knight. After a short pause, the guy nods, expressing his consent. The young man agrees that from now on they will do everything together, and proposes to start with a breakfast together. The girl, smiling and closing her eyes, rejoices in a sense of answer. Having rushed out of the pillows and discarded the blanket, Flora agrees, and is interested in whether they will prepare Aldo with a radish breakfast he has grown. The girl squeezes the blanket with her fingers and looks at the boy closely. When the girl got out of bed, her previously hidden rounded shapes became more noticeable. The young man opened his eyes wide, densely blushed, and shouted loudly from embarrassment. The action is transferred to the vineyard. Two people in hats stand with baskets and carefully collect large bunches that hide in the leaf of the vine. There is a clear sky above them, no clouds. But this piece seems to hint at future rain. From the morning, Evan has listened to the stories of her sister and her friends about how Aldo Sand has overlooked Red Bar. Stuffed by Herd, she opens her eyes wide and squeezes her hand firmly into his fist. Aisha nods and asks if she really was waiting for a young Iana. The guy with white hair notes that the glad of the protagonist from New Orlando. Yana believes that Aldo is extremely interesting. All three sit at the open-air table on the lawn and share fresh news. Toke laughs, noting that when Flora was in danger, Aisha was quite getting rid of. The girl near him crossed her hands on her chest and squeezed her lips angrily, looking forward. At the same time, without letting the boy agree, Aisha hits him with his fifth on his bare foot. He screams in pain, but no longer speaks a word, so as not to tarnish the girl's reputation. The Toke hides the face in the palms, forced to hold back the moaning of pain. The girl turns her gaze, pretending that nothing happened, and notes that he saved Aldo. It is difficult to even imagine what it would have come about if they relied on a fool that could not cope with a bow. On the face of Tulling OSS, irritation and anger appear. When Asia asks if she is wrong, the man does not give any answer. It gets up from the table, turns away and goes, leaving Athena in complete unknown. The girl silently looks at the traveling boy, and then translates his eyes to his sister and frowns with dissatisfaction. Aisha turns away and assures that everything was not as it seems. Vena tries to deny, because Togak said quite another. But Aisha immediately comes up from the table, closes his eyes and says that everything is as is. After that, she is slow, stretching with the relaxation of a person who has just woken up. The sister does not have time to say words. Aina laughs uncertainly, noting that in such circumstances, her sister will never become a real sister. But these words no longer reach the addressee. The action is transferred to the village. The locals stopped, admiring the flowering garden, in which their children joyfully empty among lush bushes. At the same moment, the main character, along with his companion, stands on the hill, from which the landscape opens to the village. From the height of a bird's flight, a picture is unfolded in front of them. Wooden houses, plowed fields. The young man replaces the elbow on the floor like a shoulder, and the girl one hand hugs him behind his back. The other gently touches his chest and, smiling gently, looks into the distance. Aldo notes that the landscape is incredibly good. The young man remembers that he once arrived from a New Orleans. Thoughts about those times are relieved. Now it is no longer necessary to return to the royal capital. In his memoirs, the protagonist remembers how he returned to the capital. He was met with honors, applauded, sincerely rejoiced in his arrival. However, at that moment he felt neither joy nor happiness. Returning to the companion, the young man calls Flora by name and again confesses to her in love. In his look, joy, love, and tenderness are burning. Standing in the middle of the lawn, the hero confesses that he has never felt anything like this before, and thanks Flora for the chance to survive new emotions. The girl quite quietly replies that it is also for her for the first time. Tears appear in the eyes of the heroine. They flow down on her cheeks, But it is not sadness, but sincere joy. Flora confesses that Aldo-sana too loves, and looks at him, full of happiness. The young man attracts the girl to himself, hugs her firmly, crossing her hands behind her hands, and closes her eyes. She is stuck in his shoulder, and crying with joy. The hero gently strokes his beloved on his head, soothes her, and smiling happily, closes her eyes. Flora hugs the young man firmly by his shoulder and breaks into tears, unable to hide his feelings. Both are now convinced that the legend of the mate flower was true. The action is transferred to a heroine with long hair named Karun. She is Class A adventurer and a former participant of the detachment Black Silver. Now the girl is teaching at the Magical Academy. She dreamed of it since childhood. But there is one feature. A girl with a highly assembled tail goes to the office of the director of the School of Magic, women in glasses with brightly lined lips. Having met her look, Kurine reports her decision to leave, and then it turns out. The director does not believe the words of the teacher, jumps off the table and asks the Karuna-san to wait, assuring that he will solve the problem. However, she does not want to listen to anything and left the office silently. Leaving the schoolroom, Kurune, squeezing her magic wand firmly, looks back and lastly muddy, and then moving forward. It turned out that the School of Magic was not at all the way his girlfriend imagined. In the mind of the heroine, an image is floating. A director and 2 teachers gathered around her. She recalls that the school prevails into classes, and each meeting is accompanied by unchanged aristocratic formalities. Realizing that it makes no sense to endure it, Korn decides to leave the School of Magic. She does not pity, but understands. It is better to go than to stay among such people. In addition, the glory of one of the dragon flowers attracted many aristocrats to Karuna, who sought to marry her at any cost. When the girl was stepping on a long corridor, her gaze stopped on a white-haired young man who approached her with a bouquet of flowers in her hands. The young man stops in front of the girl, smiles, squeezes the rose in his hands and welcomes Kuranayan. This is Raymond's head, Count Clark Raymond. The young man comes closer and stretches the Karuni flower. Despite some inconvenience, it accepts this gift, but does not speak a word. The girl is just looking at the flower, thinking what to do with her. However, the man in front of her is the royal knight. Every time he asks about Aldo's whereabouts and at the same time tirelessly tries to declare him in love, Curran realizes that Earl Clark Raymond's smile is another mask. Even now, when he lifts the corners of his lips and looks at her, just a face that should inspire confidence, the girl felt that she had already tired of enduring the aristocracy. Having learned about the intention of Aldo to leave the team, Kurini did not even understand him first, and was only a little offended. But now the heroine understands him without words. Before her eyes, there is an image of a young man who smiles sincerely and informs her companion, who goes to the New Orleans, because he finally seeks a peaceful and measured life. The girl is carefully moving deeper than the dark lane, squeezing a magic wand and a bag with things. In her thoughts, the mention immediately flashed. Aldo said where she was going, to a small village somewhere in Glushan. Seeing the bright light at the end of the transition, the former teacher of the School of Magic is thinking. In fact, there is nothing wrong with living among ordinary people, while teaching them magic and passing their knowledge. The action is transferred to the sun-filled life. People squeeze around, they walk, talk to each other. Everyone is busy. The streets drive horses, harnessed in sleighs with goods, shops open around, and sellers are vividly invited to buy buyers. Signing hard, the girl closes her eyes and says quietly that all that is happening to her now, after all, is for the better. Little boys and girls in the villages, which was passed by Corinne, were fond of magic much more than the children of the nobility. Their eyes glowed with a brighter fire. This is what the teacher from the School of Magic dreamed of, becoming a mentor for such children. Standing among the crowd, the girl mentally worries how Aldo feels. After all, he did almost nothing all of his life, except that he had a sword. He really knows how to hunt, but to grow vegetables alone is unlikely to be able. Sitting in a cart, the heroine recalled Aldo again. He was never interested in courtship with girls, so she did not believe that he would have a girl in the near future. He is probably lonely now. Karuna smiles involuntarily when he imagines a young man's bride. But even despite this joy, she tries to drive away such thoughts. The events are postponed a few hours forward. Dark clouds were hanging over the royal capital, from which a rich rain pouring. Because of this rain, almost nothing is visible around. The hero in black dress goes somewhere, crossing the puddles. The dark hood half hides his face. The lips of the man are compressed. He does not speak a word. A stranger in dark clothing stops near Raymond's house, a gorgeous mansion, and looks at the windows for a long time. The knight Zoke drops his clothes. His hair is wet, as well as the whole suit. Squeezing his hands into his fists, he asks the prince why he came in such weather. Before the elderly man sits, the young prince and briefly, without unnecessary words, brings to him the essence. By order of the king, it is necessary to return the one who killed the dragon Aldred. Zahak is wondering if Aldred people are looking for a king. The imagination immediately appears. The ruler of the kingdom sits on the throne in a lush dress and has a conversation. Smiling, the inscription states that it is so. But in fact, to cope with this difficult task is only a Zoke. Realizing that it's not so simple, the man has wondered if Clark beseeches something again. The new moon, smiling quietly, gets more confident on the couch and asks if this dark-haired older man is not in a bad mood. Clark suddenly realizes that Zack is still obsessed with Aldred and the thought of revenge. The man's face at the same moment darkens, and his lips shrink into a thin line. He does not give any answer. Feeling a change in mood, the Graf is wondering what a spooky face now has. However, the answers did not sound. The man just turns away and says that he will look for Aldo. The Earl adds that according to recently received data, a certain suspicious person left the kingdom and went west. Zaca listens carefully to every detail of the information collected. Clark reports that it is probably neither the Empire Wispani nor the Kingdom of Silphi. The witness information coincides with the time of his disappearance. Probably, the traveler who went to the west was Aldred. This is confirmed by the words of the farmer, whom the guy helped on the road. Sighing, Zoek notes that the protagonist still interferes with other people's affairs. But this time, such help will turn to him trouble. While the man is still in the room, the Count assumes that he would like to ask some more question. It agrees and clarifies whether it is possible to destroy the Aldred in any possible way. Clark, looking straight in the eye of a mercenary, claims that he can do everything he needs. However, the most important thing is not to kill it. The protagonist must remain alive. The Earl crosses his legs and holds his eyes on the dark figure. Zaka goes into the night drain. It is time to do your work again. Squeezing his lips, the man looks forward, watching the raindrops of his face, and firmly decides. This time, he will not allow Aldrin to slip. The action is transferred to the garden, where the main character, along with Flora, sat on the grass. The young man, noticing the radish that looked out of the soil, asked if it could be pulled out. The girl, leaning a little forward, approved his intention. Aldred carefully grabs the radish with your fingers, exclaims that he is ready, and removes it from the ground. Seeing this, the girl smiles happily. The guy did everything properly. The young man looks at the perfect round radish, recognizing that it is a real miracle. Now he finally understands what Joy Flora was talking about during the harvest. The girl, clapping her hands, assured that she was perfectly understanding Aldo Sana, and felt in the same way when she collected vegetables in the garden with her own hands. The young man suggested that Flora get the next harvest together, because they both made an effort to grow this crop. He believed that it would be unfair to assign all the honor to only one person. Suddenly the girl shudders with pain and sinks to her knees, barely noticeably trembling. The young man leans to her and asks what happened. The Flora quietly replies that after that night it hurts, because it was the first time for her. Having realized his guilt, the hero apologizes for somewhat bent the stick. The partner only assures that everything is fine, although she is really inconvenient. The girl easily removes radish from the soil, another one, as delicious, according to both. The young man invites her to taste fresh harvest. The hero and a young girl bite the crunch, just collected by radish. Aldo, chewing and crunching the vegetable, notes that his taste is quite sweet, with a slight taste of sharpness. Flora considers this combination ideal. He begins to insist that he could eat the whole mountain of radishes, but the guy with skepticism notes that it is hardly possible. Heroes decide to cook radish salad and collect as many vegetables for breakfast. Holding baskets in your hands, Aldo is interested in whether you can plant radish in the same place. The Flora replies that you first need to harvest the whole old crop. Only then, she said, can you think about new plantings. Returning to the house with heavy baskets, the main character notes that it would be worth trying to expand the field. Then the next gathering will be even more generous than before. Crossing the threshold of the house, Flora apologizes for caring, and only now does it come to it that it is not a foreign home. This awareness causes her embarrassment, so she does not pay attention to the quiet laughter of Aldo. Holding the basket in her hands, the girl is embarrassed and confesses that after yesterday, he has not changed anything. The main character laughs kindly and apologizes for his behavior. Then Flora asks Aldo if he could go to her home as if to his own. The protagonist replies that it would not be possible for Elga-san. It is too much for him. She takes a basket and Flora. The guy proposes to help, but the girl refuses, assuring that she will handle herself and it will not take much time. In addition, she wants to prepare a dish for the main character. Aldo no longer resists. Thank you to the girl and silently allows her to fulfill everything. The Flora takes an apron and is wondering whether it can be worn. The main character agrees. Watching her girlfriend carefully ties the bow on her back. The girl returns to the young man and asks him to wait a little while she prepares food for them. She stands in a tied apron that protects her clothes from dirt, and a wreath that serves as a decoration she is on her head. Her cheeks are burned with a blush. He cannot look away from her, and now seems to be particularly sweet, especially in this outfit and apron. For a while, Flora covers on the table and apologizes for a long waiting. However, the guy does not pay attention to it, his look chained to the bright red dishes. It turns out that they acquired this shade thanks to radishes. The girl thinks that now the dishes look even more appetizing. The protagonist is glad to look into every dish prepared for today. The young man proposes to start eating as soon as possible, and the Flora, holding the back of the chair, pushes it and sits. However, she is still inconvenient and painful after she experienced last night. Cutting her hands into his fists, the girl invites the boy to start eating. She wants to see his reaction. The hero wishes her delicious and lifts a spoonful of soup to her mouth. After that, he chooses each dish very carefully, tasting them, and notes for himself, the food is truly unsurpassed. The afternoon of radish is especially remembered. The protagonist notices that the Flora does not eat anything and is interested in what happened. Smiling, she replies that he just wants to see how he will taste the dishes, because she always dreamed of cooking for a loved one. Aldo, having clenched his throat, tries to hide embarrassment from Herd. He asks if Flora really looked at him when he was at home for the first time. Starting to justify, the young girl confessed that she could not handle herself. As soon as she resigned to the idea that she would never meet again the man, which she liked, as he suddenly appeared on the threshold of her home. It just cheered the guy. Seeing a smile on the young man's face, Flora is wondered if her words really seem funny to him. She casts a compassionate look at me and cautiously bites a little dish that she has just cooked. Looking back to the girl and illuminating her with a sincere smile, the protagonist replies that he just thought about how a regular breakfast became special when his beloved Flora sits near the table. The hero catches himself in thought. When a loved one, even the most ordinary things make a special meaning, become more joyful and interesting. At the same time, the former teacher of the School of Magic went off the cart and moved the other way, looking for the traces of Aldo. Zack's mercenary was also monitored. He goes in search of the protagonist, but his intentions are far from the peaceful ones. Zaka is acting on the order of the king and the count. The young man does not know anything. He has a quiet breakfast with the companion and sincerely hopes that such peaceful moments will continue forever. After a few days spent with Aldo and Flora, the girl should return home. She decomposes things next to her beloved, and he is quite surprised by the statement of the heroine. Having put her clothes and other things in a neat pile, Flora confessed that her parents allowed her to stay in this house. But despite this, she would like to visit them, because she misses them incredibly. To make everything in place, Flora looks at the hero with hope, wanting to see him next to him while traveling. She does not want to go alone. A little embarrassed by an unexpected offer, the hero replies that he will definitely go with his companion, because they have already become a couple. And this means that it is time to visit Elgas and Fiona, the parents of his chosen. But this is not all that the guy wanted to say. He hesitates for a moment, and in the meantime, his friend is carefully in curiosity, waiting for him to continue. By scratching his ear, the protagonist is uncertainly confessing that he would like to ask Flora's parents' permission to marry her. Usually, the shape of the wedding ceremony depends on whether the couple lives in the city or in the village. However, if there is a church in the settlement, the couple makes a marriage vow there. Otherwise, this announcement can be made at the gathering, such as when celebrating the crop. If it is a small village where such holidays are not held, then you need to get the usual consent from each parent separately. After that, the Flora pauses and presses his hands to his chest. The protagonist watching her carefully, without deciding to call, fearing that something serious happened. The guy leans below to see a girl's face, hidden with strands of hair. And it is at the moment when he is about to ask something, the Flora suddenly roaming, pressing his palm to his lips to hold back the sobbing. This behavior is stunning Aldo, as if immersed in numbness. He fades away from surprise, staring at the girl's tears. And now he does not understand how he should handle her. The young man dares to ask whether he did not do something wrong, or maybe it is too hurried. However, the Flora through tears replies that the case was not at all. It did not blame. The cause of her tears lies in another. She lifts her head and smiles joyfully, wiping her fingers on one. She explains that she was just feeling heard and apologized if she scared the boy with her tears. Obviously, at this moment the protagonist realizes that he was not mistaken, choosing this companion. He smiles widely, extends his hand to her face, gently holds on the cheek and carefully wipes hot tears flowing down. The characters stand in the heart of the room, gently hugging each other. The Flora is pressed with the face of Aldo's shoulder, and the main character silently thanks to her companion for accepting him real. As soon as the beloved Aldo mastered herself a little, the guy finally suggested to do the business. However, it happened quite differently. On the threshold of the open door, Karen met them. No one expected this visit. The man stopped in a slight numbness, but still finds the strength to congratulate the unexpected guest, with a sincere hope that she will say nothing superfluous. Karina, laughing, makes her conversations, and not always appropriate. She notes that Aldo and Flora have finally become a couple, although she expected it to happen later. After all, she said, the protagonist does not understand in her beloved affairs, and Flora is a real late flower. All this begins to tease the boy. He beats the girl and orders her to silence. Karina immediately zooms from surprise and cannot tread why the protagonist did so, but the guy only refuses that it was for prevention. When the girl calmed down a little, she noted that Flora and Aldo were a very good couple, and then she immediately corrected. Now they are not just in love, but the bride and groom. The young man loudly states that right now he, together with his beloved, goes to obtain official permission. Flora, confused and embarrassed, notes that such things should not be so loud. For Karina, this is another excuse to feel awkward. She raised her voice, adds that the rumors of them will now fly all the New Orleans. The girl hides behind the shoulder of the protagonist, and to somehow correct the inconvenient situation, he addresses Karina with the question of events in the forest. Karina, with a slight laughter, still answers, because it was for the sake of it that she came. The girl, briskly waving her hands, says that the red bear has already been delivered. After that, she, along with the detachment, gathered all the meat and other useful materials that it was found. Karina recalls how they collected the necessary materials together with the satellites. A lot of small monsters flew to the smell of red fluid, and the hunters were enough to repel their attack without any injuries. She rejoices that everything ended without unnecessary difficulty. Yesterday, the girl recalled the meat for Aldo, but the teacher advised her not to pay attention to the boy and the next time to take the dried meat. The hero, when he coughs, dares to ask when you can go to the forest. Karina believes that if new dangerous monsters do not appear, it will probably be possible in 4 or 7 days. The young man thanks for his help and goes to Elgas's house with Flora. Karina wishes them good luck and advises to be careful on the road. Saying goodbye, they hug, and the characters move on. Subsequently, Flora and Aldo got a wonderful house where the girl's parents lived. As soon as they crossed the threshold, my mother and dad met them, confessed that they had been waiting for a long time, and sincerely congratulated on their return. The girl's father vigorously presses his hand to the young man. He is friendly and smiling. The protagonist greets the man, wishing him a good day, and examines the interlocutor carefully. The mother of the girl invites guests to go to the living room. Flora approaches the mother, and she notes with notice that her daughter became even happier and more beautiful than before. The mother advises her to hurry until the food is cooled. The table in the house was generously covered. It stood a variety of dishes. The young man noticed that all these nods looked extremely appetizing. Fiona decided for herself. If her daughter came with her chosen one, then you should not buy up for a treat. They all sat down at one table, like a real family. The glasses met, and they celebrated the birth of their joint family together. Flora's father smiles widely, but the girl suddenly asks what happened to his face. The man holds a glass in his hands and looks satisfied. A man confesses that he sincerely rejoices in this event. Flora is not just a girlfriend for Aldo. Now she has brought him to the house as her boyfriend. The young girl feels a strong shame and asks her father not to talk about it anymore. Instead, Fiona supports her husband, noting that from the advent of Aldo San from the New Orleans, she was watching them together and waiting for a long time when they become a couple. She is moved by her daughter's behavior and her blush. Elgas, rolling a glass from side to side, notes that every time Flora called Aldo for dinner, he and his wife wondered if there was any shift in their relationship. The protagonist lowers his head and regret for his own indecision. The Flora is sharply grabbed from the table and exclaims that Aldo-san is not a slice, and now she wants to protect him. The girl continues the story, explaining that the main character did not immediately notice her desperate hints and barely remembered the events of 9 years ago. Flora parents are interested in telling further. At the same time, Aldo remained misunderstanding, whether his beloved supports, or conversely, degrades even more. Continuing his story, Flora recalls what concern the protagonist treated her, and how desperately he fought with a monster to save her. Therefore, she asks not to call Aldo weak. The father of the heroine smiles gently, listening to her speech, and closing her eyes pronounces quietly and meaningfully, "I understand." Turning to her husband, Elsis notes that if it were not for Aldo, their daughter would not have been in this room now. He emphasizes that he is grateful to him with his wife. Fiona and Elga bow their heads in front of the hero as a sign of gratitude and honor. However, he stops them, noting that it is not necessary to do so. The guy notes that it is natural for him, because he seeks to save a loved one. However, the head of the family explains, even if the Flora is expensive, not everyone dares to fight the monster and overcome their own fear. Flora and Aldo exchanged their eyes, smiling and barely nodded. So the girl made it clear to the boy that he could make a suggestion that was discussed in the morning. By interrupting the flow of thanks and praise, the young man turns to the surprised head of the family. Everyone is embarrassed now and ashamed. The atmosphere is tense, but he understands. The moment has come to gather with forces. Raising from the table, the main character looks at his parents and beloved. His excitement before the following words is easily read by face expression. Aldo loudly proclaims the names of Elgis and Fiona. The protagonist of the main character watches him, holding his breath and pressing his hands to his chest. The wife of the head of the family, surprised, raises his hand to his mouth and exhales. The young man loudly declares his desire to marry Flora, so he turns to the family, asking for their consent and blessing. Flora, holding his breath, translates the look from the hero to his parents. She, like her lover, awaits an alarming excitement. The son of Aldo, showing respect for his family, bowed low and closed his eyes full of hope that he would agree and be able to marry the girl. He does not notice it, but Elgis and Fiona are viewed with a smile, and many have already been laid in these views. The girl seems to understand everything, though silent. The mother of Flora gives her consent, offering a dignity to take their daughter for his wife. The father, Elgis, notes that he sees no reason to objections, because it was the San who became the Flora. He proposes to announce the engagement during this year's harvest. Both parents sincerely support this idea. The young man is raised, his view is full of disbelief and confusion. He hears Elgas agrees and even promises to support this marriage. After these words, the protagonist returns to the future bride and calls her joyfully. Aldo and Flora, who have finally received marriage permission, enveloped in true happiness. The girl rushes the young man around her neck, hugs him firmly, and bursts into tears, squeezing tears. Flora's parents watch this scene with the same joy, and Fiona also wipes his eyes. Suddenly, a new life begins. During the conversation with the head of the family, the guy astonishment as he really was destined to become Norland's next elder. Surveying the back of the back when Elgas asked if the protagonist did not really know about it, and forgot that Flora, his daughter, he had murmured something like an affirmative answer. Understanding the situation, the man asks whether the guy had forgotten that the father of Flora was the elder of the village. The guy is embarrassed, apologizes and recognizes that Elgas was considered Flora's father all this time. The man is not angry at all. He just laughs, they say. The sand is sometimes scattered. Elgis's wife, addressing Flora, asks her to take care of her fiancé. The girl shakes her eyes and nods. After the conversation, it is time to dessert. Behind a cup of tea and a gentle cheesecake of Flora, along with the main character, have a casual conversation about something. Their faces shine with joy, smiles and laughter heard in a cozy corner, where they seem truly happy. Elgas violates silence, He confesses that every time he sees his daughter next to this young man cannot restrain smiles. After that, he is wondering whether the ancient dream of Flora finally came true. And this question is a noticeable embarrassment of the future couple. Fiona reveals the secret of her daughter. She says that 9 years ago Flora was crying very bitter after Aldo left the village. The girl tries to stop her mother, persistently asking not to mention these stories. She remembers the days when the Flora sobbed for hours, hiding her face in the pillow. The mother explains why it was necessary. She wants Aldo at least a little to understand all the difficulties that had to go through an adult woman who tried to reassure her own baby. The Flora covers the palms of the cheeks, and the protagonist watches it with a soft smile. Hardly holding back laughter, the guy turns his head to his bride and thanks her. Because I am glad that there was always a man who constantly cared and thought about him. Not knowing what to answer, the girl says that he is also advice. After all these stories and the words of her cheeks are covered with a blush, Aldo decides to find out from Fiona what this story has ended. But not knowing where to go from shame, he closes his face with his hands and gives out a suppressed, blurring moan. The family's father takes the initiative, telling further instead of Fiona. He notes that her daughter was so upset that even her favorite dishes did not help her to master herself, not to mention all the efforts of her parents to reassure her. The girl looks at her parents with fear, fearing that they can suddenly speak. Elgis's wife says that the Flora upset that she could not answer the protagonist's question about flowers. So the girl asked her mother to tell her about them, to the smallest detail, and it looked very touching. Finally, she noticed the Flora had a ripe tomato. The girl's mother only laughed and wondered whether it was worth continuing. But the young lady was quietly asked to stop, confessing that she is extremely awkward. Finally, the girl's father notes that then Flora was determined, and the girl herself is already screaming that time to finish everything. At that moment, he begins to tremble, and tears flow on his cheeks. He can no longer master his feelings. Everyone starts worrying at the table. The beloved of the main character immediately asks what happened, and is sincerely worried about him. The guy, in a trembling voice, confesses that he regrets because he has never had such a family. He explains that that is why he was so struck by everything he has seen and heard. Fiona and Elgis are overwhelmed. Trying to reassure the hero and help him master himself, the man says that they are now one family, so he should not doubt or hesitate to rely on their support. Fiona picks up that she is joyful to see such consent and mutual trust. The protagonist begins to apologize, but suddenly Flora runs to him rapidly and hugs him firmly. He raps to himself, hiding his face and covering his eyes. Tears swell in her eyes, but despite it he encourages a loved one, assuring that everything is well now. Aldo is confused. He does not know how to behave in this moment. Yet the main character clears the girl's palm, allowing tears to flow through the thick eyelashes. The Flora reassures him. Now they have each other, and there is no reason for anxiety. For these words the guy thanks her quietly. Once in the courtyard, the girl stops near the suitcase with things and notes that they should be triggered first and foremost. The young man nods silently as a sign of consent and immediately undertakes to help. Elgis entails a cart on the wheels and advises Aldo to use it to make it easier. The protagonist thanks for his care. The man decides to help Aldo so that he does not ride home alone, and they push the cart together. Elgis is supported from behind and the guy leads in front. The man pushes his head and turns to the boy, noting, his words to become the elder of the village do not relate to the near future. Now the protagonist does not need to think about this role. The head of the family also emphasizes that it is not so old to leave their position. First, the boy will have to get used to living in his own rhythm. Sighing hard, Aldo agrees and thinks why he generally made this decision, why he needs to become an elder now. When a young man returns home, he thanks for his help and assures that he will do his job on his own. Elgis notes that Aldo worked well today and advises him to dine nutritional. The action is transferred to Karina, 2 sisters, and their girlfriend. The girl shares all the details that she learned about Aldo and Flora, and together they all unanimously ask if the main character is going to marry. Karina avoids all questions by lowering his shoulders. Awkwardly reports that they were going to get some official permission or something like that. Later, the girl wished them good luck and went to cook a red bear meat, and later asked if she could help. Aisha is surprised. She cannot believe that two, which have not yet been able to understand normally, are able to create an alliance, stronger than ordinary steam or friendship. Toka believes that in this case, the newlyweds will need furniture, and Aldo will have to finish the Flora room. Aisha covers her face with her hand and murmurs dissatisfied that this girl recently addressed her for advice on love because of her inexperience, and now she is going to marry. The horror is reflected on the girl's face. If everything continues to continue, Aldo and Flora will become parents, and Aisha will be called aunt. Toka remains unclear why his lover reacts so much. Talks with disdain indicates that Aisha will soon become aunt. Aisha feels annoying, because she is more likely to get this status than the boy. He announces that he will make furniture for lovers. They say, if there is a demand, a supply will appear. Meanwhile, while simply silently watching this scene, the controversy fills with new vigor. He is convinced that no one wants to spend his entire life with Aisha. The girl, in turn, believes that it is simply impossible to imagine a boy near someone, and it is not even about children. They take turns pouring images. Sighing, Nen silently watches the couple and thinks about when they finally start meeting. Fiona helps the daughter to collect things. She carefully puts every purse or jar to the box, while the girl is enthusiastically plunged into something else. Turn her head toward the Flora. The woman notices a girl with long hair, who holds a painted plate in her hands. As you approach, Flora's mom says she can take a plate with her. The girl turns to the sound and asks whether she is really allowed, because this plate is the most beloved in her mother's collection. In response, the woman carefully puts the dishes into the girl's hands and notes that these plates can be the basis for new pleasant memories with Aldo. Holding the Flora, the mother's mother reminds her daughter that she will always have a place where you can return. It is a native family house. Tears shine in the eyes of the girl. She does not look away from her mother and squeezes her arms. Saying goodbye to the last time, their mother and daughter are hugging each other firmly, without holding back neither tears nor feelings. The owner of the house stands around the corner of the room, hiding his face and crying, without interfering with this farewell. Aldo and Flora were taken together with things together. The guy walked in front, pulling a heavy burden. Suddenly the girl slipped and shouted. The unpleasant incident has remained in the past. The protagonist asks what happened, and the girl looks cautious because of a pile of things, explaining that she just stumbled. Suddenly, a voice comes to the heroes. Someone is wondering if they are fine with them, and each of the local residents offers their help if the card is too difficult. However, Aldo assures that he would not want to bother anyone. One of the inhabitants addresses the Flora with a worried question whether she was fine with her, because she heard that a monster attacked the girl. Flora replies that she had not even injured, and an unpleasant case is already behind. Then the woman is wondering why such a young girl at all to go to the thickening of the forest. The Flora thinks how to explain her behavior now. Another inhabitant is involved in the conversation. He reports that the girl later went to the same special paired flower. For a while, the peasants helped to push the brought to the house of the newlyweds, and Aldo thanked everyone for their help. From the crowd, the question is, what happened to the flower eventually? In response, someone notes that after Flora has moved to Aldo, it is all a long time ago. With a radiant smile, the protagonist approaches his beloved and gently takes her hand in the eyes of all present. Flora burst out of fear and turned his eyes on the boy sharply, covering his mouth with her hand. At the same moment, the protagonist announced that they and their beloved girl wanted to marry at the feast. The crowd explodes with joyful exclamations and tears of happiness. One of the present loudly states that he will personally deal with the Aldo if he decides to neglect their Flora again. And so it lasts all day. Each of the crowd is in a hurry to approach the heroes to ask them more about this decision and about the future wedding. The Aina and Aisha's sisters meet the main character and sincerely greet him with a future wedding. They add that they are glad to be recognized by Algus and everyone else. The young man thanked the girls for the greeting and explained that he wanted to tell them about everything before, but was busy with other cases. So now he decided to share everyone. At the same time, Aldo notices that the token is getting closer. Bending his hands to the sides, the young man asks whether he really decided to get married. This question sounds anxious. Laughing, the protagonist's friend notes, Flora is extremely shy and Aldo is insensitive, so no one imagined that they could get closer so quickly. Hearing this, the young man suddenly feels that he was already sorry for this topic. Once the jokes are exhausted, Tech begins to think more thoroughly. He believes that new furniture will be needed by a newly created family. The protagonist thinks about this, but his friend does not understand that it is still possible to think. The guy voices the idea of expanding the house, and the protagonist emerges from his thoughts, thinking what means to expand and why it is necessary at all. Toka noted that family disputes are quite familiar, so in such cases individual rooms may be useful. The young man did not even think that the quarrels between lovers happen regularly. In order to get distracted from the dispute, the main character's friend in passing, when the couple appears in the child, you still have to equip a separate room. Aldo, these words are alert. Is it really time for him to think about such things? Feeling this confusion, a friend uses the right moment and jokingly assures, kittens, they say, will always be needed in the farm. This behavior only makes a guy. He asks whether Tavok is satisfied with this pleasure, but he does not quite understand what the issue was about. Suddenly the protagonist rushes after Blondin, intending to hit him, and angrily murmur that he will still dance when he has to get married. Hearing the conversations about the wedding, one of the sisters is thinking, did you finally think about marriage and now has the right moment to offer him his older sister and the bride? Holding away from others, Aisha confidently believes that during this time Flora made a significant progress, and yet the girl still remembers the same tips about love. Smiling with his friends, he still realized that he could hardly live quietly, staying in the royal capital. In addition, what is happening now, he did not even dare to think. The action is transferred to the capital, Avalon. The king, shouting the name of Baruch, gets out of the throne and asks strictly when he will finally find Alderete. The man mutilates under his nose, which he walked carefully, almost leaving no trace, so it will take a long time to find him. Such an answer does not suit the old man. He begins to shout even louder, demanding to explain what will happen if Aldrita found other principalities, or knowing before. In the urination of irritation, he insists on immediate departure. However, none of those present in the throne room, except for the Count himself, does not know that one person is already heading here and is very close to his goal. The action is transferred to the Karuna that goes to Norland. Considering the map that kept in her hands, she realized with relief, her path ran in the right direction. Before the eyes of the sorceress stands the image of the protagonist. She thinks whether Aldo is surprised if she sees her again, whether she hugs her, moved by this meeting. However, these dreams dispels short laughter and a sudden return to reality. Of course, all this is impossible. However, it will undoubtedly not hurt. With the same thoughts, she goes back, quietly singing to her nose. The main character returns home. He climbs up the mountain and stops to look at the house where not only he now lives. Opening the door, the guy smiles and reports that he is already at home. His eyes expand as if he saw a girl for the first time. The Flora stands at the kitchen table, laying out all the necessary things, including plates, just handed over to the mother. Seeing a loved one in the door, the girl smiles. She is distracted from her affairs and rejoices in the return of the son of Aldo, because now they will be able to stay alone and relax from all the fuss. The protagonist puts his hand to the heart and, holding back tears, looks away. The girl asks what happened to Aldo-san. He confesses that he is very glad, because he is increasingly convinced he is really where it should be. The girl, wiping other people's tears with a handkerchief, smiles. She is also close to her, because she was waiting for her lover to return. Sitting on one sofa, they hug each other firmly. Flora thanks Aldo for helping transporting things to a new home. The young man only assures that there is nothing special about this, and he is always ready to come to the rescue. The girl smiles even brighter and says that in this case she rests on her lover. In response, he confesses that Flora will trust in his turn. After a short pause in a conversation and a mutual look, Flora and Aldo finally reach each other to give a long, awaited kiss. Finally, the girl and the boy's lips merge in a kiss. Both give each other all the tenderness and care that has been so lacked lately. The Flora is gently murmuring something just during a kiss, and then gradually removes. The girl speaks only 2 words, quietly asks to take her to the bedroom, and the protagonist understands everything at once, even without any explanation. He does not joke or delay, because he wants the same as his future bride. Picking up a surprised girl in her arms, the young man cautiously carries her to the bedroom. At the same time, this moment is embarrassed by both of them, and is forever etched in memory. Flora, in a confidence in his shoulder, feels as he hugs her even more. After moving the Flora to the bed, the young man gently puts it on soft, fresh sheets. She looks at the edge of her pants and looks at him questioning. As soon as she is about to ask an obvious question, the guy awarely explains that all this inconvenience came about only a short kiss. In order not to put pressure on the heroine, Aldo assures her that she does not have to communicate or help with him today. He seeks to relieve tension, because undoubtedly the girl still feels pain through the same night. Despite this reservation, Flora assures that everything is well, and emphasizes how much Aldo helped her with moving. She would like to thank him for his support. Rubbing the back of the head, Aldred wanted to deny, but the girl remained adamant. If he does not cope now, she will definitely find a way to help otherwise. In the end, the guy gives way. He has the idea that he wants to embody. The girl slowly removes her clothes, remaining only in a tight corset. She is embarrassed, and she reappears whether he or she is intended to accomplish its lush forms. He leaned back on the bed, leaning on his arms, holding back himself. The young man assured that he was absolutely sure of his decision, and added that after that the Flora would be able to touch his muscles as much as he wants. However, as if the Virgin reached out to the bow on a corset, going to unleash him, the guy suddenly asked her to stay in his clothes. Grasping round shapes with both hands, the heroine creates a sense of deep dignity between them, as if there is a special tension between the parts. The girl notes that there is so incredible heat between them, but at the same time she only exacerbates this feeling. Her palms begin to move soft round shapes, gently rubbing them against each other. From such actions, the guy sighs hard and begins to tremble a lot. His thin fingers firmly squeeze the edge of the sheet, and the head turns sharply to the side. To see your actions, Flora clarifies whether you really need to do exactly as it is doing now. The man, exhaling jerk, replies that yes, he really likes him, and he gets real pleasure. Looking down, this dignity, which was distinguished between the figures, Flora continued to move as she was asked, and the main character only pleaded to stop. Events are rapidly more tension. The girl only has to exclaim that something will happen to her body but does not complete the phrase time is already missing. Her clothes are broken under pressure from too fast touches. The heroine, exhaling warm air, notes that she is extremely hot, especially after her clothes have broken up and completed the case. Tired after new and exciting impressions, the guy lies his head on the pillow, almost falling asleep. Flora, having supported his chin with his hands, watches with his curiosity. The girl remembers the promise she was given and solves the knot on the main character's shirt. Carefully holds his hand on his muscles, and by touching his chest, Flora barely restrains the enthusiastic exclamation. The only thing Aldo cannot understand is whether his beloved is really attracted to the muscles. He is still unknown to the answer to this question, because the girl continues to consider them carefully, to touch them, and then again herself with his head on his chest. Flora decides to raise someone's hand to stand next to the guy, and fall asleep in this position. She feels genuine joy through everything that has happened lately, and especially through the events of last night. The next morning, the young man lets know the girl in the kitchen that Aisha and Toa have already arrived. Flora tries to finish the case as soon as possible, and the hero, covered by curiosity, looks out from the wall. He is in front of him attractive lunchboxes filled with various sandwiches and snacks. Smiling, Flora confesses that she overdone a little. It has not been to the picnic for a long time and did not know what to cook. They collected baskets with food. The young man was delighted to tell how he rejoices in his first planned picnic, and his beloved shared this sincere excitement with him. All friends have long been waiting at the entrance to the house. Finally, the main character goes out, on his head, a hat, and he warmly welcomes everyone. Toke notes that the young man literally shines with joy. Going to Toa Kanisha, the Flora whispers shares that Aldo is the first picnic, and it is terribly excited. Aishi seems strange, because in her opinion, they were all together for the first time. In the meantime, the guy just looks at the distance, enjoying the wonderful weather. The young man strongly states that it is time to go on the road, but Aisha interrupts the idol, reminding him of the main task, to collect the fruits of Eco. The heroes approach the wheat and cornfield. The bright blazing sun in the sky pours everything around its glow. Young sprouts of wheat stretch upwards, as if they want to get the sky itself, and here they do not count. All four step together, talking at ease and laughing at something fun, getting ready to start working in the field. In the new summer outfit this day, Flora looked surprisingly easy and cute. The compliment addressed to her was extremely pleasant, so she smiled happily. In response, the girl responds to the hero's clothes. In her opinion, he also looks great and fresh. Compliments and questions do not subside. Flora is interested in the hero's thought about his hat, and he replies that he looks surprisingly beautiful and suits her perfectly. The girl smiles and promises that the next time you will weave an even sweet straw hat. Blinded by the happiness of the newlyweds and their joy, Aisha does not notice how stumbling and sliding down. At the same moment, Tiki has time to grab her by the waist and immediately asks if she was fine with her, whether she was injured. Aisha rotates awkward and goes in the opposite direction. Nothing special happened. She just slipped. With whom it does not happen. All four friends got trees on which the fruits of Eco grew. Flora wondered where they could be used and learned that these fruits were cooked with delicious jam. Raising his head, Aisha looks into the tree, thinking about whether there is something left there. Toka doubts this, because the peasants also seek to harvest as much fruit as possible. Leaving all the baskets with food, Tox proposed to split and look for more trees with the right fruits. All four begin to look at the surrounding area in search of fruits, but only the protagonist remains away, thinking thoughtfully into his own thoughts, and does not join the rest. Aisha notices this and turns to Aldo to find out what he does. The guy with complete calm explains that he is now checking whether there are no dangerous animals nearby. The girl, laughing, notes that he was so cheerful recently, and then instantly changed only after clicking his fingers. So she asks him not to make such a tremendous expression of the face so unexpectedly. The protagonist, wanting to attract attention, points to a duplicate tree and states that ferrets live inside. Aisha, interested, is getting closer, trying to make sure. He looked out of the hollow with a small ferret and looked interested in unexpected guests. The young man explained that unusual sounds came from a tree, and yet, the behavior of the creature corresponded to the traits inherent in this animal. Aisha wondered why the hero focuses on such little things. The protagonist noted that this skill has remained since the adventure life, so it is not necessary to worry about him. While they watched the ferrets, the girl and the guy suddenly heard someone's voice, who announced the found tree and immediately distracted him. All four got up and carefully monitored the events. After evaluating the situation, Tyke came to the conclusion that the fruits are really there, although they hang quite high. Flora believes that it will not be easy to collect them, and Aisha agrees with her. Toge is convinced that in other trees the situation is the same. Then the main character asks what to do now and whether it is worth looking for fruits elsewhere. The hero finds a solution. He plans to climb a tree and collect fruits. The girl he assures that it is not necessary to worry. Such tasks are good for him. In the days when Aldo was an adventure seeker, he often had to climb tall trees. Aisha is convinced that Flora should not be in vain to worry. The guy is a former adventurer. It is quite possible to rely on him. The young man requests that he needs to show the girls where the fruit grows on the tree. They agree to help. When it climbs into a tree, the hero reports that he will now drop the fruit, so they need to be caught with a shirt. Here the hero turns to a tall branch and remembers how he has not climbed trees for a long time. He decides to stop for a moment to admire the wonderful landscape. Gathering strength and thoughts, the protagonist approaches the first fruits and throws them Toke. He catches them without any difficulty, raising the separation of his shirt. The guy worried that it was these fruits that could not catch him. He believed that his reaction was not as bad as Aisha thinks of him. To stop the dispute, the Flora silently took the fruit and put it in the basket. Aisha also shows the direction in which the fruits lie. 3 of them are left. The hero finds these fruits, but hiding in the bushes, he is worried and afraid that he may not be able to catch them. At the same time, the Flora reports that there are 2 more, and maybe 4 fruits on the other hand. The young man immediately rushes there and breaks them. In fact, the fruits remain on the tops of the tree, but everyone decides that it is already enough, and the main character has come time to descend from high branches. In addition, you need to look at other trees, so it is not necessary to stop only one. Toka notes that from such a height, he will not be able to pick up Aldo if he suddenly breaks down. Finally deciding, he reaped the tree again. Aldo, clever and unspeakably skillful, skillfully dragged on the branches, tearing the fruits, first threw them into a friend's shirt, and only then they rolled into the basket intended for his beloved. At first it seemed that nothing could be harvested in the forest. However, thanks to the skill of Aldo, fruit baskets have now been filled. After hard work, all 4 spread the blanket and sat on the ground, finally starting a dreamy picnic. Aisha noticed that the Flora was very excited and tried to justify. She was disturbed if the guy would fall. However, over time, Flora relaxed, even began to give advice herself. Turning from her girlfriends, the girl noted that Aldo was moving surprisingly and cleverly, so she even had some pleasure. Toke notices how the main character has also enlivened after the Flora's instructions and became cheerful. The girl returns to her lover and asks Sam if he is not angry. The young man just smiles. he has nothing to be offended. The hero considers her mischief extremely charming. The girl, embarrassing, covers his cheeks with her hands and is silent. One of the young man's friends begins to assume whether the girl's void is not related to her inheritance. But she cuts sharply, shouting what is possible. But she does not look like her mother at all. Aisha suddenly jumps out of the blanket, gets barefoot on her and, returning to his girlfriend with a serious face, notes that everything is really great. However, immediately after that, Aisha, with tears in his eyes, rushes to hug the Flora and asks whether these 9 years of expectations were really worth it. The first thing that comes to mind is that the girl is just drunk, because she herself sent a whole bottle of wine. Returning to the protagonist, Aisha warns the boy to be careful with the Flora, because otherwise she will not forgive him with his girlfriend's tears. Such words are very surprised, and knocked out a girl. Aldo delicately reassures the girl who is drunk, convincing her that nothing wrong will happen. He assures her that he is well aware of how important it is to protect the one he loves. A young man with white hair, licking his finger, is interested in a girl who has attracted to the Flora, why she cries, and whether alcohol really affects her sensitivity. Irritated, the girl angrily pushes him. The guy reassures her, convincing that he should not be ashamed. All this is excitedly observed by Flora and Aldo, but do not interfere in the event. Toke carries a girl on her back, barely holding down, clutching his shoulder firmly. Aisha grabbed him with one hand, and the other is powerless, hanging down. Aldo looks at this unexpected scene with surprise and admiration. Throwing the girl on the sofa, the guy asks her to calm down and, with a heavy sigh, exhausted after her nose from the forest to the house. Toke, leaning her hands in the sides, tries to persuade the girl to calm down, but she only shouts some incomprehensible words louderly, clearly rejoicing in the fact that she could drink so much. Near Flora, with a barely noticeable smile, he notes, Aisha usually drinks restrained and almost never allows her unnecessary. This is extremely rare. An annoyed man clicks his tongue, scattered the nape of the nape, and notices that Aisha has been behaving suspiciously recently, especially after the news of the Flora's future wedding. Aldo involuntarily looks at his lover, who is already sleeping sweetly, plunging into a deep, almost charming dream. And suddenly, he realizes that it is only necessary to get married to his best friend. As in his head begin to swing strange, contradictory thoughts in his head. Noticing that Aisha fell asleep, that man in the bale with annoyance began to call her loudly, demanding that she wake up immediately. But the girl remained quite indifferent to his screams. The Flora just laughed, and trying to discharge the tension, noted that it is possible to allow Aisha a little more to sleep. However, he distracts the Flora, returning to it, and wondered whether eco-fruits can be eaten with raw, whether they are only suitable for jam. The Flora rotates to the guy, and with a light, approving smile assures that they can be used just like that. The table is carefully laid out sandwiches with fruits and custard. Near the tray, the same fresh fruits, and there are several mugs with fragrant hot tea nearby. The hero loudly invites everyone to join this treat. The Tuk, sitting at a table with his hands crossed on his chest, smiles, and next to it stands a Flora. At this point, Aldo, carrying a tray with teacups, enthusiastically announces that the tea is ready. The man at the table, seeing the variety of dishes, cannot restrain saliva and, struck, exclaims without hiding his delight. Aisha, saying something inaudible in her sleep, suddenly felt the attractive aroma of tea. From this she woke up instantly, all covered with cold sweat. The girl looked back at the dining table, dissatisfied with the fact that the treat began without her. She asked why she was not told anything, and began to eat goodies in her absence. Raising from the sofa, she, holding her head with a light hangover, went to the table. Seeing eco-fetus on the plate, she was surprised without releasing her hand from the temple. Aisha began to complain about migraine, and returning to her, she said reproachfully that it was only her guilt, because she was it that she was emptied by a whole bottle of wine. The hero admires that he prepared sandwiches with stew and custard, inviting everyone to taste this unusual combination. He then draws attention to fresh, sliced fruits, suggesting to dip them into a variety of flour syrups, in the hope that the girl will find something to taste among them. Subsequently, Aisha adds that she made syrups from different colors. Ren, Cassia, and Marie proudly demonstrate her culinary achievements. She nods, making it clear that he knows well how to properly taste these fruits, and shares her own considerations. Aisha is confidently raised from the table, holding the fork and lifting it up. It causes approving smiles of Toke and Flora. Exclaiming with joy, she reports that it is time to start the meal, and at the same moment, friendly wishes of the delicious are heard above the table. Aldo carefully twists on the fork of Iko, grabbed at him, and then puts in his mouth. The Flora carefully bites the custard with both hands, trying to keep each of its crumbs. The Toke does not restrain. He completely sends a piece to his mouth and chews carefully, receiving true pleasure from it. Aldo, chewing, gladly notes that a variety of syrups give fruits a rich, rich taste, especially when the sweet syrup is harmoniously combined with sour fruits. Toka closes his eyes with pleasure and notes that he was even fatigued from sweets, because he had to carry a considerable cargo. In response, he immediately gets to silence. Bite a piece of fruit, Aisha confidently points out that the taste of jam is completely different. The Flora, so striking that a blush appears on her cheeks, strongly advises to combine acidic eco product with sweet syrup to get true pleasure. Aldo examines the drink enthusiastically, noting that its taste changes depending on the syrup used. Aisha, looking at the mug, adds that she especially likes, as a barkvit syrup gives a drink of a sweet acidic hue. One of the protagonist's friends notes that Aldo is a wonderful wife, and he scatters a tea from a mountain. Flora looks at him with confusion, not understanding what this replica is about. The girl immediately asks to discontinue her, because she just married the main character. Her reaction causes a sincere smile in the Toke. The guy notices that his girlfriend Aisha is bad, so she invites her to taste the syrup from Rand, who, he said, helps with a strong hangover. The question of this mysterious syrup is immediately heard. The young man explains that the action of the syrup is powerful, it adds strength, and also helps with cough. Because the tool is not bitter, it is easy to use. Of all the infusions that the Flora prepared, this is the most beneficial properties. The Flora is genuinely amazed by Tok's awareness of such issues. Aisha, looking at the young man, notes that he really feels a little better. However, she does not rest the question. Where does her girlfriend know about all this? Toka remembered how, during the joint work with a friend who was engaged in beekeeping, they collected honey together. During this activity, they had not only to drive away annoying bees, but also to immerse themselves in the intricacies of this craft. A friend shared with him interesting facts, opening new faces of beekeeping. There is a loud knock on the door of the house. Aldo rotates and reports that he will open himself. At this point, Aisha appeals to Taviak to take her to the same friend from the apiary, but he refuses to help. Ain, sister of Aisha, appears on the threshold. She puts her hands on her thighs, clearly showing her dissatisfaction, and exclaims, "Does her soul again evade her work and walks her responsibilities?" The girl's headache is exacerbated. She asks her sister not to shout so loudly, but this request is only even more annoyed by Ain. Exploring by indignation, Aina asks if Aisha really got drunk again. Continuing to be angry, the woman almost screams, "Did her sister not go to work because she got drunk here?" The girl holds her head as if she were bad. Flora, with anxiety, is watching the development of events and trying to somehow smooth the situation. Tokak adds that Aisha does not always behave. Aldo says that Aisha's girlfriend marries, and a storm of feelings had hampered from the awareness of this. The joy was mixed with sadness. This was the reason why the girl was so drunk. The protagonist's girlfriend explains that if Aisha frankly said everything from the beginning, this would not have happened. However, any attempt to protect Aisha from the situation only annoy and falls on it even more. To distract from this conversation, the Flora goes closer and turns to Ain, offering her to taste the fruits of Eco, which they collected together. The girl is interested in these fruits again. At this moment, a girl with a bundle of hair puts a younger sister on a chair and brings her a sandwich with eco-friendly fruits on a plate. The younger one looks with distrust, but still hugs the dish with her hands and bites a piece. In the eyes of the sister, it was clear that she liked it, and Flora smiled happily, noticing it. Aina noted that Aldo is a real lucky man, because he has the opportunity to taste such wonderful dishes every day. The plan of the younger sister was successful, because now the order of Aina has cooled, and all thanks to the care of whipped cream. The girl extends another plate with a sandwich, noting that Aldo helped to collect a whole bunch of such fruits, so her sister can eat them. She also confesses that she considers the main character extremely cool. Everyone is sitting at one table. Flora speaks of her husband with delight, calling him a good one, and Taki does not lose the opportunity to call a friend a monkey. The hero believes that this is not much difficulty compared to past times, and there is nothing special here. The guy recalls that during his previous tasks, he had to go down from a much height than when he removed the fruits of eco from the trees. In his memory, a bright picture emerges. Kaifleen helped him with magic. It was at the moments when the main character slipped and painfully fell that his companion always came to his aid, skillfully using his skills and magic. Now she thinks what can become a stumbling block as a teacher. Even in the time of her youth, full of adventures, she managed to be on the same wave with children. And now, even. In the mind of the young man, the images of ancient friends, Keela and Elliot, emerge. He thinks where their fate went and what they live now. The action is transferred to the northeast of the Empire of Vespana, to the village of Lisi and the hotel, which now has a former magic teacher. While the girl slowly tasted tea at the table, a noise of conversations came to her ears from a nearby table, where travelers gathered. They discussed that the monster spat out grain fields in a neighboring village, so they must complete the task there. Clean with a smile watching her husband at the table, and mentally returns to the time when she was still with his detachment. They also discussed where to go, what task to take the next one, what the reward would be. Raising from the table, the girl approaches the rack of registration and gesture calls an elderly woman. She asks how long the road will take according to the card. But it replies that the path is designed for about a month, and if you go to one person, even more. Such a development did not arrange a witch at all. She hoped that the road would take less time than a day spent in Nult. However, nothing can be changed. She will still have to go forward to achieve her goal. Going out of the hotel, Krillin smiles and thanks the hostess of the institution for the care, saying goodbye to it. At this time, the mercenary of the Count closely watches the sorceress. He stands behind the wall, hiding his face under a black hood. He is wondering where Aldred went, the same who killed the dragon. He disappeared unexpectedly, and now he is being searched throughout the kingdom. And Zoak, meanwhile, simply performs a task, the essence of which is to monitor only one person. In order to catch Aldrida, Zek has to monitor his former companion on the detachment, Magokurun, who does not know anything. The man recalls those moments of tracking and analyzing the route and actions of the girl, concludes. Most likely, she goes to her former satellite. Getting out of the darkness, Zek appears behind the Karun, keeping away from it at a distance. He smiles a little, but there is no hint in this smile. While the girl does not suspect anything, mercenaries are already looking forward to the moment when he will finally get to Aldred and enforce the order for him. The next morning, Flora is taken to work in the garden. It thoroughly breaks the grass, planting plants, all focused on its business. The main character is unnoticed, almost silently, slowly approaching her from behind. The young man has a cunning plan in his head, and a smile appears involuntarily on his face. While the girl carelessly harvests on the beds, the guy extends to her. The young man, closing his eyes with his palms, asks who it is. The girl screams, and having lost his balance, falls right on him. The girl pushed her lips and painted his cheeks with dissatisfaction, warning that she would not sneak up so unnoticed. Aldo laughed in response. He just wanted to see her frightened face. Realizing this, Flora turned away from him, demonstrating her annoyance, and the main character became even more fun to watch her reaction. He apologizes to a beloved girl and gives her a hand, helping to get up. The other hand carefully holds her thatched hat, closing it from the sun in the shade. The characters lift their eyes to the sun and dream of their eyes from bright light. The man notes that when he was for the first time here, spring prevailed. Life flies so rapidly that sometimes it is almost impossible to catch how it passes. Near one of the beds of Flora and Aldo take hands. The girl notes that there is very little left, and soon they will collect beans and carrots. The guy nods and agrees with her, noting that it remains for about 2 weeks. The girl shows other beds, explaining that in 3 weeks the harvesting of greens and onions will begin, and later, other crops. The man adds that a new time of year will soon come, autumn. Flora is embarrassed from this opinion, squeezes a stranger in his palm even more, and reports that it is during the autumn harvest that the long-awaited event will finally come true. The main character completes her opinion. In the fall, on the holiday, they will finally officially become a husband and wife, and that cannot but rejoice. The girl collects food for the boy for hunting, and sincerely wishes him good luck. In her hands, the little bag she gives to her lover. The guy thanked her with gratitude. Aldo was already going to leave the house when the girl suddenly stretched to his cheek and kissed loudly, blushing. The guy was frankly surprised by this unexpected gesture. The young man touches his cheeks and is surprised. The Flora is only entertained by this reaction. It closes one eye and brutally draws a tongue. Both, laughing, stared at each other. Aldo jokingly muttered that his lover stole his kiss. All this time, the main character's friend stands at the door. He complains dissatisfied with the unbearable morning heat, and then his gaze stops at the picture hanging at the entrance to the house. Aldo and Flora stood at the door, hugging and kissing. This was even more annoyed. He shouted that there was nothing to relax and time to go. Squeezing his fist from irritation, Toka notes that this pair always behaves that way. Meanwhile, the guy remembers the events of a few hours ago when something like a similar one at home. Bite a piece of buns, the guy wondered what Ecco Senvici were delicious and how wonderful his wife has. Now he dreamed of finding someone like the Flora, good, economical, and gentle. There is only one picture before the boy's eyes, Aisha, his girl. Suddenly, his pupils expand. He almost chokes food, trying to get rid of this obsessive thought. Toke escapes, accusing a couple of newlyweds of his troubles. At this time, the protagonist's friend also rushes, and Flora from Aldo only looked at him without understanding what happened. Meanwhile, Ain is trying to wake up a sleepy sister. She hurries her in a hurry, shaking her shoulders, trying to convey that everyone has already gone into the field, but only she is still lying in bed. It seems that Aisha only opens her eyes and assures that she has already woke up, suddenly falling asleep again, soaking on a soft pillow. It annoys her sister even more. The younger sister grunts with dissatisfaction, not wanting to leave the bed, and emphasizes that the sister cannot leave her and go on her own. Weenus in despair exclaims that then Aisha will not appear at work at all today. Yet, taking the girl out of the house, his eldest sister picks up water in a wooden bowl and insists that she is even as soon as possible. Aisha, barely opened his eyes, gets a piece of soap and tries to soap his face, displeasedly murmured that it is not foaming at all. The sister suddenly shouts that the youngest rubbed his face with tooth powder. The older one picks up to help and quickly wipes the girl's face with a towel. The younger sister tries to dress, pulls the apron inside out and on top of the pants. Anina shouts to her that everything should be done on the contrary. The girl tries to have breakfast quickly while the older sister screams at her. However, she manages it badly. Her eyes are still half closed with drowsiness. As a result, the younger again faints, falls on the table and falls asleep. Amini has to stop it again and insist so that she gathered with his forces. The action is transferred to the forest. 3 wild deer stand among the thick leaves, not suspecting that they will soon become a hunter's prey. At that moment, the main character pulls the bowstring, aims and shoots one of the deer. After letting the arrow, the young man hit the target and knocks the intended prey. Sleeping in front of the dead beast, the young man wondered. He had passed all a month since the red bear attacked the Flora. At first, all the animals fled away, but later gradually returned to their seats. Small, charming creatures appeared with them, but this problem was solved quite quickly. Although he would be coordinated so that the red bear would not return anymore, he soon leaves these thoughts behind and moves on. At some point, the guy suddenly notices that his girl Karina is hiding in the bushes. When she is exposed, the girl with annoyance confesses that she tried to go unnoticed. However, the protagonist just smiles, because such a trick will not impress him. A girl with an insulting on her face notes that the young man reposes again on his strong instincts. Karina went 30 meters, but even it did not help. The protagonist emphasizes that everyone will be able to feel the difference between the presence of humans and animals. Karina still cannot calm down from indignation. She does not believe that Aldo is an ordinary adventure seeker, because he has won even red bar on his own. The hero with laughter advises her to hide in the wind, because the smell can be easily found anyone. The girl responds in surprise to what he heard and asks again how possible. The guy, looking carefully into the deep forest, notes that, for example, Lauren now comes from the north side. The guy smiles. His assumptions come true. He says Lauren is already here. Karina does not notice this, and the main character in the meantime invites herself to find a hunter who is hiding in the bushes. Karina turns towards the wind, first listens to different sounds, and then tries to catch the smell. The girl manages to fulfill his plan. She is wondering where this smell comes from. The guy invites her to check her guess. Karina selects several pebbles from the ground and prepares to throw them in the direction of suspicious place. From the impact, all 5 pebbles fly into the bush, and from there suddenly a loud man's cry is heard. He hurts him from the fact that the stones hit him directly. Because of the bushes, the hunter with a dissatisfied look watches the couple. which joyfully welcomes each other with applause. Their joke was glory. Going closer, Loren is wondering if he really taught the girl. He replies that he only gave advice. Smiling, Karina tells that she found Lauren thanks to Ellie's smell. The wind conveyed this fragrance to her, and so she realized where the man was. Realizing that he was caught on a hot, the hunter rubbed his temple and confessed that he ate Allah. He was simply unlucky, that it was at this moment that the wind blew. Karina looked at the main character with delight. She has just mastered a new skill. The man gently strokes the girl's head, noting that when she desires, he will be able to speak because it has a good sense of smell. Now she only has to finish her studies. After that, the hunter reports that there are no problems in the north, and invites the heroes to move on. Suddenly the main character stops. He does not feel the presence of neither the monster nor the beast, but he is disturbed by extremely powerful magic. Lifting her head, Altudo notices Karuna among the leaves and looks at the girl in surprise. It seems to him that this is just a way to him, because where could the witch come from here? The girl is embarrassed because she was exposed so quickly. She confirms the protagonist of the protagonist, acknowledging she really tried to hide her presence, but obviously she failed. She was still discovered. The guy asks why Karun is here. Karina and Lauren turn from the main character to a stranger, because they still do not understand who is facing them. Karun and Aldo are walking slowly with the picturesque streets of the village, and the girl's soul envelops the joy when she inhales the atmosphere of this place. Stopping, Karun enthusiastically looks carefully located houses, and Aldo, a little behind, watching her delight with a light smile. Together, they move further with a narrow lane, where gorgeous flowers bloom, and Korn, looking back to Aldo, clearly makes it clear that he fully understands his choice to stay in this picturesque corner. Aldo nods in response. Finally, they approach a small but cozy house. The girl is wondering if it is a hero's home, and the guy confirms, yes, it's his home. The Flora stood aside, the eyes of which were widely revealed. She could not get rid of anxious thoughts that absorbed her inner peace, feeling something bad in the air. The walk was suddenly interrupted by a loud and indignant Aishin replica. Without hiding, she reported Aldo that Karina mentioned the arrival of his former lover. Flora's face shuddered at surprise, the tension swept it, and Aldo himself seemed annoyed as never before. Karun, feeling embarrassing and at the same time some excitement, waved her hand towards a group of confused boys, trying to discharge the intense atmosphere. She introduced herself and added that once in adventures, she was in the same detachment as Aldo, trying to distract from increasing tension. The witch wondered if the names of the audience could be found. Toka, taking a deep breath, introduced himself and added that he was engaged in repair of furniture. Aisha, with a smile, put her hand on her chest and noted that he was helping family vineyards. Flora, trying to restrain the excitement, approached her husband and called, proudly adding that her father was heading the village. Aldo, who stood behind, watched the girl with interest and felt a slight touch from everything that happened. Aisha, crossing her hands on his chest, confidently approaches young people and states that Flora forgot to remember something important. Between Flora and Aldo, full confusion reigns, and there is a moment when both, widely opened their eyes, fade in amazement. The protagonist, embarrassed by his gaze on the Flora, notices that she is awkward. Between them hangs inconvenient, silent tension. Korn, observing the events, is dying in intense expectation and confusion, unable to understand what really happens between the two. In the end, Aldo, with an uncertain smile and blush on his cheeks, began to scratch awkwardly, and at the same time with Flora, who shyly lowered his head, announced that they would soon marry. The witch is faded, covered with complete misunderstanding. She mutilates something under her nose, unable to restrain her feelings. Tuk says that since then the hero lives with his girlfriend in comfort and peace. Curium in response notes that after the event with a red bear, their relationship went to a new level. Everything even reached the wedding. Recalling past times, Witch notes that once, during joint tasks with the detachment, Aldo almost did not speak. He remained cold and serious. Frankly, spiritual conversations were alien to him. Aisha confessed that it is difficult for her to imagine her friend in this form. The main character in response only smiled, noting that such conversations about him always bring him to embarrassment. Flora looks at his lover and notes that he had once been a lot of trouble. However, in the depths of the heart, the girl always felt He is really a very good person. Karun wondered whether Flora and Aldo communicated before. The girl replies that she first saw him in this village 9 years ago when she was only 9. The sorceress looked at her friend with dissatisfaction, and he immediately denied that her assumption was wrong. Currently, the table is already served. It has a variety of dishes, and all present want each other delicious. Karuna takes a spoon in his hand and ties a little soup. She chooses a dish with pleasure, and Aldado is wondering if her food tastes. Smiling, the witch notes that tomato soup and radish stew are simply incredible. Do not find such fresh vegetables in the capital. Turning to Aldo, the girl asks if such a change of life is not affected. The main character is convinced that all this is the merit of his friends. The Flora lifts the plate and extends its guests, reporting that it has a deer meat which Aldo hung alone in the forest. She assures that the dish is delicious, so the witch must always taste it. It skillfully pushes the piece on the fork. The magician examines the prey with a mouth-watering, hungry look, and then carefully puts it in the mouth and chews it carefully. Karun is satisfied with grunting, noting that the meat is surprisingly delicious, tender, and juicy. Flora gladly perceives such praise and encourages the girl to take more. The protagonist immerses a piece into the sauce and notes that the taste will be even better if you add a sweet dollar sauce. After that, he bites and obviously gets a real pleasure in the dish. Aisha gets closer and draws attention to the fact that if you put a sandwich of meat and sauce, the taste would be even more good. Harun agrees that this way to eat is really tastier. At this point, the girl, despite the attendees, bites a considerable piece of sandwich and swallows him immediately. It was a serious mistake. The girl sat down in a large piece and, breathing, asked for water. However, having taken a glass, she found that she was empty. 2 pulls a glass of a girl who will bend a sore throat, but she is empty. It only pleases the guy, and he wants to make me even more with me. Karun promises to finally help and go on the water. The witch whispers quietly, causing water. Clean water appears at the tip of my finger. Within a few seconds, a glass of Aisha is filled with crystal clear water. Finally, the girl drinks a glass of water with 1 sip and puts it on the table with noise, clearly demonstrating her annoyance because of the joke. The girl strictly plays eyebrows, claiming that her friend is a true horror, but he just laughs, pleased with a good joke. Aisha calls Karun her rescuer, but the witch assures that she has not done anything special. Aldo still dare to ask Karuno about her teaching in a magical school. Will everything be fine? He is worried that she so suddenly left her classes and all the responsibilities. The girl is embarrassed, looks at and asks the boy to move this conversation at another time, because he does not want to inspire unpleasant memories of the past in such an atmosphere, at the table with delicious food. The main character agrees to talk about it, but not now. Someone suggests that if you use magic, you can get water, so the well will no longer be needed. She now thinks about whether she is able to use the magic. The Flora smiles and explains that this requires a special gift, such as chorus. The sorceress explained that magic is a gift laid in everyone, so anyone can master it. Its mastery does not depend on family relationships or other external circumstances. Karuna wondered if the girls wanted to measure their magic, even if this method is not entirely accurate. The girls agreed with enthusiasm, showing a sincere desire to try. The witch begins with Aisha. She asks the girl to straighten and explains that the magic of Kurun will penetrate into another's power, warning, "It may be a little unpleasant, so patience should be gained." Suddenly, everything around Aisha begins to glow, and the girl looks around in surprise. Flora with anxiety observes everything that is happening. Karuna asks the girl to remain stationary. Aisha feels a slight fear. It seems to her as if something invisible touches her from within. The sorceress puts her hand on her shoulder and closes her eyes. It seems that the girl is pleasant this process. She falls on her knees, shudders, and quietly muttering. The Flora covers unexpected horror. It shooks the eyes wide, and then instantly shuts down Aldo's eyes, begging him not to look, although she does not explain why. The sorceress concludes that there is very little magic in Aish, unfortunately. Even after long classes, its level will increase slightly, but some progress will still be. The next one has to go through the Flora. It is scared, but still dare to approach closer. The Flora is clearly very nervous. She asks everyone who sits at the table, not looking at her, fearing that if this girl really looks like Aisha, the situation will become extremely inconvenient. Aisha is immediately embarrassed, because she seems to sound as if she had done something obscene. Kurun Hainasis tries to reassure her. There is nothing shameful about it, and the situation is not as serious as it seems. Nevertheless, Aisha closes his eyes to the protagonist, and he, in turn, also closes his eyes to his best friend. The latter is sincerely indignant, not understanding why he is forbidden to look. Aisha explains that when he touched her, her body responded quite naturally. The same is happening now with the Flora. It tightens his fists, exhales with the tender, and eagerly squeezes her legs. A restrained Flora moan caused by manipulation during magical verification is heard throughout the room. Her cheeks are burned with a blush. The witch instantly applies the fingers to the girl's mouth, urging that not to make strange sounds. The boys in the room were astonished in surprise, but preferred to remain silent. Aisha is coasting and turning to the main character, wondering whether he wants to join. There are two voices right away, a boy and a current. Although the current presses the hands of a friend even more, repeating that it is impossible, the young man's eyes suddenly open. He looks at his lover. The protagonist notices how the Flora clenches her lips and closes her eyes while the sorceress's hand lies with her shoulder. The man opens his mouth with delight, but the pleasure of what he saw suddenly breaks his girl, saying that he would be enough. Karuna reported that the results were ready. She announced with a smile that the Flora is able to use combat magic because she has significant stocks of mana. The girl cannot believe in her happiness, like everyone present in the room. Their faces reflect sincere confusion. The main character's beloved immediately rushes to him in the arms, assuming that he may now be able to use magic. Aldo is full of joy from this unexpected news. The sorceress notes that when it comes to the magic of the air, she will be able to teach the girl the protagonist and in the meantime will be her mentor. At this point, the guy mentally notes that his lover does not object to magic. Lifting her puppy eyes on him, Flora unexpectedly confessed, if she mastered air magic, she will be able to dry her gorgeous, beautiful curls faster. The young man laughed at this remark and gently stroked his beloved on his head. It is quite in her style. Toko was embarrassed whether it is not a combat magic and whether it is possible to use it in everyday life. The magician smiles with surprise, watching the hugging couple, and does not feel jealous or anger in relation to them. The only thing she cannot understand is 9-year love. How could the Flora wait so much for Aldo without taking care of someone else? Why are they still together? The sorceress felt a slight shame, because before arriving in the village, she often seemed that she would become the bride of the protagonist. Kurun covered his cheeks with her palms and tried to reject these memories of the past. After clearing her throat, the girl turns to Aldo. She sincerely rejoices that her former satellite has been able to find a decent person and greets both with a wedding. With a smile on her face, she wants them happiness. Having received a blessing from a longtime friend, Flora, Aldo smiles and thanks him for his warm words and sincere wishes. After that, the guru does not go to the next or the present participant, does not try to test his magic. Instead, he suddenly shouted loudly that his voice was heard even outside the house. Competition and preparation of sweets. The girl carried a basket full of eggs. Chickens with long, lush feathers fussed around her. She turned to the audience with surprise, asking if they would prepare sweets together. 2 girls standing aside confirmed it. There is a tradition in their village. The bride, who marries the harvest, should prepare a treat for everyone. Today, before the holiday will take place, the girl was so confused and excited that even the eggs in her basket trembled. The juice, the girl herself said aloud. It turns out that they will be curly. She asked herself again in surprise, trying to understand what he heard. All 3 girls came to the house, opened the door, and reported Flory about their arrival. From the inside, someone thanked them loudly for their help. There were 2 girls and 2 boys in the room. The girls who just appeared were surprised to see Karina among those present. In response, Karin briefly confirmed, yes, she also came. But in her tone it was clear that she did not feel much joy in this regard. Karina muttered uncertainly that Aldo asked her to hold back and keep track of her words so as not to create unnecessary problems to anyone. She remembered how she ran to everyone with shouts, announcing the arrival of the former Aldo girl. Karen approved something under his nose, agreeing that she was talking about her. The girl sighed with me and, adding, said that the boys did not understand the jokes at all. Karina bowed her head and sincerely apologized for everything that had happened. Karam only sighed with a smile, assuring that there was no reason to worry. Karina's cheeks broke out when Karun introduced her. The girl looked at Karun with interest, also named her name and suggested that she just contact her. She added that I was glad. The girl approached the Karuna and noted that it was extremely beautiful. Having become discouraged, Karuna splashed and cast her ashamed look. Karina looked at Korin with surprise and asked if there was really nothing between her and Aldo. The angry guy, putting his hands on his chest, was already hanging over the girl. One of the girls present excitedly turned to Karina, noting that she did not pay attention to training. Although Karin was forced, as in the vice, to realize her crime and asked Karin if she attended Elius, the girl only asked to forgive Karina and confirmed that it was. Aisha spent her, and so they met. Karina received a residence permit. Someone asked if she had temporarily settled in the Asian house. I confirmed that it is. For some reason, I did not want to bother this sweet couple once again. Two girls heard a conversation and paid attention to her. Flora, a little ashamed, smiled and suggested to start. Today she will have to cook a lot. The girl, next to a cheerful smile, noted that she was already full of enthusiasm. The upset Flora folded her palm near her cheek and, she was scratching, quickly confirmed her words. It seemed to her that this cooking was far from the first in the status of a wife. The blush filled her face, and she closed her eyes for a moment. Aldo also blushed to the ears, and the girl nearby, a little embarrassed, smiled at Flori and noted that she was extremely well involved in her role. The guy nearby noted that they would simply do his own business. The one who stood nearby agreed, but asking if they really needed help did not hide their concern. The florist smiled and assured that it was really like this. Men were forbidden. Koryun was surprised to ask if it was true. The second girl confirmed, explaining that the whole ceremony was completely dedicated to the bride. The boys returned to the door and moved away. Aldo, looking back, noted that they still call them if something. The girls in response assured, everything is fine. Karina looked at the Flora and wondered what to do. After crossing her hands on her chest, Flora explained what it means. Idana, Karina, Kurine, and she will prepare the dough together. Flora called Aisha, saying that she would prepare baking. The girl reluctantly agreed, dissatisfied. Anna sounded a sister, who was ahead. Turning to Karina and the Yana, Flora said she was instructing the mixing of the ingredients to them. The Flora stretched the curly bowl with eggs and handed the crown, noting that the eggs should be beaten to a lush foam. Karuna clumsily agreed and, hesitating slightly, wondered whether it should mean that the mixture should be white. The girl reached out to her with a broom, hesitating and awakened by herself, thinking whether everything was doing correctly. She undertook to whisk eggs already broken in a bowl. However, the bowl was constantly sliding away, and its contents were splashed every now and then, because the Kurun seems to have left. Aisha, carrying firewood and walking nearby, watched the girl's attempts. At this time, Karina, all squeezed and seduced, tried to rub the ingredients in a mortar. Next to her, Ain Smile watched her girlfriend and wished her good luck, while gently cutting the products with a knife. Flora approached the Karuna and asked how the test was moving. Before her stood a girl, from her head to her feet covered with a bowl content. Flora, holding shopping bags in her hands, looked at the girl in front of the girl. Karaun, meanwhile, tried to hide the bowl behind her back. The girl carefully wiped the dirty hair of another girl with a cloth. Karun apologized, explaining that she was sure. A little more, and everything would definitely happen. The Flora reassured her, advised not to worry. Karun turned to the girl standing behind and wiping her head. She asked the Flora to listen carefully and to tell her Aldo confessed to her in feelings. In the eyes of a smiling Karun, the girl was red. Karun was difficult to even imagine it. Aisha, who walked past the firewood in her hands, smiled. She noted that the first confessed the Flora. The Flora looked at the girl. Her eyes were wide open, and the cheeks were burning ashy. Karuna winked and lifted the thumb. Let Flori understand that she considers her bold. The Flora was confused, assuring that she was simply. Aisha, pleased with her squeezing, said cunning that they had a special flower, a symbol of recognition. The chicken did not jump from the chair and exclaimed enthusiastically, trying to find out what was meant. The Flora covered shame. She covered her face with palms, blushing, and begged the girls to stop. Aisha just smiled and asked, "Except for this, there is something bad." After all, they became a couple. Aisha winked Karam, promising to tell her everything later. The Flora covered such a shame that she trembled and shouted, shouting Aisha. The young man, standing outside the table, looked toward the house, from which shouts came to the street. Kurun followed this with a smile. Karuna seemed that life in the capital was completely different. Arriving here, she could not even bake the cakes. You will not prepare the magic here. In the meantime, the girls had fun and enjoyed it together. Karun decided to return to the usual life as soon as possible. Smoke from the fire with a light cloud went down the street, getting out of the chimney. Karina, squeezing a piece of fabric firmly in her hands, almost let the saliva, enthusiastically marking how appetizing. Two men entered the house, and one of them, Blondin, noted that this fragrance could not be resisted. He asked the girls whether everything was ready. Aisha shuddered, hearing their voices. The girl, stretching her arms, exclaimed loudly so that he could not come here. A fair-haired man wondered if he was at least present in training. Behind him, Aldo was awakened by the nape of his nape. The Flora answered a smile, explaining that it was still not ready. At first it should cool slightly. She asked them to wait a little. Aisha looked at the boy with dissatisfaction and noticed that he did not indulge them. Did he ask in response if you didn't even need to treat them? Flora, having lost herself, asked like it. After all, today they worked well on the creation of furniture. Karun turned to her husband with surprise, asking if all the furniture was created here. She noticed that they were made with great skill. Karun smiled, closing her eyes, and reported that she wanted to order his furniture. The young man, having taken his back, scratched his back and agreed. Karun was enthusiastically noted that the table is a true work of skill. The embarrassed man stood nearby and listened silently to her passionate words. Aisha with Inna watched them silently, keeping a little away. Another anxiously stared forward and thought that the chicken was not a great deal together. What to do? The sister is sure to be against such an attractive girl from the capital. The girl faded and put her palm on her face. Aisha, standing with her back to her sister, was quietly baring her nose. In a panic, she thought that her sister was in a state of shock, but Aisha herself remained completely indifferent. Wiping her nose, she had an impartially noticed that she may have a cold. Suddenly she shuddered and fell to the floor. Aisha went forward, overtaking others, and, noting that the incense was incredible, decided to go to see what was there. Nen, trembling on the floor, escaped her glance, and the rest was only surprised to watch it. Now you don't have to think about it. There were 2 pies on the table, and one of them was decorated with charming orange rings. In the hands of the Flora lay a board with 2 more pies. Behind, with a smile on her face, Karina admired these delicacies. There were several whole pies on the table, already cut pieces, wrapping paper and ribbons. In the living room, a mess also prevailed on the couch. There were various bags, packages, baskets, and aprons with fabrics. Aldo bit a piece of cake and immediately appreciated his taste. The cake was truly delicious. Karen was happy to eat her piece, assuring the Flora that she always cooks delicious. Aisha confirmed these words with a smile, noting that all this was done for the sake of Aldo. From that attention, the girl was embarrassed. Anna asked the Flora as she feels. The girl, covering the palm of her mouth, looked carefully in front of her. Pointing her fingers to the pieces, she noted that sugar was not enough. She said that more spices can be added to this dish. And the pieces themselves, in her opinion, are a little solid. Karine was surprised, hearing it, and only said, "That's how it." Despite the fact that the dish was delicious, someone noted that it was necessary to train even more. Aisha was angry because of such words. With a charming smile, Flora assured that she is ready to shift the mountains with her culinary skills. Meanwhile, the attendees were eaten silently. Everyone thinks that at least this common dinner would be their achievement. The Flora, along with Ome, went outside and looked at the yard. Seeing the grass she wanted to add to her collection, she reported that she was going to break her. A smile shone on the girl's face, and she sang a half-voice forward. Flora dropped on her knees and began to carefully fold the green stems in the basket that stood next to her. Suddenly, 5 people with hidden faces appeared behind the girl sitting on the ground. The leaves of the trees swirled up. The girl faded and lowered. In the house, everyone heard a shrill cry of Flora and froze with fear. The surprised Kapurmi shouted, asking that it was a cry. Aldo, meanwhile, rapidly raced her to the exit. He ran to the yard with a frightened face and called the Flora. The uninvited guests were already heading. The Flora, exhausted, relied on the shoulder of one of them. which seemed to be unconscious. Aldo wide open, his eyes from fear, inseparably looking at himself. Flora was hanging on someone's shoulders and did not show any reaction. Suddenly, a powerful explosion came. Aldo, along with Cogran, instinctively closed his face with his hands, trying to protect himself at least. Flora basket, torn and beaten, flew past the hero. Having bounced from the ground, the Flora fell somewhere on the side. I did not run up, calling Aldo, and asked what had happened. Aldo himself, a crushed explosion, just looked forward and trembled. The young man rushed forward, and the girl extended her hand behind him. The basket still remained on the ground. Aldo grabbed him with both hands and began to look carefully. The guy trembled with fear, watching the strange thing. His hands shuddered, convincingly grabbing for her. Aldo threw his jaws and looked forward. He called the Flora loudly. The Flora was stolen. There was thick smoke around the explosion. Flora slowly opened her eyes, hanging upside down from his abductor. I went up a little, looking at my husband. She turned her head with her eyes wide open. The trees were burning around the trees covered with fire. Most of them have already turned into charred stumps, from which thick black smoke rises. 5 kidnappers in black costumes moved forward, leaving only fires and flames. The girl looked back in anxiety, trying to understand what was happening. The trees fell one by one, their trunks were blackening from the fire. Why could someone steal Flora? On the horizon, between the thick forests, a high mountain, the top of which illuminated the bright flash of light. On the very top of Mount Karun stood with a charming stamp, which emitted a bright light, noticeable from afar. The girl focused with her eyes closed. Behind, hiding under a cloak from the wind, stood Aldo and asked if she knew where the Flora was now. The girl agreed. They are incredibly lucky that she has such a strong magical gift. Only because of this, it was possible to identify its location so quickly. The girl got bored and tilted her head, looking deeply upset. She said quietly that there was one thing, but the guy asked what it was. The girl squeezed her charming staff in her hands and reported Aldo that Flora was very scared. The young man clasped his teeth and closed his eyes. His face was full of sadness. Chicken recalled and shared with Albaldo's memories that she had already encountered such an opponent earlier. That man belonged to the guild of the Kingdom of Abylonia. It seems that his name was Zac. He thought about it and suggested that they were probably hired by the kingdom to track him. However, one thing remained a mystery to him. Why did they stop the Flora? They do not even try to lead any negotiations with him. Behind Aisha and Tuk rushed to the albedo loudly. Aisha suddenly screamed, demanding to explain what was happening in Viflora. The guy turned in their direction. Others looked at the hero carefully, his clothes, and looked at him with surprise. Aisha trembled and screamed, demanding that he was silent. Toka put his hand on his shoulder and met her look. Then he nodded in different directions. Aisha looked at him with surprise, while the hero standing aside kept silent, bowing his head. Turning to Aldo, she said she understood everything and trust him. She called Aldo and he looked at her. With tears in her eyes, she confidently met his eyes and insisted, "Turn the Flora, certainly." He did not answer the word, just looked at himself with a wild, avid look, as if he were ready to rush into battle. Toke, pointing his hand to the side, said he had already prepared everything and asked to go there. While the girls followed Tawak, Karina wondered what happened to Jano. Aisha replied that she had sent her home so that she would not interfere. So the hero remained alone on the mountain, watching the forest ahead, where the black smoke came from. The kidnappers stopped. The Flora remained suspended in the air, its wrists were firmly tied to the tree and just under the feet of a large bonfire. 5 people dispersed in different directions, leaving only the guard. The girl looked forward. When the flames under her felt more and more, she turned her gaze to the man who sat on the deck and sharpened her knife. On the side, the girl approached Mr. Zakoak, reminding that Mr. Clark ordered only an Aldred. Why did he bring this girl with him? The man did not look around. He continued to focus on the blade. Hearing about Aldred, Flora wondered if she was saying, "About Aldo. It has been aroused." The man finally smiled and explained that it was only a bait. It would be easier to lure the adventure of rank A. Hearing these words, Flora opened her eyes wide, reflecting on the unfamiliar adventure of the rank of AA. The girl standing next to him exclaimed whether he really intended to kill him, emphasizing that such an act would be perceived as a state betrayal. Flora watched them in amazement and stunned. With the face of the madman, Zoak looks at the flames in front of him, saying that the main thing is to survive, isn't it? Magic, in his opinion, will help to do everything he desires. Flora shuddered, looking forward with wild horror. Zax's teammates were worried about what happened. The girl lowered, barely holding back tears. She thought how to act on. All they understood. Enemies seek to kill Aldo. The girl did not immediately notice the presence of Zack nearby. The man looked at her fiercely and put his sword on her body. The Zoak with a smile pressed the sword against the throat of a frightened, trembling Flora. He noted that she should not worry about her lover. "Wouldn't it be better to think about yourself first?" he threw, pressing his sword against her throat so close that she had to throw her head a little, trembling even more. She closed her eyes, from which tears immediately stopped. The man exclaimed that big plans were waiting for her. She is intended to become a bait for Aldred. The girl scared, tearing his silence with her voice. Behind, with the sword in his hands, was carefully observed by a supporter of Zack's. Suddenly something pierced the boy's breasts, and he flew back. Magina spread her mouth and trembled. The Zaka was satisfied with a whisper, while in their direction, rapidly flying an arrow with a sharp tip. Zax's comrades hit numerous arrows. The magic girl managed to create a magical shield around her, but the guy in the hood next to her got an arrow in the chest. The tip punched him through. The arrow fell from a height, and one of them got into the chest of another adventure seeker who accompanied Zayaka. The Zoak pulled the blade from the neck of the Flora and protected his head with his hand. And the arrow that had to hit him broke up his palm. The man retreated back, grabbed the sword and straightened. Throwing the bow behind his back, he saw angry Aldo flew forward from the shadows, with a sword directed simply at him. Despite the danger, Zoak remained ominously smiling. Standing still, the adventurer held the blade with both hands in front of his face. Following, the warriors caused a powerful explosion. The indomitable gust of the wind dispelled the hair of the Flora in different directions, so the girl closed her eyes. When the smoke began to dispel, two men who crossed the swords appeared on the battlefield. The annoyed Zoak asked his opponent why he did it. The man replied that he had done it to come back with him in a duel. Aldo, turning his sword, lifted him, preparing to strike, and shouted that the Flora was not involved. The Zoak, smiling widely, addressed Aldrin. If he wants to return it, he will have to cross the dead body. The Flora was quietly moaning, hanging from a tree branch. A magical girl appeared in the bushes, squeezing in her hands. Squeezing her teeth, she began to create a spell, and a black, mucus substance began to emerge from the end of her staff. Seeing this, Flora opened her eyes wide and looked at her direction. The magic shell flew past it, moving rapidly in the opposite direction. The girl turned to the other side. The black substance was constantly approaching Aldo, sneaking into his back while he fought with Zack. Flora shouted loudly Aldo, warning him about the danger behind. Squeezing his teeth, the guy turned. Not far from him, light mass grew rapidly. Her glow had gone away, as if she were about to explode. A loud explosion came, and thick smoke completely hid everything that happened at his epicenter. What happened to Aldo after this attack? Suddenly, a huge transparent dome emerged around the explosion. The Flora, still attached to the tree, was in the series of smoke and raised dust. The girl shouted with force, closing her eyes firmly. Smoke gradually took the form of a bucket, circling simply at the epicenter of events. When he dispelled, a large magical circle was visible. He protected the two figures behind him. The Flora opened her eyes and, stunned, stared in front of her. She shouted, calling Kurun. The girl with a charming staff stood up in defense of the heroes, standing behind them. Aldo was back in this girl. While the magical circles surrounded the couple on all sides, Zack was hiding behind stones and watching them from afar. The man at this time was conceived by a woman standing nearby. From under the stone, Zoak closely followed the hero and the girl. Zoak called a mag girl from her team, and she unwittingly shuddered. He told her that he was entrusted with Karuna. The girl was noticeably nervous, clenching her teeth. Meanwhile, Zoak swept past her, hurrying forward. When he raced between the trees, the hero jumped out of the side of the leaves and swung his sword right on a man. However, Zoak Grind seemed ready for it. The man released 3 sharp blades from his hands, directing them to the hero. Aldo closed his face with his hand, and the blade crashed into her painfully. Men rushed to each other, waving weapons. At this point, Megan from the tribe of Zagak released a powerful stream of magical energy from the staff. Kurun, hiding with a protective magical circle, effortlessly reflected the attack of the enemy. The Magista felt anxious. She realized that she could not compare with the Karuna. The girl closed her eyes, put her skeleton forward, and whispered a few words softly. When the Magista noticed that the rod was raised, numerous magical circles that died between them appeared in the air. In the center of each circle, light broke out, and the powerful rays aimed at Megan rushed to her at the moment when Karuna brought her rod on her. The girl in the hood used magic to protect from the impact. She covered her face with her palm, protecting her smoke around. Suddenly she brought her staff to Karun, and only then noticed that he was broken. Karun, pleased with himself, stood and smiled in the world of magical circles that surrounded her. The magician gnarled with her teeth, knowing how big the difference between them is. The girl's face was covered with a fabric, but the confusion was red even despite it. At that moment, Aldo struck Zaku, but he skillfully evaded, with pleasure noting it. He asked the hero whether this girl, Flora, so much weighs. The hero stopped with his back to the Flora and took the sword sideways, covering the girl behind him. With the look of the beast, he answered the adventurer, which would not allow anyone to approach. The hero's hand, which he held onto the sword's hand, suddenly began to sparkle. Zoak watched this phenomenon with surprise. A magic, similar to lightning, sprouted around the blade. The body of the hero shone, and his sword under the action of magic increased 10 times, releasing a long flow of light. Zayax, puzzled, did not take his eyes from this picture. Despite confusion, he struck the sword on the ground, assuring that he would inevitably protect it. The traveler lifted his head, remaining stationary, and stared at the bright light, which burned high above him. The blow was powerful. The energy spread further, spreading the straight line in the endless space. The face of the Zuaka froze in amazement when he watched, unable to move for what was moving on him. Kurume, along with the magician Zuaka, followed this, spreading his mouths from surprise. The powerful explosion destroyed everything in its path. The trees that Aldo hit were broken, and only charred trunks remained from them. Black smoke pillars were rising to the sky. In the place where the hero struck came, a long ditch was formed in the ground, in which the Zak stood on his knees. The man was in surprise in the ground. Lifting his head, he turned away, bristling his teeth firmly. The blow turned out to be so powerful that the mountain behind them split in half, and in the very center remained a burning, deep, and long blast. While Zak stood and followed the events on the formed cliff behind himself, the hero approached him. Noticing this, Zoak turned sharply and looked. With horror, he realized that this is the kind of adventurer of the rank A. The hero looked at him from the fury in his eyes. Small particles flew from the ashes that remained after the burned leaf and plants. Aldo took a small knife and cut the ropes on the wrists of the Flora. The saved girl, with tears in her eyes, rushed to embrace the hero and called Aldo. Nearby, a worried young man grabbed the Flora with a sad look and exclaimed her name anxiously. The hero apologized to her for what happened. The girl immediately assured that everything was fine. She believed that he would save her. Kurun, who stood nearby, sighed lightly and smiled noticeably. Taking hands, the couple stood side by side, and the guy asked the Flora whether she had injured. But she replied that everything was fine with her. The three of them looked around and looked down from the cliff on which they were standing, and although it hugged the Flora, and it stuck to it firmly, below the last mage, along with Zoak, tried to escape as far as possible. Kurani noted that they had already escaped. However, the hero replied to the girl that it was not quite true, and asked to pass on one message to the king. Korn looked at the man and asked if he intended to negotiate with the king. He replied that he was proud that he was able to clean everything properly, so that this would not happen again. Aisha, with tears in her eyes, ran to them, and behind a disturbed tuck. The girl begged the Flora to respond. The Flora turned and shouted Aisha. The girls rushed to each other into the arms, and in the eyes of Aisha they shone tears of joy. She was genuinely rejoiced that the Flora was not injured. Flora smiled through an apology for making you worry. Behind them stood Tokes, sighing and smiling. Aisha looked at Aldo with his dissatisfaction, standing away near Karun and watching everything silently. She grabbed her girlfriend harder and cast a strict look, demanding explanations about what happened. Aisha shouted Aldo, while Toka looked at the annoyed girl in a confused. The hero explained that before them, the heads of the kingdom of Abylonia, who came for him. Toke, shouting in amazement, asked Abylonia again, because they overcame such a distant path. Aisha, crossing her hands on her chest, calmly turned to the attackers, asking for the cause of their attack. The hero looked silently at the flora that stood in front of him. She lowered her gaze and was silent. The young man decided to open the truth to them. They came to kill an adventurer of rank and named Aldred. This is his real name. Stunned, Aisha asked if Aldo was really an adventurer of the rank AA along with her toque. Stunned, stared at one point and asked if it was true. Both were asked about the Karna, whether she also had a rank A, and the girl confirmed it without hesitation. Although they said that Zack, who stole the flora, for this purpose they came, to accomplish the task and return it to the kingdom. Aisha's face darkened, and her eyes hid under the strands of bangs. But the expression of rage was obvious. She asked if they stole the flora to crush it. However, the hero suggested that it was used as a bait. The girl clenched his fist. Instantly flying to the hero, Aisha hit Aldo's fist in her chin, while everyone else watched it in surprise. She grabbed the boy by her chest and exclaimed that since the flora of good, it is unlikely to beat him. So he gets this blow instead. After all, in front of her, entrepreneur A rank A who won the dragon, isn't it? However, despite the glory, he failed to protect his beloved. Kuruni wept and, wiping her tears with her hands, confessed that everything went wrong. She blamed herself, convincing that if she had not appeared on the north end, it could not happen. The hero bowed his head and sadly said on his face that no, there was no guilt on it. Only he was to blame. The current, in a confusion of scratching the nape of the nape, wondered if there was some benefit from the return of the former adventurer of the rank A. Angry Kurum replied that adventurers of this level honor the people, and in addition, they have an impact on the government. Some of the influential persons accompanied Aldo to convey him to the king, so they gained confidence and authority. Angry Aisha denied that Aldo was not a thing. Toke looked at Aisha skeptically, smiled, and wondered if there were such people at all. He addressed the guys with the question of who it was. The hero explained to them that he was talking about Count Clark Rimmond. He is the most influential and most powerful among all present. She crossed her hands on her chest and asked if they could come back here again. The hero replied that he had already sent a message about the negotiations, but warned that if they try to do something again, the consequences would be different. The hero reassured her, assuring that it was his care and he was powerful. He had no intention to go back. The flora stood, crossing her hands behind her back, and looked down silently. The wind played her dress and hair. A little later, in the Flora and Aldo house, the girl stood behind the hero and confessed that when he came to her, it seemed to her a miracle, as if he came out of the air. She wondered quietly how he succeeded. The girl, smiling, explained that then he made a catapult, and Karun helped him charm, and added that it was wonderful. When she noticed the wound on the boy's hand, she immediately paid attention. He bleeds. The guy examined his torn skin with surprise. When the boy finally tied their hand, Flora thoughtfully noticed that it would be great if she was able to treat as Karun. The guy thanked her for the treated wound. They sat silently on the bed. The girl stared at her knees, and the guy carefully touched the wounded hand. Finally, she was the first to break the silence, asking why he did not admit that he was an adventure seeker. The young man lowered his eyes, full of guilt and frustration. He confessed that during the years of adventure he had done many different tasks. He destroyed the monster, caught robbers. Among all this was a knightly ministry in the war. Then he had to kill people. He sought to start a new life freed from bitter memories. He was also disturbed by the idea, if she learns about it, he will hate him. The young man sat, bent his head. The girl replied that she was afraid to lose him. After her words, Alda opened his eyes stunned. Leaning to him, the girl met his look, and the guy, returning to her, put her hand on her shoulder, soothing and gently turning by name. He apologized to her. The girl added that today everything finally got into place. Turned her head in his direction. She could not hold back tears. Tears swelled in her eyes. She confessed that her first love, her desire to return alive and unharmed to come true. She wants to share with him both sadness and joy. Wants to learn more about him. Whatever happens, she is not able to hate it. When everyone heard her outspoken confessions, their faces were blurred from embarrassment. She asked her to let her stay side by side. The guy with tears in his eyes rushed to her and hugged firmly, quietly calling. Hugging, they both did not restrain their tears. Hugging the girl firmly, the guy promised that in all circumstances he would protect her, and the whole village, certainly. They looked into each other's eyes, holding their hands on the cheeks of a loved one, and continued to cry. Meanwhile, the flowers on the street shake the gust of the wind, scattering the petals in different directions. The room in love, hugging on the bed, kissing gently. The hero and Flora stood at the door of the house. His fists were tensely compressed, and in his gaze read uncertainty about the future. Flora carefully stretched her palm into her lover's hands, trying to quench his anxiety. The guy stamped in confusion, suddenly blushing. The couple, holding hands, exchanged glances. Flora smiled welcome the guy. Aldo uncertainly raised his hand to knock on the door. A girl with a basket in her hand stood next to me. A little time has passed. There were 4 at the table in silence. The hero bowed his head tense, avoiding the look of the girl's parents. Floren's father now became clear. It turned out that Aldo, an adventurer of rank A. The man responded to this news calmly. The young man with the guilty expression of his face apologized for not daring to talk about it for so long. If he were not an adventurer of rank A, nothing would happen to Flora. Once again, now quietly, he apologized. The man continued to silently follow the guy, lowering his head. The woman near him looked worried. Flora also bowed her head and was silent. The father looked at his daughter, and then, thinking, stared at the floor. In the end, the man voiced what he was still silent, hinting that he had good reasons. Flora's father asked Aldo to raise his head. Aldo looked with a sense of guilt in his eyes. The man smiled unexpectedly to the boy, and noted that thanks to his skills and skill, Flora has been saved 3 times. The man did not judge him. With such a burden on his shoulders, he probably was not sure whether it was worth coming here alone. As an adventure seeker, he did not hope that life events would be so unexpectedly involved in the whirlpool. However, it was at such moments that he mentioned the flower field in Nortgeni. Now the man is glad that he decided to come. The man confessed that this case scared him. However, he and Flora, and all the peasants sincerely believe, he is not guilty of any break. His sincere words were so struck by Aldo that tears were in the eyes. Flora's mother smiled and winked slyly, confirming that all this was true. She added that they were one family, so he should trust them more. The young man smiled in response and wiped his eyes with his eyes. He agreed with them and thanked them sincerely. Flora watched the hero with a smile. Her cheeks were slightly broke, and tears of joy have appeared in the eyes, like the boy's. The mother of the girl with delight noted that it is great that their Flora marries the adventurer of Class A. What is the honor? The man laughed and noted that if he knew everything from the very beginning, he would hardly be able to communicate with him on an equal footing. Aldo, embarrassing, asked to leave everything as it was and talk to him as before. Flora clenched his fists and reminded with a barely restrained indignation how difficult Aldo had. The girl's mother, approaching her husband, said with a happy smile that he would only look. Her language has already gained a tone of the true wife of an adventure seeker. The man encouraged to hold so cheerfully. The girl, hearing these words, scolded. Recognizing, the Flora blushed to the heels and shouted her mother and dad with a shout, pleading to stop them. Aldo, all in tears, smiled in response to her. The woman addressed the Flora with the question of how the preparation is moving for the holiday. The girl shuddered. She confessed that there is a lot of work ahead of the final result. The woman sighed excitedly, agreeing that it was true. The girl put the packages on the table. Today she brought them sweets and offered to try. Aldo stretched out a man with sweets, noting that he tasted them daily. The man smiled in response, assured that he himself enjoys these delicacies. The girl invited everyone to the table for tea. Her mother, glad, clapped her hands. The huge field where the long vines have already reached the grape bunch. Inan passed by, carrying a basket filled with ripe berries. Hearing the voices, she turned. Someone jokingly asked Kurun if she would still go with such a sour expression for a long time. Hiding behind the bush, she watched 3 sitting at the table and talking. Kuryun was stuck for the case, believing that her carelessness was guilty of everything. Aisha reassured her, assuring that nothing wrong had happened and should not worry. However, the agitated Chikuna was still worried about their friendship with Aldo. Toka smiled, soothing the girl, and already realized what was talking about. He assured her that there was no reason to worry. She did not hit him out of anger. Now she put her hand on her mouth, shutting when she learned about that blow. Aisha looked at the young man with distrustful, as if asking if he had suddenly decided to turn on the best friends mode. If you think about it, it turned out that the cornet was injured as well. She made it clear that the conversation should be completed. Karun wanted to deny, but at this moment the Anne Peeling reached out to the girl. The young man put his palm on the girl's top, smiled and reassured her, they say, should not worry so much. Karun shuddered and blushed. She opened her eyes and mouth with surprise and embarrassment. Yana, standing aside, looked frightened in their direction, full of uncertainty. At that moment, Aisha looked angry. He just ran a head on his head, trying to calm down. The young man kept an insect between his fingers, explaining that there was just a fly. Karun looked at him, blushing awkwardly, while Aisha was sitting, leaning over the table and hiding her face. The couple looked in surprise to the side where Ajina lay, trying to understand what is. Karun also not surprised that Ajina looked extremely surprised. The girl suddenly laughed. Tok helped Inni get out of the earth and, turning to laughter, asked what happened. Aisha, awkward, cast her gaze on Karun. Aisha, smiling uncertainly and clearing her throat in a compressed hand, noted that, if he thought, Flora really had a great good fortune. Getting married to A-class adventure is great. She wondered where to find such a person. Toka looked at her in surprise. Kearney looked at the girl with a question in her gaze, and reported that Aisha was also getting married. As soon as she specified what it means, the faces of both were noticeably paved by this thought. Aisha was already worried about the excitement, and the young man had frozen with an expression that all the blood had receded from his face. They trembled. Aisha, with annoyance on her face, insisted again and again on her question. The guy, grabbing his head, uncertainly asked why he was heard the bell. The Gina, sitting next to me, penetrated the idea that Karun has everything well. The young man denied this while asking questions. Looking at Aisha, he noted that in his opinion, Karun was better. After these words, Gina fainted, and Aisha's face appeared on the face of Aisha. She exclaimed that he said it, looking at the body. The girl asked To if he was, in fact. Someone wondered at the IEN whether everything was fine with her. Toa turned to Karuna, begging for help. A little later, in the house of Flora and Aldo, the guy thanked her sincerely for that day. Thanks to her, he had the courage to talk frankly, and he was well aware of it. The girl only smiled and denied her involvement. A guy with a patch on his hand made a sip of water from a glass. The girl paid attention to him and wondered how his wound felt. He assured that everything was fine with him. However, she doubted, asked if she really was, and insisted, let her look. She looked carefully at the boy with her fingers on the skin. Continuing carefully touching further, she noticed how the guy shuddered and laughed, stating that he was tight. The girl calmly answered that she should check everything carefully. Light began to emit from the girl's hair. The guy looked in the other side and rotely sniffed. The girl, squeezing his hand, trembled. Suddenly, she cried. The young man broke sharply from his chair, sank to the floor next to her, and stretching her hands, asked excitedly what had happened. The girl sobbed and apologized for her sudden behavior. The young man, full of confusion, gently held her face in his palms and remained silent. Flora quietly explained that every time she touching it, she realizes again and again, they are alive. The young man with a sad face turned to the Flora without drawing his eyes. In his thoughts, an alarming suspicion. Is she really so scared? Continuing to sit on the floor, he hugged her firmly, assuring that he would never be afraid of it again, neither for him nor for her own life. They remained so by hugging without breaking this silent connection. Flora was under someone's care, but now she can finally be near the one who loves. After all, he saved her at one time. For the sake of him, she may first feel the right one. From now on, and forever, Flora seeks to become his support. Taking hands, the couple left home and, smiling at each other, moved forward. They stood on a high break and looked down. The landscape opened on top of the home, and people engaged in their affairs were hung around. Aldo looked forward with a quiet smile until the wind spread his hair lightly and lifted the leaves from the trees. A happy smile prevailed on his face. He confessed that he was feeling like in a dream. The Flora, which was standing nearby, watched him, also smiling. She returned to him, took him by her hand, and assured that all this was not a dream. The young man turned to her, looked gently, and said that she would certainly become his wife. Only this thought fills his true joy. The girl, in a scratching, silently answered him. She hugged his hand, smiling happy and closing her eyes. When she opened them and looked forward, she said that everything around really resembles a dream. The young man gently stroked her on his head, closed her eyes, and, without stopping to smile, listened to her words. It was a wonderful dream for the two. The girl said that immediately after returning home, preparation for the festival began. It should be visited by Ayush on the highlight, because the raisins are wonderful. Karina, squeezing the bow in her hands, ran forward between the trees. A huge breakdown, overgrown with a forest, is a powerful rock, in the depths of which trees grew. The girl's leg caught on something hidden in thick grass. She shouted and began to fall face down, putting her hands forward. Karina fell into a pit after her. The girl fell to her knees, lowering her head, and groaned with pain. She lifted her gaze full of shock. Karina, still stunned, looked at the rock, from which she just broke into the giant abyss. Height was considerable. A giant monster appeared on the side of the girl, who went straight to her, and she immediately bounced sideways. She opened her eyes and her mouth widely with fear, and cast her gaze away. There was a huge monster like a giant boar. From the nostrils of the creature during the exhalation, the couple densely flowed. The board was threateningly knocked out by hooves on the ground. The girl, sitting in a pile of leaves, grabbed her hands behind her head. She trembled, tight horror, and is not able to move. When nothing happened, she squeezed her hands and looked forward with fear. The boar froze and looked intently forward. The bright light illuminated the cliff just over the girl. The monster with an arrow in the head confusedly looked at this radiance. It turned out to be many arrows, which, having flew past Karen, rapidly rushed towards Zipporah. Many arrows hit the monster right. The wounded on all sides, the monster fell hard to the side and froze on the ground. Karina, with tears in her eyes, looked around. 2 shadows fell around her. 2 men stood on the very edge of the rock. Karina called the master and Mr. Aldred loudly. Both, breathing hard, looked down with anxiety in the eyes. Aldo carefully reworked Karen's ankle while she was sitting on the ground. Meanwhile, Fiona's father was silently watching everything standing away. Pressing his palm into the forehead and closing his eyes, he confessed that he had to take care of her and apologize. Albeida returned to him and looked closely at the man. The girl, feeling guilty, lowered her eyes and opened her eyes wide while the man watched her closely. He wondered if she realized how dangerous it is. The man asked why she went into the woods so deeply, and even herself. The girl dropped her head under his reproaches. The girl was still sitting on the ground, looking away and explaining that she wanted to catch the prey with the help of a thing she had just purchased. She turned a broken stick with a rope tied to her fingers. She was asked why she purchased it at all, but the woman was silent on this question. She just had nothing to answer. So the man asked when she made a purchase. She replied that she did it in the morning before the trip. Aldo looked at the man with misunderstanding and fear. He asked why she turned away and asked what happened in the morning. The girl reported that she was monitored with the help of the surveillance technique that Aldred taught her. Hearing these words, the man returned to the frightened Aldo. Both men faded, turning his eyes to Karen, who stood in front of them, and thoughtfully reflecting on the child, from the girl's father. He noted whether she really did not understand that hunting is not at all what you can do on its own. In addition, buying something from strangers is risky. You never know that they can slip. The girl lowered her head. The man noted that it did not matter what the price is on the card. Aldo was convinced that she believed that she could simply impress him with an arrow from afar. She was explained that when people approach the wounded demons, they become extremely aggressive and cruel. Just as the boar that attacked her. For her ability to shoot, it will be difficult to hit them with a bow. The boar, which she fought, cleverly avoided her arrows, and the traps remained in vain. Aldo warned that some demons could attack from afar. She should not forget. Both animals and demons are able to rush at her without regretting herself, just to remove her from her path. Then the battle will instantly move into a handful. At that moment, the girl ran away from a demon who was constantly approaching her. Lowering her eyes, she confessed that everything happened to her. She could only cowardly escape from the battlefield, saving her own life. Someone pulled the tight ropes and she escaped through them, broke with him, and flew from the cliff. The girl remembered how she fell into a failure where there was a wild boar. The men were surprised to look at each other, and one of them smiled in the father of Karina. The man closed his eyes and wondered if she understands what it was about. It should be especially careful during any purchases. If it leaves the purchased things unattended, it can lead to trouble. The girl continued shyly lowered her eyes, feeling guilty of both and not hiding her shame. The man scratched the nape of the child, watching the child. Then she put her hand on her head and added that, despite everything, I am glad that everything is fine with her. Karina, in a depressed mood, apologized, confessing that she was sorry for her stupidity. A little later, the men sat in the forest and put the rest of things in the bags. Karina watched them silently, keeping away. Walking past, Aldo assured her that everything was fine. Aldo confessed to Karini that he was once as young and inexperienced. He also failed to catch the demon. In his youth, he dreamed of defeating one creature, but it was not so easy, because in his homeland this creature was considered a sacred beast. He sought it too much, but still attacked Aldo. The peasants learned that he was chasing him, and almost burned at the fire. However, he managed to escape. He was chained to a tree and already planned to set fire to. People stood with burning torches. But his comrades began to ask for forgiveness for him. Karina smiled, noting that it testifies to his failures. He agreed with her, confessing that he also made many mistakes. He believes that it is extremely important to learn from her own mistakes. And the girl agreed, noting that it was true. The man, turning his head in their direction, listened to a conversation with a smile, but did not interfere. He turned his head again, relaxing internally. Going to Karina and Aldo, he reported that he would teach her to hunt the monsters. They will need to start cooking for the holiday. Let Aldo talk about cooking. Hunters are involved in the harvest. It is a long tradition for them. They only prepare what they got on their own. Aldo realized that Lauren had the art of cooking. The man noted that this is one of the skills that a real hunter should possess. Aldo wondered that they had here, and the girl lowered her eyes. She answered me that the pot is stewed in the pot of wild boar with mushrooms. The dish of mushrooms and rice cooked together is also particularly popular. Beef, toasted with deer and stewed rabbit. Dishes from shakes are a great complement to drinks. Basic fried rabbits, cooked simply over an open fire, also contain many nutrients. The girl noted that, of course, the smell during cooking leaves much to be desired. Aldrin advised that in this case you can use a grass called sand soup. It helps to get rid of this smell. The girl confessed that she had not heard about it before. Once the mistress prepared this dish for her, she took the meat of a white hare, added jam, and the dish came out surprisingly delicious. However, the man noted that it was not hunting food. The young man wondered what this jam was. He could not even imagine his taste. The man scratched the back of the head, explaining that it was too sweet. This dish is widespread in the north. Karina was glad to confess that he was loved. Recalling him, the girl looked quite satisfied. The man remembered that sometimes they were cooked here. Karina noted that something unusual can be cooked from the monster's meat. Aldo understood everything. That is why she tried so hard today. The young man smiled. The men sharply shifted her eyes on the girl, who looked upset again and stood, shaking her head. She always believed that the mentor just annoyed her with her conversations about opportunities. But only today she realized how important his words were. The man asked the same opportunity. She promised to make every effort and asked not to leave her. Lauren could not understand whether these words were an apology or hidden image. Then Karina turned to Aldo, calling him. She thanked him for his care and apologized for the trouble she caused. In response, the guy only noted that the most important thing, it is whole and intact. The girl confessed that, honestly, she was also able to catch something on her own. She reached for her bag. Taking it with both hands, she reached out to the boy and asked to hold her wedding gift. The young man looked at the bag, cautiously taking her into his hands. Lauren watched him in surprise, saying quietly that everything was clear now. The girl looked confused, with her head lowered, her eyes closed and burning cheeks were silent. Lauren and Aldo watched the contents of the package and smiled in surprise. They asked if it was a turkey and praised Karen, noting that she had coped well. Aldred smiled widely, expressing his joy, and sincerely thanked Karini. He added that the Flora would also be satisfied. The girl looked at him with delight in her gaze. She also smiled widely, satisfied with his words, and grateful for the gift she lifted. Lauren noted that she had a sharp eye. Finding a turkey in the forest near the north end is a difficult thing. Aldo looked at the man. The man began to descend and called Karina. She returned to him. He leaned down, stretched his hands back and suggested that he climb him on his back. The girl looked at him in surprise. Aldo smiled, watching them. Lauren turned his head, noting that it is difficult for a girl to go. She opened her eyes wide and stared at him. Karina unexpectedly stated that she wanted Aldo in her arms. Hearing this, Lauren was genuinely surprised by such words. Aldo leaned, picked up the girl on his back and moved forward. The girl laughed happy until the confused Aldo looked forward. Behind them, Lauren was gloomy and alert, clearly dissatisfied with what was happening. Karina called Aldo and asked to listen carefully. She asked if he was caught by her red bear. Then the main dish of the holiday is sure to get it. She showed how to cook jam. Lauren was walking behind Karina, shouting something, and seemed to be ashamed. However, the girl was frankly entertained by all this. It was not the slightest shame in it. Karina laughed, noting that it had already begun, and the gesture pointed out Aldo moving forward. Lauren looked annoyed and muttered that she was a disobedient baby. Aldo threw a questionable look at Karina. After the girl's instructions, the Aldid rushed forward under her approving exclamations. But soon the Lauren, who was behind, also ran, reminded of them loudly, so that they would not be dared to leave the one who was older than them. Aldo, Flora, Aisha, and Toa froze, stunningly looking forward with his mouth wide open. Aisha, looking at a 2-story house, asked if he was too big. Even the magic room was much smaller. At the entrance, they met Karuna, waving her hand and greeting guests. She explained that the aristocrats had once lived in this palace. Red up with embarrassment and scratching her head, she thanked them for their help with cleaning. Aldo noted that it is not easy to do in the palace alone. Frol stretched a robbed curly Karuna, explaining that it was a modest gift in honor of the move, and asked to simply hold it. The girl thanked her, because they came here only to help, so it was not necessary. Flora with a smile pointed on the basket in the guy, who he reached out to everyone. She added that they also brought bento with them, so they have lunch together. Karun went sideways, allowing everyone to go. All 4 followed her deep into a large house. They looked in amazement from the inside, stopping near the long stairs in the hallway. Flora noted that the house is large and wondered how many rooms it was. Aisha was also surprised to glance and added that he was really cool. But the Toke, on the contrary, looked confused when he asked if they had to clean themselves. After his words, admiration for everyone, except Flora, immediately dispelled. Everyone realized how large-scale work was waiting for them. Haruno shouted to the boys so that they would not decline. This is just the beginning. Karun noted that this estate has a spacious bathroom. She wondered if she could wash there, so she decided to thank them for today. Although he began to speak, confused in words and remembering the bathroom, he was mentioned how he was looking for a home. Then he only dreamed to take a bath. Aisha shuddered, looking at it. She exclaimed she wanted to swim. Kuron smiled happy and promised that they would have fun after cleaning, so he suggested to start now. Aisha turned to Toga Kogak with the words, "Well." The guy, throwing his handkerchief on his head, looked at her. She smiled, saying that the scarf was extremely looking for him. Then she wondered if he wanted to become a janitor. The guy smiled and agreed. They say, "Yes, really. She just does not fit this headdress at all." In her opinion, she looks in it like a grandmother in the garden. While the Current and Aisha, looking dissatisfied with each other, distracted their creatures, Aldo trembled next to them, absolutely indifferent to everything that happened between the satellites. Aldred moved his gaze forward. The Flora stood with his back, gently collecting long hair in the tail. She clamped the rubber band, carefully smoothing the strands and collecting them with her fingers. After completing, she threw a handkerchief on her head. Looking at her, the guy is not, and his face was a deep blush. Flora returned to him and smiled, asked what was the matter. The young man, looking at his lover, radiated lovers, and passionately remarked what her charming hairstyle. Meanwhile, behind him, Karuna swung his tail, paying attention and joked, asking if he noticed that she also collected her hair into the tail. Like, he should also like it. Without paying attention to her, the guy noted dryly that she was also. He briefly mentioned the cleaning and moved on, and behind him was angry Karun. Aldo opened the window and, leaning his hands on the windowsill, looked forward with a smile. His gaze wandered in the landscape that opened before him. Trees and mountains spread out on the horizon, creating a real picture of beauty. Flora approached Aldo, extending him a brush and wondering how many windows here. In addition, if all the rooms are so large, they may have to stay here for the night. In any case, you need to give the perfect order here. Bring everything to shine. Karun turned to the Tosak standing nearby and noted that after cleaning, they should be considered where to place the furniture. The guy agreed with her, so he took the measuring tools with him. Aisha was standing in the corner, stretching a brush forward. She turned to Karun, confessing that she could not reach her wand, and asked if she could do it. Karun confirmed, asking to wait a little, and Vaka, who stood nearby, assured that he could help. When he went into the corridor, Karun called Aliato and wondered if they had rags. The guy turned to her and replied that he was. He asked her to wait a little. The young man stretched out his girlfriend a stack of rags. Flora looked at them in surprise and asked how they were going to watch the ceiling with these things. The boys gathered in a circle, and Aldo urged them to follow the events. Karun began to pronounce the spell, asking for her thoughts to materialize and manage telekinesis. The rags in her hands suddenly flew into the air. Everyone but Aldo, who is obviously used to this, was surprised to watch the panels of rags fly to the ceiling. Aisha followed this with distrust and noted that such a picture reminds her of a surreal landscape. The rags began to stick to the dirty ceiling of the palace. The fabric moved independently, rubbing a layer of dirt from the surface. The surprised Flora said that they seemed to be cleaning. Toke looked at it and confirmed that it was all that. If she really has such a convenient magic, there was no reason to call them here. The girl returned and turned her gaze to the subject. She explained that she would gladly remove everything with magic, and it is still difficult for her to manage several objects at the same time. Therefore, it will not be able to thoroughly clean some places with magic, and some things she is not able to do with magic at all. Someone agreed with her, noting that there are many things that cannot be solved by magic. Flora looked at the ceiling enthusiastically, noting what they are cute and how they resemble caterpillars. Aldo noted that Karun almost finished and suggested that the cleaning continue. The rags continued to clean the ceiling of dirt on their own. Meanwhile, Flora, having tied another handkerchief on her face, began to remove dust from all surfaces. On the walls lay such a layer of dust that the Aldo, a solid cloud, felt bad. Toke, all covered with dust, sneezed loudly. Clouds of dust, like smoke, flew just into the open window. He grabbed his forearm with his hands, justifying himself that he worked only with a broom, but his hands were already tired. Florida appeared behind them, holding the rags in his hands, and then came after it, and bringing 2 buckets of water with them. He said that the floor should now be washed. Toka looked at him in surprise. Toke, leaning his hands on the railing, looked down and shouting at Karun, asking if she could remove the floor with magic. The girl answered irritatedly that no, she could not. Smiling, Flora urged them to try a little more for the Kurun school. It was the last jerk. The girl from below, deeply moved, looked at her and called Flora. Her eyes were wide open. The young man slowly wiping the handrails of the ladder with a cloth, staring forward. Leaning, he wondered whether, in her opinion, it is not necessary to hang some sign here so that everyone understands that it was a magic school. Aisha agreed with him, noting that she was not yet felt that magic was being taught here. Karun asked if that's really the case. Then the guy, starting to draw something in his notebook, asked if he did not come up with a special sign for her. He showed them a sketch in his notepad, while saying something like an explanation. The girls just looked at the picture and immediately noted that this was a bad option. Then the guy prepared another version, and again showed the result. Karun struck her eyes and wondered if she was in the picture, and they say, then no one would be suitable for them. In the end, she came to the conclusion that it is too early to think about the sign. She asked him to think where to place chairs and tables, noting that there was a 10-person. The guy showed her another variant of the plate and asked what she would do if 20 or even 30 people came. They really need an announcement. The annoyed girl suggested that everyone simply not pay attention to him and continue to clean. She listened to him, but considered him a miserable. Everyone further cleaned. Aisha's suite door and Aldo with Flora took up the windows and the floor. Kuruni, watching her friends who so sincerely helped her in a large room, smiled. Kern explained to the Toke that the students will have to place chairs and tables. Aisha meanwhile turned to the couple. Flora and Aldo, standing away, looked over. Flora noted that they will also need children's chairs. Aldo agreed, adding that there was also a children's room. Aisha watched them from the side. In one room, Tyke noted that a few more boards should be hanged, and Kurun supported his opinion. In another room, Aldo insisted that he first needed to buy a crib, and Flora lightly touched him by his shoulder, noting that he was too hurry. Aisha negligently waved her hand away, noting that Flora and Erida have long been a couple, so everything is fine. However, these two behaved completely as lovers. The girl grabbed the heart theatrically, imitating a sudden attack. Why did that painful punch suddenly appear in the chest? Red up. She hid her face behind her palm, covering her eyes. Why always, when she looks at them, the heart becomes so difficult? She turned her gaze to Toa and Kurun, still breathing hard. Looking at their smiles, she finally realized, it is a heart attack. The girls seemed tired. Only the thought of it exhausted her. Subsequently, all the stairs and the walls of the palace shone clean. The second floor was now shiny like a new one. Raising their hands from joy, they shouted that the cleaning was finally completed. Flora has applauded with delight. Salivation is nothing wrong, and now everyone gathered in the bathroom. Aisha hid the boy and asked to wait a little more. The annoyed girl suggested that the issue of the drawing, stone, scissors, paper. Who will go to the bathroom? Aldo asked Flora whether she would join the first victory, or would prefer to just calmly discuss everything later. Flora replied that he knew her well, and she is unlikely to insist. As a result, they decided to act as she wants. The current and Aisha raised his hands to start the game. The winner will get the right to go to the restroom first. Flora, enthusiastically squeezing his fists near his chest, could not look. The chicken also paid attention to what big the bathroom was. Aisha supported her, noting that it would be quite possible to swim here. Kura noted that in such a place it is necessary to wash properly. The girls began to water themselves generously with water. Aisha turned and paid attention to the Flora that passed by. She tried to remove the towel from the Flora, reminding her that it was not allowed to come here. When the towel was eventually removed, the girls were staffed at the Flora covered with real surprise. She began to feel the girl, noting that they were really larger. Surprised, Flora called Aisha. Aisha called Koran, asking her to come closer. Touching the girl, she noted that they were soft and large. Flora confessed that it only interferes with her, and she would have dreamed of having such a beautiful body as they had. Kurun looked at her with pleasure, noting that he would be glad to share problems with her. Aisha added that for such a greed, Flora deserves punishment. The girls began to arrange a real fuss in the bathroom, when the Flora, sleeping to tears, decided to take revenge on them. The boys, meanwhile, stood behind the door. Toki drew something in his notebook, but when he heard the noise from the bathroom, he turned sharply towards the door. Subsequently, the boys also went to the bathroom and came out of there. You noticed how spacious this bathroom is. Aldo confessed that he immediately felt relief. The girls sat on the floor and waited for them. Kurun thanked them for both today and, apologizing, explained that they were the first to go to the bathroom. Flora, meanwhile, suggested that you treat something from food. Kurun apologized for having dinner on the floor. The current assured that it suits it. Aisha also said that after visiting the bathroom, she almost received a heart attack. The current cast a surprised look at her, trying to understand what she was talking about. Aldo noticed that the Flora had dry hair. The girl explained that Karuna dried it with magic. Karuna, meanwhile, watched this steam carefully. Flora stretched food. This time she prepared crispy sandwiches, fried on both sides. Toke and Aldo ate with appetite. Aldo, smiling happy, explained to the girl, mustard oil, smeared on bread, gives him a special taste. Really delicious. I also fully agree with that. Toke turned to Karun and assured that he was confident in the future success of her school. The girl, full of joy, shared the news with me. Several children were already interested in her. She was sure what it means. All right. Speaking of magic, Karuna noted that she may be needed not only in battles, but also in everyday life. Flora, in support of this thought, gave an example. With the help of magic, you can, say, dry your hair. Aisha coughed, covering her mouth with his fist. She was really genuinely rejoiced in her significant success at the new school of Karun. Lifting a glass with a joyful smile, she welcomed with her friends whose voices were laughing and who also stretched the glasses towards her. Flora, with a smile, noted that if she needed further help, she could just tell them about it. Kurun looked at her carefully. The girl scolded and lowered her head. A little later, she wondered whether it was easy to turn to it. Flora. She proclaimed that she would call her Kurun. Flora was surprised to blush, opening her eyes wide and looking closely at her. The girl was happy to smile and, nodding cheerfully, assured that it would be. Kurun rejoiced this from all her heart. 5 friends sat on the floor, smiling and laughing together, enjoying the joint time. That's how they became the best friends. Kurun called everyone, asking if they were ready. Pointing to a large spreading tree, she suggested making it their boards. Toku with such wide open eyes, he asked her once again. Behind, Aldo watched everything with delight, imagining how this tree would soon become furniture for their magical school. She wondered why they generally decided that she had brought them into the forest. Toka looked at his friend, trying to understand what he should do with him. Aldo was confused to see such an expression on a friend's face. The frightened Karuna again pointed to the tree and asked if furniture could not be made. Toke turned to the girl. Toke, remembering that they are still urban residents, explained that it took several years to prepare wood for furniture. Otherwise, nothing will come out of this tree. It does not want the furniture to be cracked and skewed. The girl looked at him with big, pleading eyes, like a puppy, and confessed that she thought just cut a tree. Toke faded and cast a strange look at her. His face reflected the same expression as the girl. The man, spreading his hands and crossing them on the hips, finally conceded to their pressure. He wondered if they did not want to try to cut off this tree. Going forward, he reported that he would bring the tools now and asked to wait a little. In his thoughts, he wondered why this city was so hard to cut down a tree. Behind him, Tu joyfully raised his hands, smiling sincerely. He then handed the axe to the girl, asking her to hold the tools. She thanked him, taking the tool. Running her hands with an axe behind her back, the girl hardly leaned back under his weight, and the boys watched this scene enthusiastically. Sighing, the girl struck the tree with an axe, but the blow had no result, and the difficulty of the tool quickly tired. Behind, Aldo supported her, assuring that she would handle. The girl, swinging and complaining about how difficult it is for him, she released an axe out of her hands. The device at a frantic speed broke straight to the side of the frozen in the surprise of Tuck, which looked wide open. When the blade was almost touched his puzzled face, the hero had time to grab the handle, stopping the blow. The token, faded from shock, froze in place. Meanwhile, the hero turned to Karin, asking whether she was already tired. And then he added with a laugh that he was tired now. He smiled with pleasure, standing near the tree and looking carefully. Then he clenched his tools and hit the target. A wave had swept away from the impact throughout the plant, as if an electrical discharge had passed on it. In a moment, the mighty tree split in half. The 2 who were behind him watched it with surprise. A joyful girl praised him, noting that he was well. Next to her, Toka trembled from her head to heels and murmured under his nose that he broke a 60-year-old tree with one blow. Aldo confidently stated that this would be enough for them to rise on board. The angry time of Taiki came behind. He wondered what it should be enough. The indignant guy reached out, demanding to give him an axe. He said that he was cutting down. He squeezed the axe in his palm. He heard the girl jokingly called him a carpenter, and asked if he would have helped them cut them down a tree to make furniture. Deaf blows were heard in the forest. Toka skillfully applied them in the right place, and the couple watched carefully from the outside. With each scope of the axe and the next blow in his face, the focus of a person was red, for which this case has long become familiar. His friends watched him with enthusiasm, opening his mouth wide. The tree trembled, and the guy put his hand on the fallen trunk to push it. Friends looked up and kept their breath when the trunk dropped to the ground. The girl praised Tyke, noting that he had coped well. Even Olt joined her, noting that he was extremely quickly dealt with the enemy. Toke exhaled, and his face appeared seriousness. He was proud of himself. If he couldn't do it, he would not have become a carpenter. He wondered in Aldo whether it was a simple task for a former adventure seeker, to which he replied, that not at all. He confessed that he had purchased all the furniture in the city. Therefore, when he cut down the tree, Aldo suddenly realized he had no idea what to do with it. Toka explained that if he once wants to become a carpenter, he must learn to find and cut down trees suitable for furniture. In some cases, he said, such trees should also be grown. However, he doubts that the city employee will be able to learn it. Karun enthusiastically said that he was cutting trees on his own, and creating furniture on his own is an extremely exciting and interesting life. The young man looked away and scratched his face, and then knew his hand in his back, as if not finding words. She looked at him and wondered what to do now. He replied that in order to use this tree, it should be cut and left to dry for several years. The hero wondered how many years he had passed. The girl also clarified what kind of time she was talking about. She was amazed that despite the fact that they already have a tree, they will only be able to use it in 2 years. The guy noted that first the parts damaged by insects should be eliminated, and then aligned the boards in thickness, color, and size. Only then will the tree get the quality required for the manufacture of furniture. Aldo realized that the current suits the creation of furniture with special seriousness. The girl explained that that is why these furniture was so expensive. A little later they reached the workshop. Now it's time to choose boards. The girl, staring in a month, finally opted for the one she needed. Her eyes were wide open as she came across something. She quickly took one of the boards and noted that they would make a new school board. Wood is also great for making chairs and tables. Aldo smiled and noted that the board is not bad, wasn't it? Toka asked about the advertisement, whether they would make it of the same material. The girl gave him a board, ordered to keep her. Toka looked at her in surprise, and Aldo wondered if something unusual happened. The boy had his palm on the wood and noted that it was still wet. He added that it is worth trying to dry it with a couple. Aldo asked again about drying steam, but he was only alarmed. In his opinion, it would make things even more moist. Toka, meanwhile, explained that the cause of humidity is not water, but juice inside, and it is this juice that can be evaporated during processing. Corinne reflects on steam drying and expressed confidence that she could produce heat, water, and pressure. Toka was surprised and shouted in surprise that it was true. He asked about magic and asked how much time it would take to dry. The girl replied that she would wait for a long time, but in her opinion, the process will go faster if you put all the boards together. They took all the boards out, gently stacking them on each other with small intervals so that they do not touch each other. When everything was ready, Toka asked if it was possible to start. The girl stood nearby, holding a magic wand firmly. He replied that yes, everything was fine. However, he noted, if they were made above, it would be easier to raise the temperature. Magic has already begun to come out of her state. She started witchcraft, calling for fire and water to submit to her and merge together. Closing her eyes, she plunged into magic with all its essence. Several large voices of the elements escaped from her staff and rapidly rushed forward, hitting the boards in front of her. In a moment, the clash of the whirlwinds enveloped the materials, and the couple immediately began to rise from them. Continuing to use the spell, she asked the boy how many of them should be dried. He pointed to the board and explained that when the cracks would double, then it would be possible to finish. She wondered if they were so cracking. He explained that cracks indicate the readiness of the tree. They appear only at the edges of the board, so you should not worry. The tree gradually began to crack, and at some point the crack expanded significantly. The young man noted that it is wonderful and already enough. He asked the girl to gradually lower the temperature. Couple clubs began to climb from the boards, flying smoothly. Toka lifted the upper board and carefully took it in his hands. He struck wood with a fist. As it belongs to a real adventure seeker, it was perfect. The girl explained that she only followed his instructions. Aisha waited for them, and the Flora with a basket in their hands approached a friendly trinity. The boys returned to their direction. Aisha waved them with her hand, heading for them, and one of his friends shouted in surprise that he was Flora and Aisha. Florida reported that she had brought food. Karuna was terribly pleased. She noted how wonderful it was possible to eat. After witchcraft, she was incredibly hungry. Toke looked at the girl with indifference and asked why she came here. Aisha cut him sharply, noting that this was not about it. Flora, meanwhile, explained. She helped her choose a harvest dress. Shortly after that, Teek sat at the table in the workshop, plunging into his thoughts and painting something carefully in the notebook. 4 other boys stood in the door and watched in silence, without saying a single word. The first was called Kurun, enthusiastically noting that Tokak is simply incredible, cutting down the tree so quickly to anyone. Aisha just smiled ironically and wondered if the trees really seemed to be extraordinary to them. Kurayun smiled awkwardly, covering her mouth with her palm, and replied that they would not cope with this task. Aisha looked at them with surprise. The girl sighed, noting that she is the same age as she, and already works with her hands, deals with useful things. Aldo confirmed her words. When he searched for housing and asked about the carpenter, everyone immediately remembered this guy. He is trusted throughout the village. Aldo believed him soon. Aisha did not want to admit it and praise him. so she briefly answered that he may be. Everyone looked at the guy again, and Aldo turned to him, asking if he was not time to rest. The guy replied that he understood everything, and asked for a moment to complete the case, then promised to rest. Flora and Aldo turned and moved away, leaving two girls alone. Those continued to look forward. In front of them, the young man, sitting with his back to them, was engaged in his business. Karain looked at him with a clear admiration, noting that his devotion is a true admiration. Aisha was watching everything with her fucking face next to her. She seemed indifferent, continuing to watch the profile of a guy who was fully focused on her work. But suddenly her expression changed. A look full of admiration came to change her imoviosis. It has passed some time. The admiration in her look was a little gone, but the spark was still glowing in her eyes when she drank tea that poured past her mouth. The couple looked at her with anxiety, and Flora turned to Aisha, asking if she was fine with her. Hearing this question, Aisha almost wounded tea. She wiped out uncertainly tea, which drained on her chin, and answered a little embarrassed. To change the topic, she spoke about the harvest holiday, and wondered who would be the main princess this year. The girl, embarrassing, did not stop wiping her face that blushed with shame. At this time, Karun was quietly protected, and Aldo looked at the Flora with the question in his eyes, not understanding what was happening. Karun was fascinated that only 3 days remained before the holiday. The wedding during the harvest holiday is so romantic. Although this harvest festival is the first, she does not know how exciting it is. Meanwhile, someone advised Agward to join the celebration as a hunter, but he immediately assured he would be busy. Flora gladly informed that the delicacies she prepared as a sign of Kurun's gratitude would be over. Kurun and Aldo froze. Both of them were horrified by the thought that they never had time to finish. The boys at the table laughed and had a conversation, and the toque did not stop working in the next room at the open door. Aisha was still ashamed, turning her back to the boy. Meanwhile, Kurun was quietly protected, and Aldo tasted the sweets calmly. The man on stage said that this year, thanks to joint support, they managed to organize a wonderful harvest holiday. He assured that in the tents everyone would find something interesting for themselves. He solemnly invited everyone to spend this day and enjoy. First of all, he proposed to start with a new gate near which the brides become. They are given a wish for happiness. Among these couples were Flora with Aldred, dressed in wedding outfits. The joyful crowd exclaimed the words of blessings and desires of a generous harvest. The brides were thanked for it and asked for a good year for everyone. Elegant girls in holiday dresses were distinguished in the crowd. Karina, Aina, and Kurun, next to Isis, joyfully clapped their hands. Their faces glowed with happiness. Flora and Aldred, admiring each other in wedding dresses, laughed fun. People shouted greetings to 3 couples and wished them fertility. Suddenly, a proposal came from the crowd. It is time to fasten their union immediately. The rest of the inhabitants picked up these words, also expressing a similar desire. Aldo abandoned a questionnaire and drew the attention of the audience to what happened away. Next to them, the couple kissed, despite the noise and shouts of the crowd. Aldo stopped in surprise, casting his gaze. Then he turned to the Flora that stood opposite him, closing his eyes with his palms. Sordid, Aldo began to lift a wedding veil from the face of Flora. His cheeks were burning from embarrassment. When the Flora's face opened, it became obvious as she gently pulls her lips with her eyes closed, waiting for a kiss. The young man slowly approached her and kissed the enthusiastic shouts of the crowd. Flora's father said that along with these couples, the sun would shine from now on, all of them. He thanked everyone for his support, and behind him, Aldo and Flora stood, embarrassed. After the ceremony was completed on the stage, the couple was slowly walking the festival. The Flora's mother shared the joy that they decided to visit the event together. The woman smiled happily, noting that they were all well, and added that it was time for gifts. Karina, who stood next to other girls, raised a basket with a treat, and announced that sweets were already here. There were many people between the rows of fair tents. A couple of newlyweds with baskets in their hands went in front, and other girls stepped down behind. Flora noted if Aldo knew that all the tents were divided into sectors, and each of them represents something special. Pointing to one of the tents, she explained that there were winemakers, and on the opposite side, cheese masters. Aisha looked, and Karun paid attention to the girl. Aldo suggested bypassing everyone, and Flora agreed. Like and his friends approached the winemaker's tent. A huge barrels filled with fresh grapes stood nearby, and bottles of wine stood nearby. The peasants handed over a couple of baskets with hotels, after which they went to the tent of the cheese. The sellers also handed out to the guests a meal from the basket. There were various cheeses on the tables for tasting. Aldo and Flora were taken on a piece to taste. They passed different tents together. Although he was asked to forgive him, one of his friends, recognizing him, shouted loudly. Going closer, Took noted that there was a happy day of harvest today, and asked for permission to thank everyone for his participation in this holiday. The couple continued to thank the attendees for the gifts until the one who stood aside. Aisha stood, bewildered. The stranger asked what kind of dress it came to. The girl in response tossed him a counter. Question. Who does he imagine himself? After all, he always wears dirty cloths. Two unexpectedly turned to each other with fierce views, as if they were just waiting for the right opportunity to start a quarrel. Anna called her sister, and Karina with Karun only sigh, because these two reappeared themselves as before. Meanwhile, Aldo waved his hand, calling everyone to part. Karun planted a piece of food on a fork, put it in her mouth, and told about meat enthusiastically, so tender and soft. Lauren laughed and wondered if it was true. It is a brand recipe of the owner, so she should rush to tasting. Lauren was incredibly glad that he managed to catch such a rare animal. Although the meat was somewhat tough, it decided to supplement it with fruits and honey. In his opinion, the quality of this prey was wonderful, and the man could still not believe in his own luck. Karina looked at her husband, asking the master whether he was injured. He began to assure that everything was fine, only accidentally cut. The man exclaimed that he probably was able to exhaust them. Someone in response noticed that he would say the same thing. Karina added that Aldo is a real mentor for her. An annoyed man asked his question again, and cheerful smiles were heard around. The mother of Flora, standing in front of the newlyweds, noted that it seems that everyone was already greeted. Aldo confirmed this. The woman apologized, however. She believed that it was time for them to return. The bride needed to relax on her first night. So, if they have bypassed all the tents, now she should be accompanied by them. Alio with annoyance noted that it is. Behind Karina she cared for meat, repeating what it was good to repeat. Flora stretched the basket, noting that before leaving they can take it with them. Surprised, Karini wondered what it was. Flora explained that she was in debt to them, and thanked everyone for today. The girls invited them to return next year. Karina unpaved one of the bags and found cookies inside the cupcake and cookies. It is believed that if you get sweets from a couple, which you have blessed on the day of the great harvest, then you will certainly be lucky. This was especially true of unmarried girls. Karuna sarcastically remarked that, let it all matter. Aisha, looking at the purse, thought that the one who received it would certainly be happy. She was given the name of Toka, and she, instantly flashing, began to deny hotly, leaning disgust. The couple rose further up the slope, moving away from the celebration. Suddenly, Flora stumbled, but Aldo managed to pick her up. He wondered if she was confused in the rope, but the girl answered embarrassedly that she was caught by her foot for the division of the dress. Looking at her, the guy lifted the girl in his arms. She wondered if she was not difficult for him, and he just laughed and assured that he was not at all. Finally, they returned home. The guy still gently held her in the arms until the threshold crossed. Only then did he carefully put her on the floor. The girl was happy to smile and thanked him, and they laughed together. Then Flora called Aldo, and he turned to her. She hugged the boy firmly, and closing her eyes, confessed that she was incredibly happy. The guy was confused, but in the end he also hugged her and quietly said the same words, and then touched her cheek and kissed her gently. When they finally divorced, the guy bent sharply and cleverly dived under a wedding dress, which was quite surprised by the girl. She lowered her eyes, broke up, and suddenly shouted. She asked the guy to give her a dress in a confused,